내게 좋아지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of it both the worst is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 잡아 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
Welcome to Meet the Rivals. Okay, today our first guest is a legend in the scene. We got Donald Vanguard from the Chiefs representing in Pacific OCE. How you doing, Donald?
Hey, I'm good, Lager. How are you, bro?
Good, thanks too, brother. All right, let's get into it. I want to know, the people want to know, how did you start your esports journey and how did you end up on the Chiefs?
Look, my esports journey's been nearly a decade long, mate. Obviously had like modest success, nothing crazy. I've played, I started with just some, friendly, like I used to play split screen, FPS competitive stuff with my mates, and then went into a hero shooter, played that one for too long, and then played a MOBA, and then back to that hero shooter, and now we're here.
Respect. We love a game out here, but outside of gaming, outside of competing, what's your profession?
So I work in public health. I'm a manager at a private cardiology practice. So it's pretty full on as well. Trying to juggle that with scrims is painful. My day is kind of work 8 hours, go to the gym, scrim, go to bed. So I don't know how I've successfully maintained a relationship this long, but it's full on.
Now I'm gonna hit you with some quick fire questions, okay? Straight away off the bat. What's your favorite MCU movie or show?
So yeah, I'm watching the Daredevil series at the moment, but I think my favorite overall has got to be the second Deadpool movie. So I watched the first and second one, 2 days, and then 1 day before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. So it's kind of a trilogy in 3 days, and I enjoyed that a lot actually. Yeah.
Now in Marvel Rivals, what's your favorite hero to play? Straight away.
Yeah, I mean Magneto's kind of like, I don't know. If you look at my profile, obviously scrim time isn't recorded. So I'm not a one trick, but it's pretty bad. It looks like I am, yeah.
Okay, well, we call him LeBron for a reason, everybody. Come on now. Now, what's your least favorite hero to play against?
I don't know. Long time LeBron fans will know that I hated Wolverine and the first MRI, and I mean it's still pretty irritating. The dinosaur existing now sort of remedied that a little bit. It's probably still Wolverine, or maybe I don't know, half the strategist roster.
Which hero do you wish you were good at?
There's a couple of heroes I haven't had a chance to play recently that I used to. So I mean, at the moment, my Hulk and Cap have fallen off a bit. Then people will be like, "Yo, is that the Hulk guy?" Like that doesn't happen anymore. And it's just because whether it's because the meta changed or I don't know, the game caught up to me. Yeah, I'd probably want to say Cap and Hulk.
What Marvel character would you like to see added to Marvel Rivals?
Okay, so there's a couple like mutants that I'm a big fan of, but
Okay.
I want them to be vanguards, so it makes it hard to pick somebody. I prefer ranged vanguards, obviously, and I ones that can headshot are cool too. So, oh, actually, thinking about that, no, I want Big Bertha from the Great Lakes Avengers. Yeah, I want to play
Yeah.
Big Bertha. Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. We like that. What's a new team up you'd like to see between heroes?
Yeah, so a team up I want to see, it's maybe not necessarily like due to lore or anything, but more so their abilities. So I would like there to be a Black Widow and a Magneto team up where, you know, Black Widow's the anchor and then Mag gets the ability to headshot. Yeah.
What is that? Dude,
Look, I'm a simple man. I just want to play Mag every game. Like, come on.
hey, he's gonna make Black Widow meta now. This is crazy. What hero would you nerf all the way to bottom tier? To the depths. Worse than Blade. Worse than
absolutely
Black
kill.
Widow.
Blade is like, you might be surprised, man. The FMCL Blade might come out again. It's okay into Dinosaur, especially with a bit of
I've
rocket
been
combo.
asking.
Yeah, okay. I think Sue Storm has been in the limelight a little too long. She's not like as crazy as she has been right now, but she's still pretty consistent. Maybe White Fox actually, a new addition. That's kind of, and yeah, I mean Black Cat is a little OP as well. I mean it's better for our team when Daredevil is the one crazy DPS that runs everything. But no, Devil Dinosaur is perfect and probably needs buffs actually. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. Following it up, what hero would you buff to the top? Straight to the
Yep.
best and stuff.
I mean, yeah, obviously Mag, Devil Dino. I love playing with Loki. I think having Loki in the game's a lot of fun. So getting him when he's good, the game's good, in my opinion. When he's banned, the game's good as well. So like, yeah, get him out of there. I don't know. We need to ban. We need to buff something that brings it up to Gambit's level. So it, you know, first ban isn't just always Gambit. That's what it needs to be. So it shouldn't be Magneto then, so I can still play him. Maybe it should be something I don't like or I'm bad at. So yeah, like I don't know. Maybe Black Widow.
Alright,
Make Black Widow overpowered. Yeah, when it was just Black Widow Hawkeye ban, that's easy, right? Everyone was doing that. Like, yeah, bring it back to
Oh,
that.
true.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you spoke about him earlier. What is your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think he is super duper versatile. Can be played as the, you know, like in the Groot Venom sort of archetype, and can also be the like have a similar playstyle to like appealing Emma. He struggles a bit into super duper mobile characters on like wide maps. There's one in specific that I lost a scrim on, and yeah, I was very upset. On push maps, like top 10 out of 10, better than Groot, like blah blah blah. Like you want to pick him. People are taking one-sided in scrims with us. Granted, we scrim other regions, so I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but he's beatable. His hitbox is massive, so just shoot him in the head.
Okay, well, somebody else is coming down the line. Cyclops. Do you have any predictions what role he'll be?
Oh, Cyclops is he's always been like a. I've liked him as a character a lot, right? But
You know
I
your
don't know.
X-Men. You know your X-Men. I know you do.
yeah, I know it's. I don't know the love triangle between him, Jean, like Wolverine. I absolutely despise that. Like this guy is he deserves the world, and he deserves to be played by somebody like me. But he's like it was Devil Dino's a vanguard, so Cyclops is probably going to be a duelist. If he's a strategist, I'm going to lose my mind. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he's just like a hit scan sort of. I can't imagine them giving him like crazy movement or anything. I don't know how they'll keep it close to like, you know, comic book accurate, but yeah, I mean, as long as he shoots straight and does a lot of damage, like that's all I can ask for.
Now, you've been scrimming. You've been preparing for Ignite. Now, we want to know, what is your opinion about the current meta?
So the current meta is probably the most flexible it's been in a hot minute. A lot of things are good, a lot of things aren't. So it's map dependent comps. I think that's the biggest. And I mean, yeah, you just switch characters, get a better matchup. Can't just pick one comp and roll stuff because people will pick stuff that's good into it. It's really flexible, and I really don't like that. Our team is definitely a bit of a just play the same stuff, smash our head into a brick wall until it works kind of team.
like that.
And yeah, it takes us 30 seconds to figure out a comp swap, whereas that's one fight we've lost effectively. But yeah, it's fun. I feel like we will get better, and everybody will get better as the season goes on. But yeah, and it's hard to get the understanding. We had so much time on last tournament's patch that everyone sort of knew what was good, knew what needed to be banned, blah blah blah. So now it's fresh. You'll see new stuff every day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, If you could compete in any other region in the world, which would it be?
I've competed in Asia in other game as well. Yeah. So I mean, another English speaking region. I think NA is obviously like what is considered the best at the moment, and I'd love to strut my stuff over there. I can imagine, I'd come in as like a weaker tank there, but the tier, like the quality of practice and whatever else, right? There's so much more. Oh yeah, even EU would be great too, actually, and China would be fun too, because I feel like that's probably I've got a lot of friends that play in China, and we scrim a lot of China, so yeah, I think that's my answer actually, and a lot of them are decent at English. Yeah, I'd like to play in China.
Hypothetical scenario, okay? Multiverse. You have to swap teams for an entire stage with another player. Who's it going to be?
All right, so for the, I mean, I want to stay in OS, obviously. I think
Respect.
This is where the stories are, right? This is where my friends are, the people I care about. So the Chong MRC season that I was on the team, by the way. We came first. FMCL didn't wake up for the 10 placement games, so I subbed in as Flex DPS for Chopper Mag, best team in Asia at that point. And I played some thing. That was the third. It was the DPS. So if anything, I'd like to swap with Pethic, FMCL, get back in the DPS slot where I belong. Yeah, it's the most recent tournament win I've had. So hey, obviously worked out for me.
All right. I mean, maybe this might answer the next question. I don't know. Who in Ignite is your biggest rival?
Ooh.
Who on site? Who is it? Like,
who's on site?
You're like, I'm versing them. I'm going all in, full comms, no holding back, not even letting them get one pick.
Oh, I mean, every game, mate. That's just like every game should be like that. True. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like main rival Gen G, blah blah blah. Like they're sort of seemingly like an insurmountable obstacle at this point. So we look down a tier and we focus on who we think is contesting us for second. And yeah, it's Kanga. It's kind of when the energy when we beat Kanga is great. I'm sort of always zoned in on it no matter what, but the rest of the boys will join in. We'll resonate off each other. It's always Kanga that's kind of BTA as they put it.
Okay, Kanga, but who specifically? I want to.
Oh, who specifically on Kanga? Oh, Tinigakari, mate.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, Tinny, mate.
All right. I might interview him next. We'll see.
All right.
What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN?
Oosh. Well, I'd love an Aussie one. I think Melbourne would be pretty chill. I'm from a smaller spot, so yeah, don't come here. I think Sydney was great for a different event I went to. But also, if I'm qualifying to it, prefer for it to not be in my country. So yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Tokyo maybe. That's a holiday. That's the next holiday destination. So go there for free, it'd be wicked.
Final question of the evening: why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Look, we've actually had this conversation as a team, and I know so gaming is like the one thing that keeps me it is my passion. Outside of the woman I love, right? This is like my favorite thing ever. And I mean, one day, making it the entirety of making it my career, or at least, I've spent so much time on it. I want, to not necessarily build a legacy, but when I have kids and grandkids, they'll be like, yeah, your grandpa Seth went to X country playing games. Like that is pretty cool. And I don't know, man. I'm getting old, getting up there. I just want to, leave a legacy, do something relatively cool. It's I don't know. It's for the love of the game mainly, but also it's a rare opportunity. Being the best at anything is really, really difficult and really impressive to me. So yeah, being good at games is the same thing as being a good football player in my mind. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But yeah, man, it's just my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Donald. Wish you all the best in the next stage, and everybody who've officially met another rival. Have a good night.
밤한 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 태블 딱 받은 스파이스 Yeah, let's go. 아직도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해. The fate of the birth, the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠 있다 날 때까지. 세계 운명.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Meet the Rivals. Today, I've got a guest with me. I've got someone who I've known for a very long time. We're talking about Zanstari, the Vanguard, out here representing Gen G in Pacific OCE. How are you doing, Zanstari, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, Lager. Thanks for asking.
Happy to have you here today. Now, let's just get into it. You know, we want to know, how did your esports journey begin? How did you end up on Gen G in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
As most of you know, I came from GZ. Well, I went on to GZ as first as like the little introduction of my little career, I guess. And then after that, we went unsigned, went to Chopper Mag, went to Atlanta, did pretty well as an unsigned team and got the green light basically that Gen G were, looking to put us on. And here we are. So, yeah.
Respect. Well, you've been competing very well right now, top of the region, but outside of competition, what's your profession?
This type of thing is my job at the moment. I don't have any extracurricular activities, or I did have school, but I don't have it anymore because, I had to prioritize this a bit more in the moment than school. So I have, dropped out of high school to pursue this a bit more efficiently. Yeah, other than this, I don't have any other profession.
Right, that's fair play. Fully committed to the grind. We respect it. Now, in the MCU, do you have a favorite film or TV show?
Look, I honestly do really like the Moon Knight show, but my favorite categorical of Marvel heroes would probably be the Fantastic Four. I don't know, something about them just reaches out to me a bit more than any other heroes and whatnot. So
a choice to make. What is your favorite hero to play?
Overall, everyone knows that Venom and Groot are my most standing out heroes that, I'm known for back in the day. But at the moment, Season 8, Devil Dinosaur is going to be up there. I'm not going to lie. Even though he's OP and he's broken and whatnot, he's still really fun to play in the current Season 8.
Hey, that's all it is. It's all about the fun. But you know, who's your least favorite hero to play against?
It would depend. I feel like it. I feel like for me, it all depends on the player. You know, I don't have a preferred hero not to play against. I mean, Penny is kind of annoying, but you know, it all revolves around the player. But I think good Venom players are annoying. I think it'd be annoying to play against a Venom. I'm not gonna lie, or a Cap.
Now, which hero do you wish you were good at? Someone that you feel like you're not good at, you want to be like the best at.
I think it would have to be Captain America. I think if you're good at Captain America, I think you will carry at least 95% of your games. The hero is just such a high impact hero, you know, it's like fits well into the meta at the moment. His ult is really good. Yeah, if I think I'd be way better if I got better at Cap than what I was at the moment. So
That's a good shout. Good choice. Now, yeah, you've watched a little bit of Marvel, maybe even read some comics. What hero or villain do you want to see come to Marvel Rivals?
maybe I think Carnage would be cool, you know, expand on that symbiote roster a little bit more. Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like it could I feel like there's I would see how they would work around that, you know, seeing that they could kind of do maybe the same abilities, but because Carnage is a bit different than Venom, you know, could expand on that a bit more. But I think that'd be pretty cool to expand on that symbiote roster a little bit.
I like it. I like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Agent Venom as well one day. It'd be pretty cool. Mix it up a little bit. Now, speaking of mixing it up, you know, what's a new team up you want in Marvel Rivals? Maybe you want to give your favorite hero something cool.
I would honestly not mind them bringing back the Spider-Man Venom team up. I can't think of a new proper team up, but I would prefer like a really good old team up to come back than them having a new team up and it's just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Which hero would you nerf to bottom tier? Absolute worst in the game.
I'm gonna be a bit biased about my own role because you know some people say that tank is the highest impact and tank is the most OP role in the game, but I'm not gonna lie. I think we got to tone down Black Cat a little bit. Her
Okay.
kit is really cool, but I just think that the damage output that she has is a bit high for what she can do as a character. I think we might have to tone her down a little bit. And Phoenix, we got to stop buffing Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie.
I can agree. I can agree. Well, you know, who would you buff to the top tier? Who needs that buff? Who should be up there as strong as Phoenix? Even maybe.
This is hard because honestly, I wouldn't mind Magic. I wouldn't mind Magic.
Oh,
I think real sometimes Magic could be a good contender to be a decent hero in some situations.
now you spoke about him earlier. What's your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the no bias. I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the most overtoned heroes that they've brought on release. Maybe I think on release Gambit is a bit better. You know, always the heroes on release is always they're always stupid and they always take a while to tone down at least like until 8.5 and then they're still not even that toned down. But I think Devil Dinosaur is probably one of the most fun heroes that they've released in a while for especially me as a tank player. You know, the infinite overhealth, the sustain, the grab, the bubble, even the ult as well is really good and it's really fun to use. I think there's a massive skill ceiling in it as well. I'm not gonna lie, even though it's pretty basic of just sitting main and you know you can grab people and beam and whatnot. I think the skill ceiling is very high as well. So I do really like the new hero that they brought out.
That's a good shout. Well, speaking of new heroes being brought out, what are your predictions for what role Cyclops will be?
Look, they did what did they release last season? What Black Cat, White Fox.
Yeah.
They did what Angela, blah blah blah. And
Daredevil, yeah.
I think yeah, Daredevil. I think he suits the DPS role. He just has to. If he's a support, I think they're doing something wrong. If he's either a DPS or a tank, it suits him because it's just for what he's known for. It's too much to put as a support. It's just yeah, you just can't. You just can't.
Currently, you're in the process of stage 1 for Ignite and OCE. How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit maybe a little bit messy. I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. You know, as you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that, you know, with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line and Adam Rez and, you know, all the other contenders. I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really definite. There's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. You know, there's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA because it's just the most competitive, but it also is it's almost the most highest player count. So, you know, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. You know, let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical. So I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Ds. I think 100 Ds is a good team to, you know, participate in and whatnot. You know, their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Ds is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, you know, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You know, you can't banter someone with the DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kanga or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You know, you just balance out the playing field. You know, got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one. You know, what city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. You know, I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of you know, knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or, you know, whatever it's classified as to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. You know, maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. You know, I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, you know, not even just going pro, you know, just loving playing games since I was little, you know, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, you know, now that I've came so far, you know, there's no point on going out of it after, you know, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, you know, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. You know, we're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, you know, and we're gonna be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bag that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Zenstari, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
한껏 더 높이 날아
comfortable with it, not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering to the goal.
The butterflies comes through from Saffron, instantly honing onto Seijiro. Ultimate to overcome it as the legend gets grabbed out just to get the invisible blade.
Used early, actually, from KitKat. Heaven's Retribution trying to go in for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with.
Hello and a warm welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. Today, the group stage here in NA will conclude. I swear I can talk for a living. And I am Zoe, and joining me are Dogman and Iron Ship, and I couldn't ask for a better duo to close it out here in the group stage. Ship, Dogman, how crazy it is, and how lucky are we that all three matches today actually have playoffs implications?
Yeah, it's, script writers. We go back to that all the time. Thank you, Kevin Feige. I mean, I'm stoked about this. Every single game has influence. I'm happy to be a part of it. I love when games are down to the wire like this because you get to see teams really back against the wall and pull out all the stops. Dog, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today's a big day. It feels like every preseason was like this too. Every group stage this far in Ignite has been crazy. And yeah, you're right. I mean, we couldn't have a better scenario, Zoe. So today's going to be a lot of fun.
You're also wearing your absolute best shirt. So
yeah.
It's going to be
I got
a
it from
good day.
2DM, our caster over in China. He's great. He was a nice guy. Gave it to me when we went to the Chinese land last year. It was
I
sick.
love that. That's sweet. And now, from sweet things to, the hard truth of things, which is that 5 of our 8 teams have already locked their spots in the NA playoffs. But it means that the other 3 are still open, and all teams today are fighting for those remaining spots. Well, not all teams actually still have an opportunity to get them, but some teams can play spoiler, which is just as fun, Ship.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here on the board the teams that are, fully pushed through, right? So you got Team Liquid Citadel, 100 Thieves, Swap Gaming, Stickdrift, and FlyQuest are all officially through. But the teams that we're seeing today, there's going to be a lot of opportunity, a lot of heartbreak on the line, starting off here with the game of TSM versus EXG. I cannot wait to see how these two teams stack up because, again, TSM's backs against the wall. They need this one.
They really do. Yeah, if we're looking at the standings today, it's kind of crazy how things shook out here. Yes, the tops have been, pretty dominantly secured in both groups, but the middle of the pack is just playing it so very close. Equinox and Nightmare on both sides are already out of the mix, but TSM and Energy Shock can still stay alive and make something happen today in their matches. Now, if SSG lose against We Lost and TSM will win their match against Equinox, then SSG will be out. We Lost would win the head-to-head to TSM, so win or lose, they are in. There's just so much going on, and we will, of course, help you make it make sense every time we are setting up the match. And we have 3 matches coming your way. As I said, they're all gonna be very important for these standings, Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be 3 very important matches, like you mentioned, Zoe, and there's ways that this could be potentially a 3-way tie and stuff. Like, there's so many implications and crazy nonsense for sure that just kind of happens in a round robin situation. I mean, it always comes down to tiebreakers sometimes, but yeah, the first game of the day will be Equinox versus TSM, SSG, We Lost up next, and then NRG versus Sentinels. The game that none of us maybe would expect a potential 3-way tiebreaker situation. That could happen, but obviously we have to wait for that game, the most anticipated one of the day, and especially for Sentinels fans who are waiting with bated breath to see if these guys qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, for Energy, it's a win and in, potentially like the easiest scenarios here. We Lost is in now. It's just a matter of seeding, as we have to crunch the numbers, obviously, depending on how the results shake out today. But it's gonna be a good one. I'm here for it. Even for the teams that, like Equinox, right? Equinox, they're technically out already, but that means they can play free. They don't have any pressure to perform. They can just do whatever. And that potentially can literally make them one of the scariest opponents, Shib.
Yeah, I think, we saw some unique stuff. And when you go against unique stuff, these cheese cops, some teams like to call it, it can be difficult because you don't have any practice against it. So Equinox could absolutely shake things up today. It should be fun. But again, they have the chance of pulling a team out. You talked about not like trolling, but having the ability to shake up the way that the seeding plays out is it's power. It's something you want to have. So I'm looking forward to the first matchup for sure.
Very powerful. Yeah, let's discuss this first one. TSM going up against Equinox. Starting with Equinox Gaming, which are already, as we said, out of the playoff contention. They, of course, still want to end on a high note here in the group stage, even if they have to find themselves in promotion relegation at the very end of it. Now we're looking at the starting roster here. WADA is back in together with No Binds, so we are not going to see Jupiel, I believe. Oh no, we are seeing Jupiel, No Binds, and Water. Never mind, I can read again. I'm very good at my job. But yeah, Equinox. I think we still have some questions about this team and like what their how do you even say that? What their identity is, I guess. They're slotting like their duelists in and out. Like we don't really know who is playing what. It's just we don't really know what their style is.
Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, and Dog, just to jump in ahead of you, I mean, and I want to get your take too. I think this team is more just dive focused. They've always kind of had that identity. And when it comes to, a comp that can be strong more in the poke, more front to back, it seems like that's kind of their weakness. And teams have been exploiting that, I would say, so far. What's your take?
No, yeah, you're right. I think this is a different team, and Zoe kind of pointed it out, and you talked on it too. They don't have a true identity, and that's just unfortunate. It's just kind of how things have worked out ever since, they Tree and Really Sticky are both, sadly underage and haven't been able to compete ever since they, got a top placement, top 3 in MRC. We were looking forward to seeing those guys, and I'm sure we'll still see them in the future. I mean, they still have a very bright future ahead of them, and as does everybody here, like you guys talked about. Like you said, Chupiel's been popping off. We have a lot of talented players on this team. I like their back line. I think No Binds is an incredibly strong Venom player, too. Lyric has shown flashes as well. Like, they have potential for sure, and as an unsigned roster, they definitely, I think had a lot of not a lot of expectations to live up to, but a lot of pressure on them to succeed. So, we'll have to see these guys in the future. I'm sure that, they'll all be around in the pro scene for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Individual, we obviously seen them popping up here and there. Also, I think I confused No Binds with Pro Builder earlier. Excuse me. Sorry about that. It's early in the days. But yeah, Equinox. Obviously, they're coming here with the hope to just end this stage on a high note. They have to go up against TSM, which, I mean, before yesterday's match, TSM looked like everything is clicking, right? Like, they finally found their stride in their match against... Yeah, we lost yesterday, though. They once again looked a little bit lost. I feel like they definitely redeemed themselves when we headed onto map 2, Convoy. They got to play the Phoenix and the Elsa there. They looked so good when Carl and BTS were just able to kind of have a field trip with it. But yeah, still some question marks remain for this team.
Yeah, it's kind of on the other side of the coin. I mean, this team is just disgusting at the hit scan front to back stuff and not as good at the dive stuff, right? So it's like literally the polar opposite. But, they're running the bunker comps too. Gilbert's not afraid to pull out the penny, which has been more of an influence. # dive is dead for Dog. I just want to bring that back into the fold. But no, I think, the Bucky looked great from Cal. We saw some disgusting 4 pieces. BTS back on the hit scan stuff. I mean, this whole team is strong. Even the backline, which I was surprised about. Shout out Brady and Gilbert, who are running a really strong hit scan backline too. And the Loki play from Gilbert, Guru obviously, and Unknown. I mean, this whole team's got a ton of talent. The question is, though, they just need to be more flexible. They need to have heroes that they can switch to that'll change up their standard front to back style. And if they can get through that, if they figure this out, they will be a team that looks strong in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the match yesterday against we lost that they did do a lot of swapping, but it wasn't just hero swaps, but also role swaps. So it just wasn't as fluid as transition and kind of tripped them up here and there when they tried to make adjustments, Dogman.
Yeah, there was a lot of potential things we talk about with roster selection in the very beginning of the year. And it's tough for a lot of these teams. I think they had they had to have a minimum of 3 core roster players stay together from the preseason into the stage 1. So if you had a very bad stage 1 like they did, you couldn't just stop and replace everybody, right? But they've kept BTS against Trupio on the other side for Equinox, who's been great. I mean, BTS, whenever we've seen them play the Phoenix, whenever we've seen them play the Elsa, and all those hit scan characters, it's like you guys talked about, that they've been really good. And BTS, I think in the past has shown a lot in terms of that sort of hero pool. I think that they've paired well better around Cal instead of Gale on the duelist role. But I think that BTS has their heroes are very good at, like you mentioned Shib earlier. It's just a shame they don't have a main sort of melee character player on their team, I guess, because on the opposite side, Chupiel is probably as good on those hit scan characters as well.
Yeah, and then of course for Equinox, they do have Water and Pro Builder to swap in and out, so to fill gaps that might be there from Jupiel or elsewhere. Now Jupiel, we saw them on Ultron, Star-Lord, Elsa, and when they go unchecked, they are doing so much for their team, and that's definitely a win con for them, Ship.
Yeah, and they are still a team that isn't afraid to use the Atom comp. We've seen some success with it. I wouldn't say it's been like a super meta composition on certain maps. They're running the triple backline. Atom, with the hit scan can be really, really strong, and the res can be impactful. Pro Builder looks great, and I think, early on, even in the preseason stuff, Pro Builder was one of the best Atoms that we had seen on screen. So definitely have that in their belt as well.
Yeah, so that will give them some flexibility heading into today's match. I'm very excited to see where we're going to end up for our first map on Domination. Is there a particular team you would give the upper hand here, Dogman, just based on what we've seen so far from them on Domination?
I mean, I think if we're going off of just like this team in the past in terms of, being good at Domination, it would be Equinox or AKA Cafe Rose, whatever you want to call them. But I mean, TSM, you talked about it. They've been good on hit scan stuff. It just depends on the ban phase, right? Like we can, talk about all those hit scan characters. Shib, you could mention it, right? Like those characters, these guys are very good if they get certain heroes through, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like even Loki became a target ban because Loki was looking really strong for the side of TSM. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix is going to be a problem. Elsa's been stepping back into the meta. If they allow some of that stuff through, I think TSM has a good shot. But I think inherently, like you're saying, Equinox in a dive, domination like this, it could be a big threat, especially at Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven is going to be the first map we will be seeing. Now, ban-wise, are there any overlaps? Is there anything that you feel like you should be taken away from the other team, but that could also cut into your own flash here, Dogman?
Good question, Zoe. I think a lot of it is maybe like Luna Snow. Like that character seems to be really strong at the current moment. We've seen Luna Snow's, that are given space and are against dive comps really pop off. So I think that's going to be a bit of overlap for both teams and maybe even that Loki that Ship mentioned earlier.
Yeah, let's see where they take us in the ban and lock phase starting momentarily. We're here for our first match of the day between Equinox and TSM. Guys, take it away.
All right, my friend, let's get locked and loaded and warmed up here as we head into our first match of the day. Folks, strap in. Every single one of these matches is super important. And if you have a team that's backs against the wall, now's the time they need some of that support. TSM versus Equinox in this first matchup. Dude, this ban phase is everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the ban phase is everything, and it's still kind of up in the air, like what's very good at the current moment. And we know, I think Paulie gave us the best gem yesterday, right? Gambit, obviously. Has been a perma ban this whole stage. If you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome in. But yeah, Gambit's been not played at all just because of the ban phase, and it was getting through in the first week, right? But then people realized how broken it was. Double down on Protect comes through. But I think Paulie mentioned that everything's good right now, Shib, right? That's the tough part, right?
Yeah, I think it's a sign of a decent meta. Like, if you can play a bunch of different stuff, that's awesome. And comps are still being figured out, and teams are still trying to work on new heroes. So, this deep into the meta, right? At this stage, it's insane. But yeah, you can see the removal of Phoenix. I think that's a great idea for Equinox. Them locking Black Cat, playing into their dive style. Again, this is kind of exactly what we anticipated.
Yeah, it's tough because I think against most teams you wouldn't. I think now we're getting to a point where Star-Lord is seen as one of the best characters alongside Black Cat and stuff, instead of Phoenix. But I think that, with TSM specifically, they played so much Phoenix, it makes sense for them. I mean, obviously, the Elsa is also going to be a thing. Maybe we could even just keep banning out those hit scan characters. Cal's going to have to play the Bucky, potentially, if you go that route for Equinox. And for TSM, I wonder if they want to just kind of, ban out some of the best characters at the current moment. I mean, the Phoenix ban comes through just to get that one-sided matchup. The Luna Snow ban, and then the Rocket on the opposite side is going to be traded. So we'll probably get a team favoring more of that Luna Snow against the Rocket. What do you think in that matchup specifically? Is it a bit closer maybe than people would think? It's kind of
it's so tough.
Yeah.
Because, Luna just has far more bans right now, but I think teams started figuring out the Rocket play later on. So it's still, statistically, it's very close. I'm not really sure which is more meta. I think people love Luna just because ton of hit scan pressure as well. Rocket does a good job into the dive stuff, but also plays well into triple if they're running that route. So it's just different answers. You're looking at each other's ideas of comps, and you're trying to find solutions. TSM, though, they could go back if the dive is crazy into that Penny stuff, which they've been known to be able to do. But right now, it seems like they're kind of just banning out meta, is what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, and the tank pool Protect comes through at the very end.
Pool, I think.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, Strap pool? Was it Strap pool or is it Van pool?
I think so. Yeah, we'll see.
You're right. Yeah, I guess I was just looking at the shield. So I guess, that would be interesting if it is Strap pool, because I know that's been prioritized for a lot of people, especially with the, the Rocket stuff and, having to go for a quick plays against it. But still kind of interesting. I don't know if we've I don't know if we've seen a strat pool protect happen.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either, and we'll let production let us know, exactly what that is as that's happening right now. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think Stratpool is great in triple comps in the back line. I think Stratpool, it has a really strong ultimate for just snowball-y, walk in as a unit type stuff, but it doesn't counter things like the Star-Lord, the ultimates that can just sweep right through the ultimate if you just aim right at him, even while he passes the big test. So, but into the dive stuff, it's very strong. You're going to have damage boost at the same time. He's just another one of these Mantis-style strategists that really seem to play well across the board into triple comps. Yeah,
good point. I mean, it's going to be interesting to kind of see who has the edge in that department. Both teams, obviously, I think prioritizing that Phoenix stuff. The Star-Lord ban makes sense, but obviously the Black Cat getting through. We'll see if Equinox actually can start playing that to a very high level, because I mean, we've seen that character before be incredibly strong and be one of the best this patch. So like, there's a bunch of really good duelists at the current moment, and I think that ban phase at least could enable them if they have a really good Black Cat player. But regardless, we're going to start it out here on Hell's Heaven again between TSM and Equinox. Obviously, Equinox are now basically, no, they aren't basically. They are literally going to be relegated, which we could talk about that towards the end of the broadcast, but they're going to have to go through a 32-team tournament through, every MRC team through MRC points that have happened this stage at Ignite. So stage 1 has been, life or death for a lot of teams, and TSM trying to keep their hopes alive by winning this game today.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to dive into that more with you, bud, about the relegation process. We'll get into that later on here as we see how this match shakes out. TSM, Equinox, who finds the first pick? Gilbert Noodle going to be on the Atom of all things off rip, and they look like they will not be running they are running. No, they're running it. Wait, I'm so confused. Still a dual couple. Look at this back line. What am I seeing here? This is crazy.
Well, they did this yesterday, I think, or it was 100 Thieves that were doing it too. This sort of backline with Adam Warlock 2-2-2 sort of style, and I mean, it hasn't really worked yet in the pro scene, like for the games themselves. But TSM are playing slow against it. They don't really want to go in, obviously forcing that Soul Resurgence or Soulbind first off. But we already go in with Lyric on that ban hammer into the backline. Freddy tries to counter it though with some excellent support strategist ultimates on the backside.
Yeah, but Lyric goes right through it as No Binds finds Gilbert Noodle. Chupio gonna take out BTS. Cal finds one. The rest from Gilbert, but it will not be enough here as the point has been taken from Equinox early on. Respect finds Gilbert. Guru gonna get the first trade back there since this fight. And yeah, the rest will fall, just trying to get back for their team, but 35% already and counting as the recap comes in.
Yeah, it's almost like actually TSM knew what they were trying to do, right? They rolled out with the Moon Knight comp first. Just understood to play slow and just buy time for their, Moon Knight to get those KOs. So excellent work from Lyric too to get that ban hammer towards Freddy. And I mean, I don't know if I'm that big of a fan of that backline of Deadpool, Adam Warlock. I mean, I know we saw A-Team try yesterday, but still, it's kind of odd, to say the least. Especially the fact that we got the Luna Snow ban and it got through in the backside. Respect gets, by the way, walled off because of the map shift, so they're already down their Jeff in the second fight.
That's a huge ultimate there, and apologies for the mix-up, folks. The teams have been switched to make it more apparent as to who's up. TSM had point early, now switched over to Equinox. Cal finds one. Pick's going to get that res right back. Bring back Lyric into the fight as some more ults get committed. Now goes Deadpool on the side of TSM, and there's the match right back from the Sia from Pixel. Lyric going to find two, though. Vampool still very much in this meta as Chupiel drops Cal, and they're still holding on 50%.
I mean, it's been a tough recontest, right? And the healing, again, is a bit of a problem. I mean, they'll have res in a second. The last time we've seen this come out, I feel like if you have the res ultimate, you'd want to have the cocoon so you could set it back up. He switches back over to the Loki. Kind of makes sense. Like I said, I don't know what the freaking point of that Adam Warlock stuff is. I'll be real. But if Equinox win this today, I mean, that would send TSM down again out of the playoffs. That's excellent pick by BTS, though, has made that swap over to Star-Lord because that's available. But can they find more off of it? A lot of ults still up for Equinox to kind of hold on to this objective and wait for Moon Knight ult.
You can see a change twice here. Guru going to go in with the Rampage. BTS gets hit with the ult right there. Van Hammer for the moment, just biding some more time as Cal gets another pick on a Lyric. Cal doing a great job finding these neutral picks. Respect finding a few in bite. Will look like it will be able to get off map. Good juking there. Wow, it was a disgusting movement, but the flight comes back in. Unknown off map. Chupiel gets a pick on a Guru, and Respect now on a Cal.
I mean, I don't think Cal's done much on the Bucky so far. That's going to be job done for Equinox. They keep finding those first picks, but after that, it just feels like that there's too many mobile characters. Like you saw the Jeff dodge those shots. I mean, I don't blame Cal for missing those. That little fin is hard to hit.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, you want to play Black Cat and stuff too, because you don't have to freaking aim, dude. If you're playing Black Cat and there's a Jeff, you just track him down with your ult and you can get the KO through the submerged form of Jeff. So kind of why these melee characters are really good is because it doesn't require aim to have to like get the KOs. If you play Daredevil, if you play Black Cat, you can kind of stick onto somebody, and that's the unfortunate part of playing the aim characters in this game at the current moment, is that you can just get countered by some picks like Respect was doing.
Yeah, there's a lot to address. You and I kind of talked about that opening door, what we saw from the strat line. Like, didn't necessarily love it. You can see the change up now. Looks like
what's the
going to be
point,
picking the
Shib?
Fox.
Like, have you seen that in ranked or something? Like, what is the point of that Adam Warlock Deadpool comp? Like, what could be the value there? I know it's a hard question, but like, what? Like, we saw that yesterday too. Like, what's the freaking point?
The point there, I believe, and I honestly, you know, haven't been in scrims, is to use that strat pool to get all early, use the jumps to immediately have all, and just rely solely on that as a snowball comp to walk forward, and use Adam as another hit scan, which the team is just known for playing well. I think just trying to get some more damage and have res should things get crazy, and then maybe use strat pool after the fact to heal off res. But I don't know, man. It just did not work as Wada is able to find Cal early on. Guru off the back of that portal instead of getting anyone from Equinox. Trades the backline, and now Cal is making a switch once again over to Ultron. It seems like this team is really just trying to find a comp they're comfortable on. Kind of been a mess so far.
Yeah, it has been, you know, I'm sure they're trying to stabilize with it, right? Playing that triple comp, you can play far back, allow your Luna to get sort of in these positions to kind of sit cross map. And I mean, I like it so far. Freddy, whenever this team's had success, it's through him. They do use that Luna Snow ultimate, go towards that point together to deal with the damage coming out. And Equinox don't have any ult, so if TSM could find a KO here, that would be huge, as they do have ultimate advantage.
And again, point is yet to be capped on either side. BTS in the sky here with a Star-Lord, an incredibly strong pick in the current meta, is able to find one. Goodbye, Lyric. Looking now towards the backline. Great vision there. Finds another onto Lyric. That's a two-piece as BTS gets them going. The point will be capped first by TSM. What a pick there from Guru to clean that up. Getting down to 20 HP before the roll.
Yeah, I mean, this is good, like sort of a pseudo kind of take on the meta too. Just play triple Stratus alongside Star-Lord, that character with the 10 ammo count buff in the previous patch. It's a little disgusting. And that thing is broken for sure. And you know, I know that there was a lot of Star-Lord fans that were in the casual scene saying Star-Lord needed a bit of a buff, but he's definitely one of the best characters, if not the best, in this current patch besides Black Cat. But they have to keep it up moving forward. TSM do have ults to play around, but they have to play together around this Ultron once the dive comes in.
Clap cooldowns, out cold crystals, pretty much everything you can see getting popped right now. The dance floor now goes out from Bredy, who has ultimate once again. I think the last one was actually out by Gilbert on the copy. Bredy going to hold them on the point. 44% in climbing. Wada obviously on that cat, looking towards the back line. Crystals have been committed already. A little more aggro on the dive. The freedom charge goes out now, and the spray from Jeff in the back line of Respect will not be enough for them to take this point. 53 even after those commitments. No Vines though. Gotta find the first pick out of Cal. Make it 2 and 3 as Vines takes out Bredy. The back line is gone, and this should be a takeover here by Equinox.
Yeah, that's a tough fight. I mean, like, usually you'd see the team with Ultron's Rage, at least in the current patch, like kind of take over. You know, obviously with the Mantis and stuff that you can damage boost, it's not really there. But regardless, you know, that swap over to Psylocke too, they could play up the pace, the tempo, especially with Lyric also being on that Deadpool really, you know, stops Cal in the sky. That's pretty much full anti-Ultron composition. Guru does have that ult ready to go though. Upcoming fight. We'll see how they play around this Jeff ult too, because they keep playing close together. But they have a lot of characters that can kind of dodge that Jeff ult, the Jeff eat once it comes in.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Respect looked really good on map 1 here. 27% in climbing, ult advantage. Going to be roughly even, but Cal goes down first for TSM. And Gilbert going to trade that back onto Wada. That is a huge pick onto the cat, showcasing why his Loki's kind of been Thanos a little bit fearful on the side of Equinox now. Troupiel going to start off with the dance of the Cutterfly, dropping Gilbert, though. Goodbye to Thanos right after making that comment. And that is a nice trade.
Maybe Brady trying to fight for his life. Guru's there with the peel, has the Ultron, so they're still in it. BTS also commits the ult towards the point. So at least they're still contesting on the side of Equinox, but those are some good trades back, like you mentioned.
A good idea there for the alt way to dodge that too. The Rage of Ultron potentially to counter back from the Itch Jeff. Instead, it's going to go right in the front line of it. No Vines. Turning back to get some solid heals after the fact. Immediately gets hit with the Banhammer. Plays low with the Crystal. Well done again by Bredy on the focus to put that on Cal. After being ulted, this team is starting to look more like themselves, but they need this point back. There is the change. 72% now for Equinox. 67 in climbing for TSM.
Equinox are putting up a good fight, but you're talking about a Guru hit a big Eye of Agamotto, and whenever TSM does have some success, it's through those ultimates out of Guru, and you know they can maybe hold on here regardless. Upcoming fight, copy available, sure, but We can get these KOs for Equinox through that ultimate if you have good target focus plus the See You Later from Pixel. So we'll see how Equinox kind of react to it. They should be able to get KOs as long as TSM are grouped up around this target focus out of Equinox.
Yeah, and we're going to see calling card coming out here in a moment from Wada, and that is always a threat on the cat. He can just deal so much damage. Match right back by Gilbert Noodle on the copy again. The dance floor bringing us back season 1 with the dance floor copy as we see Guru playing very aggro. Doesn't need the dinosaur right now. Is able to drop Pixel. Looking for more. Outgo a few commitments as again Wada brings out the calling card. Does anyone go down for the reset? Doesn't look like that's the case just yet. BTS keeping eyes forward. Going to try to drop Lyric, who's juking around, but it doesn't matter. Goes down. So does Binds, and we might be going to map 3. The portal comes out now from Chupiel as Guru's trying to just wall off some of those heals. Another pick comes in for BTS, who is locking in this moment, and that will do it. We are going to map 3.
Yeah, man, this is nice out of TSM, especially if they can qualify for the playoffs. They look like they can play the Star-Lord comp, which is going to be a huge play for them moving forward, considering you may not have to play a lot of the melee characters if you get Star-Lord through, if you get the Phoenix through, or whatever. To be honest, it feels like the Star-Lord ban is going to be a little bit more priority for teams moving forward due to the fact that, Phoenix, I think you can shut down a little bit easier than Star-Lord. But regardless, that was some really poor communication, coordination out of EXO. I understand they're like, for Equinox, sorry, I know that they're, basically limited at this point, but they just needed to get like a quick See You Later play out of Pixel and stuff. They seemed to get separated and they just got taken out while they had ultimates. That's just never a good sign for a team to just lose a fight when you have ultimates as strong as Rocket Raccoon ult and the combinations that they had.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be locked into a triple comp now. Chupiel will, stay on that Strange, likely trying to just use that ultimate. We're going to see the Dinosaur here, and there's some off-map locations. It's a pretty strong map for Dino, as you do have essentially pretty much guaranteed pull, or at least the potential to throw off-map. The portal plays getting committed once again by Guru, who's trying to find a kidnap, I believe. It's going to look forward to isolate. Now they kind of expect something. They want to stay as a unit. Teams are starting to learn these cheeky plays a little bit better now, and instead they're going to use it to wall off the location they want to do attack from, force them into one lane. But will this work out? They're going to find out quickly. That triple Vanguard line might be a little bit more threatening. We'll see how it looks.
Yeah, it might be. We'll kind of see how it pans out for them. Chupiel's had his pop-off moments on Elsa so far as well. And they do get that sort of high ground locations, but TSM are baiting them in. They have the ultimates ready to go. Bubbles used. BTS knows they'll go in now.
Yeah, and before that, looks like, Chupiel did make that switch like he called out to the Elsa's there. Chupiel goes down from BTS, though. The res out again. Chupiel back on the battlefield, both of which going to stay sixed up as we see Cal commit with the Rage of Ultron. Crystals now are out as well, looking for Wada, who's doing a great job juking. Doesn't look like Cal's going to be able to find that pick. Incredible movement there. Still chasing, though. Going to get the health back, and now it's just an ego play, saying, I can't allow that to slide. Unknown, able to press forward. No Bind says, not up in here, and gets that chomp and holds up as the point is still yet to be capped, but a huge eye goes out towards backline. Not going to be enough to get the pick as it's matched with the dance floor. This time from Respect, and BTS finds another. Traded back once again onto Gilbert Noodle, and the rest comes through. Numbers going to be up now for Equinox. Can they keep this going? It looks like they will.
Yeah, they are. Wada commits the ultimate soon, or will commit the ultimate in a second, but no, okay, Guru goes down. Chupiel's, Glartrox was the biggest thing in that previous fight. Obviously, we know how good these Elsa players can be. It's been unfortunate because, like you said, Guru hit a big eye in the main, but BTS was trying to peel off Lyric in the back line, who went aggressive on that Deadpool. Now Cal swaps over, back to the Bucky once again, off of that Ultron for that pocket for BTS as they deal with the Elsa and also the Devil Dino. But without that Mantis, without some of the damage boosts and stuff, they're going to have to focus on this front line, or at least separate the back line as well, as the See You Later is available again for Pixel, and Wada has the ultimate. This could be an absolute shutdown of TSM.
Yeah, Equinox is a ton here. The copy comes out, though. Cal with a Kraken Impact available as well. BTS going to be close. The Sia is now out on the battlefield, but it gets exploded immediately. No Bind's going to walk them forward. Wada, like you said, ultimate available. May not even need it, but escapes onto the dance floor. What a freeze there. What a play, but the rest comes back in as Wada's back on the battlefield. Cal does go down too. Numbers going to be up again for Equinox. This BRB has been invaluable in this final map.
Absolutely. BTS in the sky, though, can go off. No straddles to deal with it. Wada gets deleted because of it. Can they find any more? Equinox is trying to hold on to the point now. No Blinds get stunned up, grabbed by the other Devil Dino of Guru. And again, no straddles, but they're coming up on the Elsa. They need to find these KOs. The target focus needs to be there for TSM at the current moment because they're coming back in. Equinox are with ultimates.
Yeah, and you can see Unknown making the change over here to Groot. So this, oh, I was going to say, look for the Strangling Prism, but that's a massive Glartrox. Still in, though, and there it is. Will they be able to clean this up? What a bubble to hold on. Nobody goes down. Instead, the entirety of TSM does. What a counterplay by Equinox, who are locked in at 80% to 0.
Oh my God, TSM could get stuffed out by a team that's not even qualified for the playoffs. They have to go against MRC teams again, potentially, but Portal comes back in now for TSM. Guru has ultimate, and there's nothing on Equinox's side, so they can make this work, but they need to focus on this high ground because of all those strats and the Elsa up there. There's going to be so much damage coming through. Maybe they can deal with Wada again, but they have to deal with Trupio the whole time.
Keep your eyes on here. Guru committing with a rage. Doesn't look like he got too much value. Cal able to find no binds. I guess it does convert there, but the res is there once again. They've got to find these BRBs. The downside to not running this dive is they're never breaking these BRBs, and they're just getting value every time. Lyric gonna look towards backline. Gilbert Noodle in a tight spot. Binds able to take out Unknown, and the cap does switch up here, but either way, it is going to be maintained by Equinox for the moment, and it looks like this might end. I don't even know if they get a portal there in time.
Oh my God, yeah, you're right. It's done. Equinox have done it. They've won a map versus TSM on Hell's Heaven in 2-1 fashion. And they force another map in TSM now. That's brutal, right? First map, it did go Equinox's way. We talked about how they could be good on domination. Obviously, with not having the potential to make the playoffs, could make them play more free, is like what Zoe said. So that's a huge map to win for Equinox. But we'll see how TSM come back off in the next map and see what map they choose after this break.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Starlord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Welcome back to MRI NA Stage 1. Equinox secured their second map win this stage, which means they are just one map away from winning the series, which also means that TSM is one map away from not making playoffs. Zoe here, back with Iron Chip and Dogman. And friends, you're gonna help me here. TSM had me raising some eyebrows coming out with his Adam Warlock and Stratpool comp. You guys touched on it very briefly, but why take such a risk in such an important matchship? Any answers?
I think the idea was potentially thinking they might run full dive stuff, and this will work for us using Bond, and then you use the strat pool alt to you can get it relatively quickly to just keep everyone bundled together, and that'll be our solution. It's very like a take on a bunker comp, but to me it just kind of fell apart almost immediately.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good, sadly. I mean, we saw it yesterday with the 100 Thieves. You know, they played it versus Swamp. But every single time, I think even before the res came out, and again, it kind of happened here. I guess they got the res off, but like Millennial would kept going down and dying, and it was kind of the same thing here. It just doesn't seem very good. I don't know. I don't get the point. It's like you said, maybe they're trying to play like the counter dive stuff. Maybe they can elaborate a little bit more, but everything is changing week by week for sure, like compositions and stuff. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe the Adam Warlock 2-2-2 backline is going to be viable in like another week or something.
Yeah, maybe they're just a little bit ahead of the curve. I just feel like that was an overcook. Like they had things that are working for them, so why switch it up when everything is on the line for you? Lyric, our MVP for this one. Yeah, I mean, in general, like, we gotta give it to Equinox. Like, no matter what the compositions look like here on the other side for TSM, Equinox also just played a really good game. They were very cohesive. The synergy was there.
Yeah, I mean, they're not giving up. I respect it. I think a team, it shows class to me, a team that doesn't necessarily play something that's, not as meta or something along those lines when they're out of the tournament. I respect them giving it a full, college try here and looking very good. I mean, Vanpool looked disgusting. Shout out Lyric, because you look at the stat lines. I mean, across the board, everybody on Equinox seemed like they got value.
Absolutely. Dogman, who's standing out for you?
I mean, just like Shib mentioned, like Lyric was playing well. I think Wada had a very good game on Black Cat. Good to see Wada bounce back after, a few rough games, playing those strap pulls himself. And then, obviously I think their backline's also very good. Like Respect only having 1 KO, playing a pretty good Loki. Opposite side, I mean, Bruddy always stands out. I feel like he's mechanically very good at Luna Snow. And I think this team has a lot of presence potentially and potential with their backline, with Gilbert Noodle too, making that role swap. I think that might be a decent change for the future for him. But yeah, it's kind of like what you said, Zoe. Like they just overcooked it. And I think if these guys played Overcooked together as a unit, I think they would only 1-star, some of the easier events in that game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. And I hope they don't, I don't know.
I think we lost a friend there, buddy. You got Thanos snapped out, but we keep rolling with the punches. And yeah, we keep on moving forward. Yeah, I mean, buddy, we got to see some changes up here. I think TSM, I didn't like what they came out the door with. I think I see the idea. I see the vision. I think they thought we were going to see Equinox go just full commitment dive like they've done in the past. But I also respect Equinox for doing something that seems a little more slow-paced decision-making style comp, and it really seemed to work against TSM. TSM was forced to switch. I don't know. I saw like 5-6 switches across different heroes in that matchup alone. So it was tough. It was tough for them to find a way through it, and I don't think they ever truly did. There was moments of greatness, though.
Yeah, there was, and I think for TSM, I mean, they played very well around the Star-Lord. Also, we have to bear in mind as we go to Museum of Contemplation for the next map. And we saw Equinox play well on Domination before. The one map that you talked about that they won before was on a Domination on Celestial Husk. So I think that these guys can play Domination to a high level. Same thing with every MRC team. They're never worth under sort of valuing them on Domination, because these guys, a lot of them are very mechanically skilled, and I think Domination, at least in terms of dive comps and coordination, so maybe a little bit easier to kind of figure out as a unit. As I think Convergence and Convoy has a little bit more team play in general, or at least more strategy when it comes to certain points in VOD review that a lot of these guys don't have the time for, right? Because they don't have a coach or whatever, because they are an unsigned roster. But still, like we mentioned, the TSM still have a good chance on Convoy Convergence due to the fact that I think Equinox is never worth sort of undervaluing on those map types.
Yeah, I mean, agreed. We saw them win Museum yesterday against, we lost, right? It was, for TSM side, this is a map they're comfortable on. Like you're saying, it kind of lends itself into different styles of play. This is going to be more coordinated. That front to back stuff works a little bit better when it's not done, when you're not getting surrounded and set up on for dive 24/7. It allows you to play a more traditional Marvel Rivals that we saw early on in these early seasons and even early Ignite, where kind of hit scan stuff, front to back shield comps, they work just a little bit better, something this team is definitely more comfortable on. So we will see if they are able to make this work, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Equinox and what they choose to come out the door with.
Yeah, the ban phase coming through. Gambit going to be on both sides, and apparently Zoe's cat turned off her PC is what happened there. So that's why she froze on us, which it's revenge of the... This is the sweetest revenge. I remember in the olden days when Zoe's cat would be the determiner of ban phases in a game. So you know what? Phoenix ban on the opposite side for Equinox again happened for TSM. Kind of makes sense. That's been the sort of keys to success against TSM, is getting rid of that Phoenix, right?
Yeah, Phoenix, and then they lock in the Rocket, which is available for them, and it worked out, right? Like, obviously, the Seas got burned relatively quickly, but they still got value right before. They're burning through some of that strat line. You get out very quickly on Rocket right now, and the BRB was a huge benefit for them. The thing about TSM is they're not flanking so much, and I love how we're just talking about the fact that Zoe's cat just turned off her PC, right? Like, classic moment here. But I'll tell you what, these teams, you gotta get the screens back on. TSM side, I want to see something from them. Your backs are against the walls here, gentlemen. You got to lock in. We got to see something from you. I want this going game 3.
Yeah, this could be going game 3. I think it's possible, just due to the fact that, obviously TSM didn't look good on Domination, but that's just kind of in general throughout this whole sort of stage 1. It's just like they've lost the SSG on that map type as well. I mean, same thing we lost. They just haven't been able to figure it out on Dom. So I guess they want to try basically everything out because it's not worked out for them the entire stage 1. But, you know, ban phase wise, and I think in terms of map wise too, Convergence and Convoy is going to be a little bit easier for them. They can work themselves back into the series. Rocket Raccoon one-sided for Equinox though, as they are focusing on that. For TSM, looks like they're not getting that Luna Snow banned, but they might go for Protect on it towards the very end, or even that Loki that you talked about being a pretty much staple.
Yeah, and this is also, if they, I mean, they're going to attack first, but this is also a map that they can run that bunker stuff with Penny that they have been able to do. I mean, obviously their new take on bunker, we didn't like as much coming out the door with the Stratline bunker, but see if that's different. TSM going to lock in that Star-Lord. We saw BTS looking great on the Star-Lord, a great ban out there too. Yeah, okay, the removal of Black Cat is also a good answer. We're likely going to see the DD now, as the way Equinox wants to go about this as their dive focus. Venom still on the table, so I think both of those picks, at least on attack, will be out here. It's a toss-up for me right now between DD and Cat. I think Cat is just a better hero, but DD has just statistically been roughly even with Cat in terms of win rate. So both very, very strong heroes. I've always made the argument to you, but it's like, I don't even know who to ban out. I guess DD can mark Invis better, but Cat has more KO potential. So it's like, it's kind of a moot point to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you. I think you know, a lot of people would say Black Cat is like way better, but I'm kind of more in your boat, where I think that they're pretty much even. It's just a matter of, can the player play those characters to the right, in the right comps, in the right play styles, right? Because there's certain comps where you need to slow it down, not full int, right? Like that's I think the problem for Swamp right now, like if we're nitpicking, is that like for Mello to come into the game sometimes and have to play those melee characters, he has to kind of figure out when to not go in and just slow things down, kind of like what Speedily would do for Team Liquid Citadel, and Daze does as well. So I think it's these melee characters, you know, they're hard to kind of figure out how to play with the overall team. But we're gonna potentially see yet another Gilbert Noodle on the Adam Warlock with the strat line of Deadpool once again. They're on attack, so they could switch it up.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll kind of see if this pans out for TSM on their attacking side versus Equinox.
I mean, I'm excited to see it work out. I want to see the vision here. I understand what they're trying to do. So I think once we kind of get some proof of it working, that might be a different story. You can see BTS heading right back in, switching immediately to that Moon Knight. Cal instead going to be on the Star-Lord. So a little bit of change up there in terms of picks. The Bucky not going to be out, and BTS going to be on that Moon. Immediately deleted from 2PL. Wow, what a shot.
That was so fast. Yeah, damn. I don't even know how much healing could come through to save it in that previous fight. I mean, BTS in the past actually was one of the best Moon Knights, if not like one of the best in ranked ladders. So, you know, we'll kind of see if it works out. I don't know. I was talking to Spark Chief actually over the DMs between matches, like why the hell are people running this Adam Warlock Deadpool stuff? But apparently with the Deadpool, it can be very good. You know, just with the ultimate jackpot, you can get KOs very fast. But again, they BRB come back into the fight quickly. And, you know, Equinox, get that res.
Yeah, it's a good start here. I mean, already turning this corner and pushing this deep is a massive start with 3 minutes on the clock still. A lot of pressure, again, off the back of that early ultimate from Breddy. There is the Strangling Prison from Lyric. Is that going to be enough for them to press through? It looks like they're able to find one onto BTS. Keeping the pressure forward. Crystals get popped. Unknown going to be in a tight spot. Tries to get him with the Ironwood. Does not work, but instead Guru goes down as they retake this space, and that could be another pick there. Good jump away.
It's kind of what you talked about, though, that uncontested Rocket Raccoon. It's been crazy. Obviously, Chupiel's been nuts, too, on Elsa, another character that even with the Phoenix ban can be just as good as that hero and Star-Lord as well. So, you know, obviously focusing on the duelist line for Equinox, not doing enough, sadly, against the team that are willing to play the triple comp. Like, this Equinox team, I actually like what they've been doing so far, and it's kind of a shame that they're on the playoffs because it seems like they've figured out kind of the meta a little bit more so than other teams.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're looking strong right now. I think the start here has been better for TSM than we've seen, at least in a little bit. And there is going to be the first pick onto Chupiel after launching ult. That's huge for Guru, but the res is there. Crystals now get committed from this side. Oh, EXG, there's a Strangling Prison trying to combine, but it's not enough. And, ooh, they're just going to use two off the back of that, even when it doesn't seem to land. Respect going to take out Unknown. I don't like that a lot at all as the res comes out from Gilbert Noodle.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just love how BTS is going with that Moon Knight Hannah Conchu, looking for where the hell that Rudolph was, but happens sometimes, right? Sometimes you split, you get baited by Loki clones. Here's that see you later though on the opposite side, not very far. So it's disengaged by TSM, they can go around the corner, but oh, the counter Rudolph on the opposite side just keeps that double dino. on the other angle, and there you go. Lyric showing how it's done to Unknown as TSM sent back once again with a minute 30 left on the clock shift. This is looking kind of brutal for TSM, who haven't been able to combo the Groot ults. They switch Cal now back over to the Elsa, so they get that one-sided, or they get the even Elsa mismatch. But again, with the Mantis bans and stuff, you have to rely on this Loki, and you can still play the Lunas if you want, but I guess the Deadpool ultimate is prioritized by a lot of teams at the current moment.
Yeah, it looks like TSM's going to try once more. They need this now. Respect has an answer, though, with the God of Mischief available. Copy and Crystals. Going to be a few things they can utilize. It's tough to utilize Crystals, though, into Moon Knight when ult is committed. Cal is available with ultimate as well. It's all about these duelist lines now. Brady going to start up likely here. Yep, as they start moving forward, starting to test the strat line. They keep everyone healed up. Crystals now are launched. The Sia is out from the side of Equinox. Can they find value off this and force them back for 30 seconds? But the Glartrox now comes out. Does it land? It does. Cal, BTS, and Guru, and Brady now able to find the first 4 picks. And TSM is showing some life. But will there be a stall from the Rocket? It looks like that might be the case for the moment. The portal's likely going to come in. Pro Builder gets rest back. They're able to find that. Yes, the walls here. I love this from Groot. No, incredible idea. And now you will not be able to portal through. And this is something that I like to do in ranked. And I love to see it make it here. The portal cannot happen because those sides have been walled off. Incredibly smart play from Unknown.
Yeah, nice. Good stuff. And nice camera work as well. And good shout out by you, Shib. I mean, yeah, we saw that last week too. Nice work to shut that down. Now in the second phase, TSM, you know, they finally get some stabilization, but they need to get to the second point. And this happened yesterday too, where they just got stuck at the very end. They can still first point hold too, so at least getting the second phase, we know their defensive side can be good. There's a huge ult by Cal, like you mentioned in the first point too. I mean, him on Elsa, I like that so far for TSM.
And you see that heal wall out there. It's going to be from Lyric, the Mantis team up. Does help out a lot. You will see damage boost across the board. The Strangling Prison goes out. Use Ironwood to save the team. Not a bad look at all. Oh, and that might be stuff on the wall. Okay, that actually worked out well for the side of TSM. A great idea from Equinox, but a really good wall placement at the moment from Unknown. BTS finds 2 on the Moon Knight. Respect to come back in. It's very difficult to run this Loki comp when Moon Knight's getting this kind of value, even into the Dino and Groot. There's just so much that Moon Knight plays well into. So a great decision here from BTS. Agamotto's a huge land from Nobines, able to take out Brady almost a second. The team will collapse here as we see Gilbert Noodle copy up and head in with the test. Cal gonna drop. Excuse me, as we lost Mike there for a moment. Shout out as we're heading back in, folks. We're going to keep looking at the battlefield. Cal is holding this pressure on top of the point. Going to play slow as Guru gets another early pick on a no-binds. Cal takes out Pro Builders. Binds back in the fight once again. And we're going to see numbers up once more from TSM. 60 seconds on the clock. The Glartrox could be huge from Cal. Is it? It does find at least one out of 2PL, and they are walking through point 2.
Damn. I mean, yeah, that was a nice end to TSM sort of adventure on the second phase, and it was a little rough towards the middle phase, but now we're seeing the value of Deadpool, and you know, maybe not so much the Adam Warlock stuff, but when they've gone to this Loki, when they've gone to the Adam or the Deadpool, you can see it a little bit, right? Like, it's for sure kind of in a similar vein to the Mantis damage boost stuff. Once you get the jackpot, once you use the ultimate and bounce on your teammates' heads. Also, they're trying to take damage for those extra strat ults, and they're against that Punisher now. So they're forcing Equinox into kind of a weirder comp where they have Pro Builder now into the game instead of Wada playing that Daredevil and then Chupio onto that Punisher. So we'll see if it pans out for them as they want to set up those dives towards this back line before they can build the jackpot on Brady.
Here it comes there. So we're seeing TSM just walk with this momentum. Equinox got to lock back in. They look so good on point 1. They've got to find their footing again. Crystals popped out here from Pro Builder on that Daredevil. Roughly 50% win rate compared to Cat at a 46% of the pro scene right now. With more bans out. Unknown able to find one onto Respect. BTS able to turn that back onto Chupiel. The res comes back onto Chupiel, though stays in the field. Going to be using that Punisher to try to shut down Dino and Groot. Another decent answer, but hasn't found so much success in the pro scene in this current meta when there's just some very strong hit scan. BTS gets locked into a corner with a huge outplay in a 2v1 situation. Really strong work there from Bedtime.
Yeah, he's been doing work on the Moon Knight so far, and they have no ultimates towards the very end, but in the neutrals, they're just putting so much pressure down range. The Equinox are looking a bit lost. 60 seconds left to go. They see Nobines back there all the way on the other side of the map, and Lyric now that solo front line for the Emma. For TSM, they could build up Cal's ultimate as well. Here comes the ultimate on the opposite side for Punisher with the See Ya Later. I believe Cal does have that ult in the moment, ready to go. It does say 0%, but a little bit bugged, I think, in the score feed for the visuals at least, but they come back into it after the ultimate goes away. Nice disengage again by TSM, allowing themselves maybe a good ultimate out of either Guru or Cal coming up in a moment.
Yeah, great kite play there. You see Guru going to rush in with the Rampage, head right towards that back line and force out the copy from the side of Respect. Matches the Sia. Will they be able to burn that in time, or will they be in danger? 12 seconds on the clock here as Brady finds one. Chupiel trains that back into BTS. Unknown now drops Lyric. It's back and forth on the KO feed here as Cal preps another Glartrox. So this one land. This time it collapses onto a wall. Will not get enough value, and that's the difficulties of playing into a group like this, whether it's your friendly group walls or an enemy. No binds now. Finds Brady. A Stratline's in danger. The portal play needs to come out as Unknown launches with ultimate. The Strangling Prison able to find one on a Pro Builder, and the point is still moving.
But Gilbert even copies the Captain America, so that is a good strat. Ultimate actually kind of committed to that towards that spawn. So he didn't have his other strat line to get that pocket to get the copy onto at least the Deadpool. Doesn't need it. They still stay alive because of the Groot ultimate, like you said. Portal back from BTS. They camp it out potentially in overtime as Pro Builder's the last guy here, just trying to stall it out. Has the portal from spawn, so they can maybe jump back through, but the spawn timer's a bit too long, it feels like, in overtime. And you need to switch to full stall, full delay at this point. Will there be enough on the point?
That's a good call out in OT. We are, folks. Spawns a little bit longer. No more portal. Puts them in a dire situation. Binds trying to hold on. Cal spinning to win with the Blaster Barrage. Are they going to be able to find this pick? They finally do onto Binds. Gilbert gets that on the Loki. Back is Binds from the BRB. Who's on the point, they're saying? How is this thing not moving as Gilbert Noodle now takes out Pro Builder? Down goes Chupiel. The Eye gets committed. Lyric finds one. Respect now finds one. It ain't over here for Equinox as they're trying to hold OT down to a sliver. Can they clean this up? They do. TSM push it the entire way.
Oh my god, that was messy at the very end. A water fountain of chaos, basically, from the middle of that bouncy castle. But regardless, you know, we switch sides now. TSM full cap it in overtime looks a lot better, I think, than the previous days where they were able to full cap, as well. They have Star-Lord available and stuff. They can go over to that comp if they really want to, but I think they got the Groot Moon Knight combination down, like you said. They were a bit uncontested. You know, Equinox trying to switch to something that can deal with it with the Captain America and Daredevil, but I don't know. It just feels like they play heavily around Chupiel and just not as well around their sort of melee specialist. When they had the Black Cat on the previous map, it was a little bit easier when they had Wada in the game. But with Pro Builder and this sort of new situation they had on this next map, it's not looked as pretty. They almost first point held, I think, when they had the Mantis stuff. You know, that was still potentially available for them if they could play triple comp. I wouldn't mind that even against the Moon Knight stuff. You just want to up the tempo, up the pace maybe a little bit, and with the damage boost, you can get things done. But I don't know, since they switched off of that and just try to go to something a little bit different with the Loki and the Rocket, those See You Laters were getting destroyed very quickly by TSM, and Equinox could not have the target focus to get kills, get KOs before that.
This was absolute chaos, dude. Good call out too on the cap copy up. That was genius, and it does help, you know, kind of boost the backline strat alt for once they get back to point off the portal. It really worked out for them. But yeah, you're talking about it's a little bit of sloppiness too at the end there. Teams just kind of panicking. I'm sure the comms were absolute chaos as they kept thinking the fight was over, but they were still stalling somehow. And shout out to the side of Pro Builder who was on there. No Binds who was on there for a while. Almost made it work out, but TSM persevered. No time on here as they're looking to defend. Compositions on the screen for you. Let's see if this works out for the side of Equinox.
And it has to. You know, we'll kind of see if they can get that game win over TSM. Gilbert gets picked off early to Pro Builder's dive with no binds. I mean, gets traded out at the very least, but still, that's a good opening for them. As now Chupiel on the Moon Knight, like you mentioned, able to just pump out so much damage over the back line, get towards his first corner. TSM wants to stabilize at the very least, put bedtime story still on that Star-Lord, and Gilbert needs to live from Pro Builder's dive with no binds again.
You're going to see the reset here, folks, is Brady now going to initiate early on and walk them forward. It's the strap pool. Just going to keep everyone healthy. Forces out Ironwood Wall. They're going to break that quickly and try to look right at the front line. And Lyric now in a tough spot pays for it as Cal finds that pick. The space retaken here by Unknown, who actually heads right back to the team to protect around that corner. Always playing around natural cover. That's what you're going to see here at this level of play as you see Cal and BTS trying to hold this back line. Pro Builder, even through that, takes out Gilbert. It's Guru gets a trade once more onto the front line of Equinox, excuse me.
Yeah, this has been tough so far for the front line, not able to deal with all of that damage coming out, but Gilbert has the portal back now. Again, they're just relying on Unknown to kind of stall it out for that portal to come through. Now it does make it through. So we'll have the reinforcements from the spawn point as well as Unknown's ultimate in a second. If this lands flush, Equinox could be sent back to spawn.
And notice how the portal's always backwards, folks, on point, so you can dance and use it as a wall to protect yourself, and they're always going to be playing behind it in like natural cover. Lyric, though, comes right in with a rampage, finds one with Pro Builder down to Unknown, trades back and forth with a jump tech on the Dino. Cal now going to find respect in the backline. BTS tries, but gets taken out of the sky. Will he be able to find this pick? No! BTS now goes down from Lyric, who had an incredible peel job there, pulls him out of the sky and finds the bite. Pro Builder onto Bredy. This is just a matter of time here. I think Equinox might be able to push this quickly.
You got chopped down, anti-air Dino. Jesus Christ, you know that's kind of like Sharknado, but it's Dino-nado. I don't know. That was a little insane. Taking down the flying Star-Lord ultimate was a bit nuts. Now TSM, you know, they do have that Groot ultimate again to combo potentially, as well as Guru, but you know, Equinox, you know, especially Pro Builder no binds, they're starting to get online a little bit too. I mean, you like that Daredevil dive with no binds. They've been able to kind of set that up very well. And as well as having that Luna Snow stuff. I mean, I kind of like the idea of the Deadpool stuff. I can see it kind of working in the long term. But again, I still just loved when Brady would play that Luna Snow, especially because it's available, just because he was so good on it previously.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, you know, using the strat pool is definitely strong. There's definitely no ults they need to answer on the side of Equinox right now, so I don't hate the strat pool even into this comp. There's nothing that you have to, like, shut down completely. Instead, you gotta kind of group up as a unit and just stop them, as there's no, like, insta-KO. Outgo except for that, as the moon opens up. Jupiel able to find one. Pro Builder gets a two-piece. Lyric finds one. Jupiel and Pro Builder again. This duelist line are walking them down. 3 ultimates still on the field here for Equinox, and there should be a ton of answers for TSM, but the question is, can they get there comfortably to not panic all?
And they got to take it slow through this other side. Again, Pro Builder, no binds coming through to at least make some annoying plays towards his backline to go in immediately towards that Loki before he gets the copy, but the greens allow them to live long enough. No, the copy's not there. No Straddle's going to save him, so Brady's going to be the last one alive. Cal's going to go down. Brady pops out the ultimate, but he's lost his whole team.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Equinox took that loss personally on that point, and they are just speed running point 2 here with 2 minutes and 45, and I don't think Portal's available, so they should get this. This is an absolutely obscene push by Equinox, who are locked in and still have Lyric ult. TSM just not able to get comfortable enough to press the Q button and have constantly kind of been on their heels throughout this, and that's the downside to this momentum shift. Equinox popping off.
I mean, the last map we saw Wana diving well with no binds, and you know, we were wondering where that was for a Pro Builder. You can see it now. It's been pretty good. Now Unknown's going to switch over to help sort of peel off that dive as well as play around Guru. So both playing this sort of anchor, you know, sort of characters around Cal, but again, they've done well or better, I think, with triple Stratus around this comp. We'll see if, again, Gilbert's going to be pressured out early. He's been having a rough time on it so far on the Loki. Jupiel takes BTS in the sky, out with the ultimate. Wait, that's crazy tracking.
Yeah, that's disgusting, and a huge answer as Gilbert copies up Guru with the rampage out. Cal, that's 3 ultimates committed for TSM. They want this momentum shift now, and they finally get a pick here to slow up the pace. Jupiel goes down, but the res is there on the BRB. I cannot express the amount of value on these BRBs, and the fact they don't have a dive character to get back there and break it is just like a 7v6 at all times. Cal, though, and BTS able to find 2 more, and well done by TSM here to get their feet back under them. Picks does have ult available here for Equinox.
How does Jupiel keep getting these KOs in these fights? And it was, yeah, good lockdown by the Vanguards, and same thing with Cal to find those picks on the cart. But still, I mean, you get that stagger pick towards the spawn to Punisher, just get tracked down cross map or shotgunned. I think that was just straight up tracked. So thank God we have the in-game client. We can look at that back again. See you later, committed. A lot of damage output now onto the front line. Unknown can't escape on the Emma, but at least it's just one for TSM, who run back away from this ultimate. So at least they get that ultimate out for the upcoming fight. But again, no straddle due to the fact that they're making these fights so awkward for themselves. No ult in general for TSM. They have to build something or counter-engage Jupiel's Punisher ultimate, which they have done in the past. Respect can also appeal for it with the dance for the moment.
Yeah, I think the idea from Emma here, from Unknown, is, you know, you have alt answer for something like Pro Builder, who could go in with Let the Devil Out. Oh, here comes a dot from No Binds. Look at that back and forth patty cake from the back line. Great work there. Binds just trying to build that ultimate at 95%. But Emma's also good into Cap, too. Does a good job marking Cap. Not as good into Venom. So the idea there is kind of hit a 2-for-1 to answer some of this more chaotic dive and brawl. Unknown taking out Lyric. Now also good into Dino. As you see, that pick comes out. Popping that crystal's 25% of Dino's HP each time.
Well, that's why we wanted TSM to switch back to the Luna. I mean, Brady gets the freeze onto the Devil, onto the Daredevil. Ultimate committed by No Binds to keep Chupi alive, but Unknown gets the KO. But regardless, I mean, I like the Deadpool stuff can be good, but I think that's more towards like in the front to back sort of style. But once we go against players that can play dive, because Luna does decent. However, Pro Builder does shut down Brady again. So backline, needs to try to lift Gilbert. Copies the Captain America again for the second time. This time it was, again, the only thing he could do, and Pro Builder goes down because of it.
A good marking here from Unknown, slowing up the pace. But yeah, I mean, look at the clock, a minute, right? So this is a really solid hold here from TSM. But there's so many ults available across the board. Everyone just a little afraid to make something happen. Out goes an early dance floor. Glartrock's going to be able to combine with that at the moment, but I don't even know if they get to pick through it. They do not. Oh, the final judgment goes out, and Unknown tries to answer it, but I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for. Goodbye, Unknown, into Jubiel, who cannot be seduced in the final judgment. Completely CC immune, so unlucky situation there. Jubiel tries to take the hype. He can't do that on the float. Now going to look towards BTS in the height.
Yeah, Zipline got canceled. No binds finds Gilbert again. I mean, Gilbert's been having a rough time on this defense so far. Cal goes down. Guru does commit the ultimate at the very least, but he has to get a spawn, basically. In the skies, BTS with the ultimate gets tracked by Tupiel again on the zipline. I gotta watch this guy's POV back in the in-game client, because I don't know what's happening on this third phase, but he has been nasty on the Punisher so far, which is funny because of the fact that TSM have another Punisher player on their team on the bench with Gale, but they get it done. They cap out the map, and we have a 3-3 map score on a very difficult map to fully cap out.
Why not push it to overtime to make it even more intense? Equinox locked in and find themselves an extra 15 seconds, which, you know what, could be just enough for a portal play, which typically you think around like 10 seconds from the spawn door is what you're looking for. So that does buy you that. But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, both teams will look strong, buddy. I would say that that attack...
Chip, don't lie. Don't lie.
No. On their attacks, they absolutely did. You know,
on their attacks. Well... dude, both teams look really bad right now. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, dude. They look, man, I don't know. You know,
across the board, I would say in this matchup, they're looking solid against each other on the attack. I mean, if you're gonna put them against a top team.
Okay, yeah, you're right. They do look decent. I gotta, rein it in a little bit. You know, man.
I love it.
I really think that like TSM on their attacks, at least when they switch over to those comps that are high tempo, I like them. It's just on defense, they're leaving Gilbert out to dry sometimes. The fact they, again, haven't been able to match these flanks by Pro Builder and stuff, like when those are available for him and no binds, they're trying to figure it out. But if they can stop that comp, they'll be good moving forward. But I think they kind of rely heavily on that Mantis triple comp a little bit, where they can just hard pocket one duelist and then also keep their backline nice and healthy.
You can see the compositional change here too, right? Like this looks so different than what we saw initially. It's going to be running something more front to back traditional. Brady going to be on that Invis, which has a very solid win rate and just win amount here in Ignite so far in 2026. Some of these heroes that just haven't been getting as much play, but statistically have just been getting more wins is something that I think is important to look at. So now we're going to see the attacking side of TSM off rip. Will they be able to keep their dream alive and find this win? It's everything on the line for them right now.
Excellent point, Chip. 30 seconds left to go. Everything on the point. Cal has been big on the also with the ultimate so far. Tupiel on the Moon Knight, so it's a Moon Knight on Moon Knight matchup. But we have the dive on the opposite side. We'll see if Pro Builder gets shoved and stomped on this engage. This time he understands there's so much pressure coming out, waits for those cooldowns, baits them out, but they're already on that first corner.
Now, Jubiel playing in the back line, trying to build that ult, similar to BTS, 75%. Moving forward, both teams trying to find that combination ultimate, essentially point winning for them. It could be everything on the line. It's all about these strangling prisons right now. And Unknown going to find the first pick on a binds. It's a start here for TSM, but what do you know? The BRB that has just been infinite value finds another res. Jupiel looks upward towards Noodle, just trying to delete some of these Loki clones. The point has moved significantly now. It's about 75% of the way, if not 80. Pro Builder drops Gilbert Noodle in the back line, and that is a huge pick onto a potential. Oh, Pro Builder gets two. Lyric now going to find Cal, and this might be it, folks, for TSM on their attack, as Pro Builder finds another. Lyric gets two, and that could be overtime ticking down. I'm not sure the portal can get here in time. Gilbert to not make the switch. It will not come through.
Man, I mean, job done by Equinox there at the very end. They did get around the corner, though, for TSM. And I wonder what that looked like from Gilbert's POV. Was it necessarily his fault, right? Is it the fact that he's a newer strategist player not living? Or is he just kind of, again, having to deal with these dive comps, or at least this Captain America and Daredevil, because it's not even like a full dive comp necessarily, providing too much pressure, because it's just they're letting that surround kind of happen, and then they get suffocated. Gilbert's forced to use cooldowns. I thought that on the opposite side, Equinox were forced to use cooldowns in not so great spots, but you can see they are given the area to work around, because they're not playing against Daredevil, because they're not playing against the Captain America on the opposite side. They just get to fall back and hang out until they're full HP again, whereas they don't get that same situation. You know, on the opposite side, they either deal with Pro Builder and No-Binds KO them, or they leave and then come back after cooldowns have been used and get the KOs. So it's just harder versus the dive at the moment. And you know, you brought it up at the very beginning in this series, Shiv. You know, maybe for the defense of TSM, I would kind of like the Penny Parker stuff that they used to do in the past. That would be a decent solution to what Equinox are doing.
Yeah, it's been the weakness that we've seen from this team that obviously, you know, it's a tough ask for them to try to find a solution to something they struggle with, you know, within just this 3-week period. But yeah, they just lack dive heavily. Unknown here is looking to try to play the cap to get on the backline to distract. He talked about the value of that. Pro Builder getting a ton of finals. I think we saw 17 or something like that from Pro Builder and 2PL. Like, they are just absolutely dominating this backline, applying so much pressure. The Loki crystals are really like your main source of staying healthy alongside the Invis shield. They're just trying to fight for their lives back there, and it's very difficult with the pressure from Equinox as we start off their attack, folks. 1 minute and a dream here for Equinox to shut this down and end it before even a map 3. Will they be able to do it? TSM back against the wall. You gotta believe in them here as they're trying to make this dream stay alive. The first fight begins. Everyone gets playing slowly right now.
I mean, they put Unknown over to the cap to try to deal with that backline, but now they don't have that Groot stuff. So you can see Equinox, I mean, they're on a timer now before that Groot combination comes out with Chupio, at least with Lyric. He's been able to hit them so far. You know, Guru can always mismatch it on that, but the Star-Lord comes in to fight that 1v1, or 2v2 rather. Both matching each other. Actually getting the better of it is that Star-Lord. So at least they're controlling the flank angle for now, making sure that dive doesn't come on to Gilbert. I like this play out of TSM. They're reacting to what happened on the attack.
Agreed. Finally marking it, right? Like, not allowing the backline to just have to deal with it themselves. Instead, sending 2 resources to just keep eyes on, and that's going to be BTS and Unknown. Now, but BTS goes very low, almost not able to fly away. 30 HP. You're not even 14 if you don't have the dodge roll there. Guru holding on the point here with the dinosaur. Still, everybody just kind of on their heels. OT has begun. BTS finds the first pick on the binds. This is sloppy looking, man. No one's doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, if No-Binds knew that the Star-Lord was 1 HP, maybe turns around. Green's used, though. Nice job. Unknown trades back respect. Chupio onto one of the Guru. Ultimate's up from Pixel. Chupio falls up with the ultimate, but are any KO's going to happen? Pro Builder is in the back line, able to get another one as Chupio.
Oh, they get it. They get it. They're not even touching. Oh, there's the touch coming in from Unknown as BTS starts up with ultimate, trying to shut this down right now. This could be a massive ult here. Is able to find another and a third. BTS might shut this down. The portal play likely going to be coming in. Is it enough? Yeah, there's the portal. Can they stop this? Binds is still there. What a hold for the moment, but they got to get back on point. Guru now gets the point off the back of a portal. They're still alive here. The dance floor is now out for respect. Cal with the Glortruck tries to pull him off point, but you can't remove the dance floor that's still holding on from respect. The invisible boundary's now there. Both teams are playing so nervous as they maintain pressure on point, and that's going to be 3 here for TSM. This might be the end as the copy goes out and OT ticks down, and we might be going to game 3, folks. We are.
Oh, what the hell? They actually hold? That's insane. Oh my God. All right, well, you know what? Sometimes it's good to just walk down the street, you know, and just witness an absolute brawl fight between 2 freaking absolutely slobber-knockered individuals, because this is a banger. This is an absolute banger, okay? I don't. Who cares about what I said earlier? You know, sometimes you want some junk food, right? Sometimes you want the 5th and 6th seed to go back and forth together for that spot in the playoffs. At least TSM are fighting for that spot in the playoffs. Obviously, Equinox are already eliminated, but that was a fun last sort of end.
Oh God, I love you, brother. Yeah, I mean, that was a fun one to watch, but I mean, it was sloppy. It was nervous, right? You saw the nerve play. You could see. I really like the marking, like you talked about. Unknown over there with BTS, just making sure the backline didn't get flanked for the first 30 seconds. Half the time was off the clock at that point, and then it was just an alt fight. BTS was farming alt the entire time, whereas you can't really do much as Pro Builder trying to engage on those 2. So just won the alt trade, got alt first, and the final point, their final chance, and took it home. Incredible play, folks. We are heading to map 3, and we're going to look at it together right after this break.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Iron Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, one and all, and with this victory, we do in fact have a series on our hands. TSM is tying up this lovely match, 1-1, and we're now heading to map number 3. But let's be real, this was not a clean affair from either of those teams. In fact, this kind of turned into like just an all-out brawl. I'm here for it, don't get me wrong. It's entertaining, nerve-wracking also. But these kind of matches, or maps rather, get a little hard to dissect because there's just a lot of critique you could utter about either side, but then obviously one team is winning, so you also have to give them credit there. But overall, this just looked a little sloppy.
Yeah, it was chaos, especially in OT at the final point there. It was like anyone's game. I do think what won them, and I'm curious your take too, is what won them that fight was the marking of the off angle. They finally stopped Pro Builder from just devastating the backline. In that 30 seconds they bought was everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they marked the backline. Unknown as well switched over to the Captain America off of Groot and stuff, and I think that was allowing them to be a little bit more proactive with those off angles that you talked about. You know, him and BTS able to control them, so eloquently put by you, Shib, and Unknown, I think, made that transition quite well. But, you know, back to Zoe's point at the very beginning when we came back is that this is kind of a messy affair, but, you know, sometimes that's fun, right? Like, there's a reason why we watch the Kardashians, right? It's a reality TV for us, but in Marvel Rivals.
I'd rather watch this than the Kardashians any day of the week, honestly.
You're a knower.
But I am indeed. I also know that I really like what I'm seeing from Equinox. They just have a lot of ways of making TSM somewhat uncomfortable, not allowing them to like execute on their strategies, on their game plan, putting them in kind of awkward spots. Obviously, like a hard focus on that backline from Jupiel and Pro Builder really played dividend, and TSM played reactionary, right? At the very end, as you already said, Shib, they did start to dedicate more resources in order to keep that backline alive, but it was almost a little too late.
Yeah, I think the switch from Brady to go Invis helps self-peel a little bit, and then you have Crystals as well from Gilbert. They did a good job holding on, but Pro Builder, like you're saying, just shout out to Equinox, was a problem. I don't think we've seen Jupiel and Pro Builder pop off this much. 20 and 19 finals is a lot. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of dive. It's a lot of focus. The backline constantly, the comms got to be crazy. But yeah, I mean, they found an answer. TSM was able to make it work, but yeah, it was not pretty.
This was like, I think it also an excellent job from Lyric on the front line. I think he got, so he's most damage on his team on Groot. And I mean, you talk about Groot being one of the best characters as well, just dealing damage in the Vanguard line. But definitely felt uncontested. BTS's stat line, at least with the 57K, was probably because of the fact that he's mostly playing Moon Knight, but he looked good on the Star-Lord at points. You know, and I think, you know, we saw some excellent plays out of Jupiel towards the very end on Punisher. But, you know, that was just kind of clean tracking out of him for sure onto BTS and Cal.
Now, of course, heading into this last map, first of all, of course, the big question, where do you think Equinox is going to take us? Shib, any ideas where they will find themselves most comfortable?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and say Heart of Heaven.
Wow,
that's
you
are. Called it. That's 100%.
Oracle. That's crazy.
I love this map. I think this enables the dive stuff, also enables the Groot stuff. So looking forward to seeing Heart of Heaven for sure.
Yeah, let's see if we're going to see more Groot, because Dogman, both of the teams have put a lot of value into Dino.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it could do a good job shutting it down. You know, in Heart of Heaven, I think we can still go for that ban phase on a TSM where we ban out those like hit scans and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Like, I would have been maybe a little bit more towards Symbiotic Surface and stuff, especially if we're going to play like these Daredevil comps and stuff. I want to play that a little bit more. I don't know if like Wada's going to get subbed back in, because I think he played a very good map against TSM. But I don't know. We'll kind of see what happens, as this is the map pick and this is TSM's tournament life on the line.
It is indeed. They're just one map away from being eliminated, so they're playing with their backs against the wall. Meanwhile, Equinox has nothing to lose and is just here to provide us all entertainment and having a good time with it. And we certainly do have a good time whenever it's Dogman and Shib on the mic to call the action. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you so much, my friend, as we see the bans. Gambit off the rip. That's a surprise to me. Brand new strategy from all these teams. And the lock into Dino. Dino, you and I said in the green room, I mean, Dino's incredibly strong, has a lot of strong assets, but can be countered. There is solutions at the pro play. And, you know, while in ranked, maybe teammates won't switch as much. In the pro play, they will find solutions with things like Moon Knight Pun and just walk right through them.
Yeah, I was trying to hit up Gator and some of the Team Liquid Citadel guys to see what their thoughts were on it, and they're kind of like, what we were not on base necessarily, but they kind of were like, yeah, the Adam Warlock and Deadpool stuff is meant to counter Devil Dino, but then that obviously you just switch off of that to like a dive hero, and it just kind of counters the Deadpool Adam Warlock stuff. So for as good as that can be, it does feel like it's easily counter swapped if the other team has a brain. Upcoming last map though, Black Cat is protected for Equinox. I like this because they had the most success, map number 1 on the Black Cat.
Yeah, and there's that Star-Lord removal too. Star-Lord has been looking great. That's a great ban out because TSM found success with that. I mean, obviously that's what won them the final fight there. BTS finding a 3-piece, I believe. But, there was really nothing else they could do in that moment. They're just trying to stall point. Wasn't able to hold on for long. Removal of Luna, I think, is a strong pick. And this is the classic Rocket. We're going to see a lock and then a ban, I think, coming from Equinox, which has been the mainstay of their ban phase.
Yeah, Rocket's good. I think TSM actually did a good job like focusing on it, at least if they have the Star-Lord, but the Star-Lord ban now prevents that from happening, I guess. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with also some people saying that like these teams are a little bit out of date with the ban and protect phase 2 because they protect the Devil Dino. But you can counter the Devil Dino too, with certain compositions. And then the Phoenix, we heard from a lot of people that like it's just like Phoenix, you can delete the end song in the sky now. It's kind of the same thing with Rocket a little bit, but to a even easier degree to take care of. So they get the Rocket protect on the opposite side, so it's not one-sided this time around for TSM.
I think this is smart. I was expecting something different. I think this is a good reactionary lock here from TSM, and then Mantis is going to be the ban out from Equinox. Makes sense to me on the triple backline stuff. But yeah, I like this ban phase more from both sides, but I would say more so from TSM, at least from what we saw with these last 2 maps.
Yeah, they still got to play the Luna too. Like I think that Brady's been good on it. Obviously they played the Loki stuff with Gilbert. I haven't liked it as much when I see, when we see Brady on the Luna Snow, especially on this next map on Heart of Heaven. At least my thoughts on it, Shib, which was like Rocket's good. And I think some maps he's just not as strong because it depends on BRB location.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times if we see people not get rezzed and BRB is up for their team, I think that's either just bad placement of the Rocket Raccoon on that team, or it's just on a very open map like this one where it's going to be too far away to get the res.
Yeah, I mean, you can hide it in decent like off-angle locations, but a lot of those like backline pathways are where dive initiates from. So it's like you kind of just find the BRBs if you're playing a dive comp, which is what we've been seeing more so from the side of Equinox, where TSM doesn't really do a lot of that. But we're seeing now, at least for the moment, Cal's showing some dive potential on the DD. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition with Unknown to be on the cap as well. This is the kind of stuff I wanted to see from this team. We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, they get the Mantis this time around for Equinox because of how the ban phase did go. Nobody's going to be back on his coveted Venom that we've seen in the past. And by the way, bear in mind for TSM, as you can get their Deadpool bundle in-game if you want to support these guys, they may not make the playoffs even if they do win this series, right? Because they still rely on SSG to lose the other game that is happening after this one. So you want to stay tuned for that to see if SSG can take down, yeah, we lost. But obviously, a lot relies on that. TSM now switch over to the Bucky from Cal, back from Spawn. They're trying to play that counter dive to no binds in this triple with Pro Builder on the Black Cat.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the DD, but the immediate switch there from Cal is going to leave the dive into Unknown's hand. The idea being just to try to force the turnaround a little bit, while the duelists of BTS and Cal can just pressure whoever is applying that pressure to their backline. And there's the commitment out, ready on that Luna, getting dove heavy. Goodbye instantly from Pro Builder, and that is the power of Black Cat. I mean, Black Cat's KO potential is wild.
Yeah, at least the BRB brings back Freddy into the fight, but they have to really fight for these spots, make sure they can shut down no binds of Pro Builder. If that freeze is missed, it's pretty much done for Brady in the backline. Deadpool ultimate committed by Lyric. Nice job on to Cal, but everybody's here to help pocket it. Oh, excellent peel from Guru too, but the BRB does bring back him.
Lyric back in the fight. Number's still going to be here for Equinox as Guru walks forward, heading right into that backline. Going to be tough as now Unknown is there on top of the Rocket. Good movement. Using some of that Ultron drone. Should just play slow and steady. Backing together indoors. Really clean start here from Equinox. TSM space has been created. BTS wants this. Does find it onto Binds on the storied Venom. First hit comes in onto point. And this is some good pressure. I think they've got him locked in. Jupiel goes down now. BTS with another pick here is locking in, but does pay for it as Pix finds one. Pro Builder takes out Gilbert. Now comes back in and takes Brady too. What a sweep.
Oh my god, they just fell apart. It was just at the drop of a hat. Like you mentioned, Pro Builder comes back, see you later popped. Only one tick, selfie at the very end too. Actually make it 2 selfies. Might as well just farm them in terms of social media likes. But you know, that's tough. Like Pixel, good, excellent positioning out there. You know, BTS going a little bit too far, taking the bit of an ego chow. But could, you know, maybe he feels like he has to play aggressive, go for that Mantis before she ults. So Equinox now sitting a decent spot. Also holding him only to 1 tick is nice as 2 minutes are off the clock.
Oh, and there's a big bite. Doesn't work out, though. Goodbye. The Sia now out for Gilbert Noodle. And will they be able to find value off it? Matched back by the Soul Resurgence. Potential alt combination. Rage of Ultron's out in the sky, too, heading backwards. And there's the Freedom Charge as an answer. But Pro Builder throughout that gets the pick. And that's the value of this dive, waiting until the chaos ensues and then initiates on that backline, gets that pick. TSM needs to make something work here. A lot of commitment from Equinox. They do have ult advantage as Guru starts up with the Rage. The Rampage goes in, but Pro Builder now diving on that backline with combination. Answer right back with the dance floor. Not going to be able to be reset. Pro Builder going to have to run away. 40 HP in a dream, goes into the waterfall and stays healthy. They're trying to get a tick here, but no bind, still maintaining that presence on point. Now it's back and forth again in the KO feed.
They're trading again, and that's huge for this defensive side who gets the BRB advantage. So BTS tries to go for something a bit far now away from his tracks, but it's going to be hard to come back into this as Equinox are a full healthy 6, also playing the triple. They block off the healing onto Guru, but not enough damage output onto him, so excellent job from the pocket, but sleep onto Unknown. That could potentially shut him down, and it does. Pixel again showing up, but Pro Builder straight on the opposite side. The Mantis play's been nice for the defensive hold, but TSM have 6 again as they've dealt with, finally, with the Black Cat.
And they've got numbers advantage. They need to make something happen now. Lyric doing a great job just playing on this point, trying to peel a little bit, but Unknown finds one. Cal gonna find a second. There's both strategists here. The BRB gets taken out first off the backs of the Rocket as no binds now goes down for BTS once more. Numbers completely sweep. The portal will not come through, and TSM gets point 1.
Yeah, the Pill's looking a little bit better. You know, I think they dealt with the Black Cat pretty well, and also took advantage of Gilbert in that last fight with a good BRB location. Upcoming fight, though, you know, this defensive hold should be a little bit easier for Equinox, I think, in the second phase. The Black Cat won't have as much distance to close, but it's the same thing for Unknown, who's looked a lot better on that Captain America as well, off of the Groot. I think he's been a little bit more proactive for this team, even though they don't have the Star-Lord this time around. He's creating space, helping Peel at least a little bit more in that mobility side, putting pressure onto Brady and Gilbert, and maybe that's enough to keep TSM, or sorry, yeah, to keep TSM into it and keeping, sorry, respect Pixel and Chupio off of Cal and BTS.
Lartrox available here, and the Freedom Charge from Unknown matched back with the Soul Resurgence, the Sia, and now the Banhammer from Lyric. A lot of solutions as TSM should have almost 6 ultimates in this fight. Down to 4 for the early start of the fight from Equinox. There goes Lyric off rip, gets frozen immediately, not able to follow up off it as now the Sia gets, oh, this could be a huge Lartrox. It does find at least one. Are they going to be able to get this pick on Lyric? They do. Now up a number. They get rid of the BRB that almost lands right in front of them as Vines takes out Brady to even the numbers. Unknown now onto Pixel, back in their favor. Brady comes back into the fight. Now up 2 numbers is the side of TSM. The reset from Cal, who tries to find a second pick through the smoke screen, but does not.
Yeah, they're all over the place right now. At least the Tortoise is slowly moving forward still. BTS does get traded. Guru trades out Chupio as well, so it's getting a little bit dicey towards the middle phase of the map as that Luna Snow does make her way back towards the cart. See you later available again for Respect, who tried to dodge Cal but could not escape the grasp of the Meatball Legend himself, Captain Bucky Barnes. And TSM upcoming fight do have the Luna Snow dance floor at least to sort of peel together. But they're going to have to delete that See You Later again. They've done so far throughout the series.
Yeah, that's a double right there in that moment. Excuse me, no, it was not. Brady going to ult up. We're going to see Cal be able to take picks through that. That is huge. Guru goes in with a Rampage. Are they going to be able to find more value here as Binds matches back with the Freedom Charge to stall the pace just a little bit? The cart's not moving at all yet. They got to drop back, even being up numbers. Almost a pick there on the back line from this side of WoW Pro Builder, who gets taken out from Cal. Doing a great job on this Bucky. Brady now takes out Binds, and they are walking forward very close to this second point here. I think Portal's still on the table.
It's still on the table for sure, but nobody's switching to it at the current moment, and they're just going for a sort of stall play with 6 seconds left to go. 3 meters as well to close out. They're not. Lyric pops the ultimate, does get frozen though, so the Banhammer doesn't fully go off. Nice freeze from Brady.
Got to get back on point here in a moment. What a shot there from BTS on a Pro Builder. Numbers up now. They're going to break this BRB. Binds is very low. BTS doing a good job marking some of this dive stuff. Guru holding on to the point for the current moment. And Cal looking for a pull opportunity now. Lyric still on this point after being the first one to touch and launching ult. There's that Sia. And now the portal gets committed. Really good patience there to wait till you absolutely need it. As we see the Kraken impact once more. This could be massive. Doesn't seem like it lands. It does. Cal gonna reset again. And Unknown gets 2, and that could be point 2. It is.
This is why I wasn't maybe the biggest fan of the map pick for Equinox, due to the fact that, you know, like I said, they want to play around this dive stuff a little bit more around the Black Cat, but this map's a little more open, you know, and especially if you're going to give BTS the Elsa, if you're going to give Cal the Bucky, you know, and you still allow Rocket to go through, a little bit more space for Brady to work around. It can be worrisome. I think it was a fight-winning freeze onto No Binds, or Lyric rather, towards the back line, who did get that Banhammer removed, animation cancel, or ultimate canceled rather, in the upcoming fight. You do have, again, enough damage with maybe also Strategist ultimate to walk towards Brady before the ultimates come out from Unknown. But the target focus has not been there for Equinox, and it seems like it hasn't been there the whole season. It's been a bit of a mainstay problem for them on combo and convergence. They haven't been able to figure it out.
Pixel having resurgence here. Unknown and Brady to have answers. Brady finding another pick onto Binds, doing really good on this Luna that finally gets through the phase for them. To be mainstay of that back line. Really strong hit scan. Converting from Duelist over here into the strat line. Looking to make it look easy at the moment, but there's that dance floor now matched right back. Out goes the Banhammer. Doesn't seem like it's going to get too much value through the dance floor, and the point's still moving here with 13 seconds on the clock.
I mean, this team is very well fundamentally, you know, playing these sort of countering into the bubble sort of comps. You use the Glartrox onto the Devil Dino, but they have to delete the See You Later, who gives him a little bit of overhealth and damage output, but Guru evades, gets back to his team as Unknown has a well-timed Captain America Freedom charge. Also, BTS coming up with the ultimate in just a moment. Pro Builder, same thing. There's the Mantis ultimate. Chupio finds Gilbert. BTS could try to turn things, but he's down 2 people. Glartrox is out.
Oh.
And he KOs the 3 people in a Glartrox.
Oh, that was almost massive, and it still finds 2. Actually, 3. Wow, what a disgusting ultimate right there. That was potentially game-winning. Pro Builder able to find Guru. Both strategists down now, 2. TSM's portal coming through from Brady, and the stall from Unknown wasn't enough time. It was. The portal touches. The Kraken impact goes up from Cal, who tries to get the pick. The reset, not quite there now, as Pro Builder heads towards the back line, but they have reset on this point. They've just got to peel and make sure the strat line gets comfortable, but no, they can't. Chupiel able to drop Cal. Crystals now get launched out from Gilbert, who's using that through the spawn. Potential switch now as Unknown goes to the Wolverine. Pro Builder onto BTS. Down. No Binds finds 1. Pixel. Goodbye again to Brady. The whole team gets swept, and that is going to be the OT.
Oh my god, that got messy at the end too, but Equinox get it done. They hold. That was a nice Glartrox, like you said, an attempt to bring back that fight for TSM, but they lost too many earlier on. The Black Cat was too much to overcome, but still a pretty decent push. 120 meters to go. It's a matter of, can they figure out the defense? You talked about how good both these teams can be on the offensive side, but the defensive spectrum's not really been the same boat, right? Like they've been 2 different teams offensively and defensively. You know, maybe on a map that's more open, we could see something out of the likes of TSM. Same thing with the fact that they have Gilbert playing that Rocket Raccoon. But yeah, you know, we'll see if they can keep that up for TSM and come back in this series.
It's a good point. These teams just don't look nearly as strong on defense as they have on offense, which is surprising. I think just this backline is just constantly in a state of terror here from Pro Builder, who is just 16-4 right now with 9 finals. They've got to find a way to stop that chaos, but I think their answer right now, at least on defense, is they're going to run that triple comp and try to hold that indoor location to not allow the Cat to get too much value. But what I'll say is some of the top teams are liking Cat into triple, because you can essentially land that whip on all 3 of the strat line, giving you your money back, so you can indefinitely pressure all 3 of them at once, making it very difficult to out patty cake. So we'll see if Pro Builder is able to use that to their advantage, to his advantage, but Cal on the Ultron will just have to try to float away and get away from some of that while droning that back line.
I like that new ship TikTok available there in the title. Infinite Money Glitch, Black Cat. Just play against Triple Strategist. It's all good.
Oh, buddy, as we start up our first fight here of the attack from Equinox. Equinox looking to shut down the dreams of TSM moving forward into this playoffs. This is everything for TSM here. 1-to-1 situation. Next win takes it. Equinox already out of the tournament, doing it for the love of the game here. TSM, I can feel the nerves through the screen.
Yeah, they really need to figure this game out, right? I think they did a good job shutting down No Binds last map on the Bucky and Elsa. Now they have the Ultron out. Can they keep that up? Oh, BTS finds the Black Cat, almost finds the follow-up, but barely evades that damage. Pro Builder has the trap there for a second to slow him down. But it's just even at the current moment. Ultimate's being built up by Lyric again, who has the first ultimate with the Deadpool. Ban Hammer. Cal goes down to the sky.
That's a huge pick early on, able to find Cal so the backline can't play off each other. Could be a ban hammer now on BTS, not allowing him to really take a lot of risky shots that he can't miss. You're going to be in trouble, and yep, there's that trouble as goodbye. TrueBL comes in, takes out Bedtime. Guru, though, trades that back on Pro Builder, which is kind of the idea here of the Dino. You're going to have to play peel duty when they're being dove this much. The point has started up. One tick down for Equinox. Will they be able to fly through this early on? TrueBL is doing a great job here on this Elsa.
Yeah, they might have big freak sleep too, so they all deal with Unknown on the backside, and they still have a tick on the point, haven't been able to get multiple, but everybody came back to peel off Pro Builder, who now gets peeled off again. 2 fights in a row. They able to deal with the Black Cat, and kind of all on TrueBL so far. As they look for the Devil Dino, not able to do so. Spect actually dropping back to heal the team. Everybody's together, but no, Cal came back onto that Devil, on that Daredevil, finds Pixel, so they're still in it. Respect also throws the ult, and they still lose Respect in the fight. This is going actually decent for the side of TSM, and there's ultimates even committed by TrueBL on the backside.
Yeah, they're likely using Cal here to just try to mark that Black Cat, just essentially call out the dive location at all times, mark it, try to shut that down, and it's working for him at the moment. Pro Builder's been an absolute raid boss against this team, but has been heavily taken out early in each one of these fights. So shout out to TSM's defense, identifying the problem and trying to stop it. You'd love to see that in Ranked Ladder, you know? You just don't ever see that in Ranked Ladder.
Well, I think this map is so open, and you know, a lot of players in ranked and also in these games sometimes it can be hard to keep the momentum moving forward on such an open map type, and you know, actually capitalize on the positioning that your team has. Pixel goes down again. The Mantis ultimate was committed and still went down in it. Target focus looking a lot better. Cal has 3 in the fight on the Daredevil off of that dive. Excellent work by TSM. And Shiv, this team on the defense, they're looking completely different. And Equinox, that's already nearly a minute left on the clock. 3 minutes are chewed off from TSM.
Yeah, I just think when TSM tries to run the triple comp, it just like never works for them. And now they're running something a little more traditional. They're putting Cal to help with a little bit of that dive from Unknown, and it's working out at least for this moment. They're going to have heavy ult advantage here. This is absolutely their fight to lose, as it's down to 60 seconds. Now it's about not overcommitting these ults and making sure you get net value against what the ults are going to be committed from Equinox. Pro Builder going to start off now with a calling card. BTS launches the Glartrox, seems to land on Pixel, who does go down. Cal cleans 1. TrueBL now going to find BTS. It's the res comes through, so the number's still even for TSM. Pro Builder finds Gilbert Noodle, but the rest had already happened, so still going to be roughly even. Out goes the Freedom Charge now, this time from Unknown, heading towards the back line to keep them healthy, driving the entirety of Equinox back to set up for another fight, potentially the final fight before Portal.
Yeah, Nerve's going to be kind of reaching their peak at the moment. No binds brought back by the Devil Dino. Goes low, gets some pocket by the Loki, but it's last fight territory. Bubbles out now for Lyric as well, and Pro Builder finds 1.
Yeah, Brady, though, able to turn that back. Pro Builder goes down, but that was a huge pick. Ultimates are gone here for TSM, and now TrueBL has the Glartrox to be the solution. Should it need to be, it is going to find 1. Goodbye here to Guru, as Pixel cleans that up with Rocket Raccoon, whose Blicky just does infinite damage in this new patch, and this looks like they might be able to take this point, but the portal's coming in, and it is going to be there for BTS. Can they stall this and make this work? Cal, able to find no binds, puts them up a number currently. Can they keep this pressure? The Sia is now out for Respect, though. That's going to be tough to cut through. Pro Builder takes out Gilbert, who's not able to find much value. Even can't even get those crystals out in time, as we see now Cal trying to get another pick, trying to mark this cat, and there is the marking on a Pro Builder. Oh, but doesn't clean it up.
Oh my god, he's dashing around, does go down, and TSM have done it. They win. They freaking win. Oh my god, and now we have to wait for the SSG match to see if they win their matchup, because TSM, they got the job done and win 2-1.
Holy, they did not stay on the point there. They just left it just a slight moment of vulnerability, whether it was the Devil Dino Chomp to take off point. We missed it in that moment. That was incredibly /lucky /smart from TSM with the comp switch, but they got it done, at least their half. Next, it's all about this next matchup. Zoe, what did you think about these two teams?
I mean, wow. TSM fighting for their playoffs lives, and Equinox just fighting to have a good time, to prove a point, to end on a high note. I don't know what it was, but this turned out to be a much closer series than what we would have expected to see here, really. Heading into today, I kind of thought the TSM is just going to run away with it, but I think it was pretty clear after domination that that's not going to be the point. A little bit on the brawly side, a little bit on the scrappy side, but sometimes it be like that, especially for a team like TSM, which the pressure has got to mount up. It has to get to them, right? Especially if you know you're considered the favorite to win this and your playoffs are on the line for this one, Dogman.
Yeah, I think there was a lot that kind of went wrong for them, you know, that last time, or for Equinox, sorry. And then for TSM, you know, that there was lucky, fortunate map pick out of them, I think, for the side of Equinox to pick that map. And then also for, Cal to play really well on the Daredevil at the very end. He kind of combined, you know, with some nice KOs at the very end. They also dealt with no binds to a very high level. And you know what? This could be a bounce back that you talked about last week that we were looking forward to. And you know, maybe this is something, a sign of life for TSM, even if, you know, what happens is out of their hands next series.
Yeah, if YeahWeLost is losing against SSG in this very next matchup, then that means the TSM are in because they would have the head-to-head against SSG, which was the game last week on day 3, where we thought, like, this is the wake-up call. TSM are activated. This is what we wanted to see from them. And we saw glimpses of that again today, but certainly a lot of stuff that needs cleaning up heading into the playoffs if they make it. Now, Unknown is going to get our MVP for this match, Shin.
Yeah, Unknown looked really good. I think Unknown is kind of the lead of the dive for this team right now, but Cal making that switch to DD, I think was incredibly impactful. As soon as Cal made that switch, I mean, we saw, I think even on the KO feed myself, I think I saw five to seven picks just getting finals, and that's what you're looking for. I mean, if you're able to play off the back of the cap like that, especially in a meta where dive is favored, it's incredibly strong, your team needs it, and he definitely showed up.
He did indeed. And yeah, Cal definitely also one of those players who had to do a lot of switches. Like, obviously, he's coming into the stage also with a role switch, right? Which people have some questions, but I think Cal more than proved that he's got the hero pool to pull this off as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that most players can. You know what, in this scene, like, they're all mechanically skilled. I don't think that there is like a single pro player that's actually like very bad mechanically right now at this point of the game, and we've been around for a couple of years now, and we have sort of you know, like sort of swept away the players that are sort of washed almost, you know, and there's still a few left, obviously, but you know, Cal's definitely not one of them. I think he's like one of the best mechanically skilled players. Same thing with BTS. It's just you know, sometimes the roster construction can screw you over, or it's just a matter of some teams don't click. And for Equinox, they were unfortunately on the other side of that, where they just haven't been able to click with their new roster. And for TSM, you know, they looked like they peeled very well, and I think they're starting to fundamentally understand the game a little bit. But it's that map number 1 mistake a little bit that resulted in them losing it. It was always going to be tougher versus Equinox, but yeah, looking back at the highlights, I think that they played really well around their backline in the last couple maps.
There's a lot of pressure too. For example, shout out Brady on the Luna, right? Like, just a lot of early picks into the dive. It's a lot of pressure into a comp like this that's known for the dive, and being able to get those early picks. Just saw some solid lands of freezes, and then getting like a fight starting pick so your team is up numbers as a strategist is always huge when you are the one being pressured. So it looked like I saw that a few times there in crucial moments from TSM, and that definitely helped them step up, especially on their OT defense.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said, obviously, about, you know, having to just figure out how to click as a team and get all on the same page, but you're also still simultaneously trying to figure out a meta that has been so in flux. I don't think if it's ever been this, I don't want to call it unorganized, it was just like, it was really not straightforward this entire stage.
I think this kind of goes to, we had, I mean, yeah, this meta I think has been odd, and I think some teams are getting a little bit more hard-headed, you know, in their ideas, which can kind of set you back, and you can't really do that in this game. It feels like in Marvel Rivals, there's too many things that are good. I think, like I said, like yesterday, Paulie put it really well. He was saying how it's like everything's kind of good. No hero is bad. No comp is bad. It's just there's bad matchups sometimes, and you know, I think as TSM looked, they figured that out towards the very end. But you know, this would be a series that we would have seen in the preseason at the very beginning. So it's kind of a shame we got at the very end. But this is kind of those vibes that we had in the preseason with the amount of crazy, nonsensical things that were happening.
You know, do just get word that we have our interview ready for this one. So let's bring in Cal. We just talked about him behind his back, so it's time to speak at the face. Cal, long time no see. Congratulations. Hello. And hello and welcome to the show. First off, how do you feel right now? I guess a huge pressure lifted off of your shoulders right now.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I got to play DD. That was fun. That's about it. Gotta play Daredevil.
Loved it.
I couldn't hear anything. I don't know. Can you guys hear him?
Does it not work?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Well, you
I can jump in.
Perfect.
You hear me?
Yeah, I'll jump in.
I don't
You
hear
said-
anything, but
No,
I
yeah,
assume you said everything's good.
I got you, Cal. It's a perfect follow-up for what I want to ask. So you know what? Perfect answer. You got to play the DD. I mean, I think one of the biggest, and also, what up, Cal? Good to see you. But I mean, your team as a whole, I would say typically a hit scan team, right? I finally got to see some of the dive stuff coming out from you and Unknown on the cap. And dude, you got like 7 finals in like 3 minutes at the end on the DD. I think you've got what it takes. Where did that come from? Is that something you've been working on?
I mean, North American ranked probably hates me. It's all I've been playing, just Daredevil every day, 4 hours. Just been trying my best to make it work and to get a good fit with my team on it. We probably put in maybe 3 maps every scrim of me on DD. They don't go the best sometimes, but recently I've been feeling very, what's the word? I guess I'm down to explore. Right, see what I can do. What's there to lose? Everybody already thinks we're like really bad. If people say we're worse, like who cares? Oh, I'm on DD. Oh, this and that. I've heard a lot of stuff from other pros, but like, I mean, I killed 3, canceled Mantis ult. That was probably like one of the game-winning fights there. That's about it.
No, agreed. That's what I was just following up on the back of. So shout out for making it work, man. And you did your part today. You guys got your win.
Yeah.
Well, on that, I mean, Cal, I think we saw what's his name? We saw like Melio and like a couple, or Mello and a couple other players that go from hit scan roles over to like playing more of the melee characters. And I know that like you obviously want to play the super mechanically skilled characters that are super reliant on aim. But like, what's your take kind of on like switching over to melee characters and stuff off of, you know, more traditionally Hela, Phoenix, those kind of characters? Like, is it challenging for you, or are those characters kind of easy? It's just a matter of getting over that sort of hump of, you know, figuring out what's too much in terms of your positioning, maybe.
I mean, these melee characters aren't possible. Like Guang Guang, bro, if you hear me, get rid of all of them. Every character that uses punches, batons, any close range thing, just get rid of it. It is just stupid slop.
Yes.
Like it's so boring, corny to play against. You get one shot, it's just so boring. There's zero skill to it whatsoever. If I can man DD, if I can play it and put up that performance, like that just shows the character's broken. I'm never playing it again. I'm done. I'm hanging up the batons.
I love that my audio starts working for that particular rant. I needed to hear that. Thank you so much. One last question before you let you go. I don't know if you answered that in the first question there, so excuse me in case we asked it twice. But I just want to talk about the mentality coming into this game, because you're going up against a team with nothing to lose in Equinox. Did that pressure kind of get to you, knowing that everything is on the line for you and they can just play free, and then the maps started to get really, really tight?
No pressure. Just the same match. 0-0 from the start. Map 1 goes by, still 0-0. Map 2, still 0-0. Doesn't really... I don't think it phases really any of us. I'd say I get a little heated in the comms after a map loss, or even when we won the second map. Like, I guess you could say I laid down the law, saying like these things need to happen. Like it could be our last time in this tournament, could be the last map we play. Just give me one more map. Put it all on the floor, and like just play with an empty mind. Don't let anything from the last map, the last matches, what people say, don't let any of that get to you.
Just aim. That's right. Cal, I have a really hard time trying to imagine you angry or laying down the law, because he seems so calm and so chill. So I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that. One last thing, any words of encouragement to Yeah We Lost, because your playoffs now depend on them?
I mean, if we could do it, so can they, right? That's about it. If we can do it, they could probably do it better.
That's right. The math is simple. That's right. The map is simple. Thank you so much, Cal. And of course, we're crossing our fingers for you guys to pull through with a win from Yeah We Lost. Yeah, go ahead.
I got one thing. Dogman, you need to chill on my boy Gale. All right? You got to chill on Gale a little bit. Lay off of him. You hear me? He didn't get benched. He didn't get kicked. He just took a step back.
Okay.
He did. It was his decision. Chill on my boy Gale.
Okay. All right.
That's about it.
Okay.
Just chill on Gale.
See, this is what these interviews are all for. This is what this is all about. You can set the record straight because we get to hear it from the source. So, Cal, thank you so much for laying down the law to Dogman and telling us what's up. Best of luck in your future games, and thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. Yeah, Dogman, chill, bro. Chill.
Hey man, I like the passion. I was gonna say that was the best I think interview we've had out of anybody this season. I mean, it's been great. It's good to see somebody that's that cares. You know, I don't know.
That's right.
That's about it. Gale took a step back. Okay, but he doesn't have the same passion that we just saw Cal had. Maybe that's why he stepped back. So you know.
Yeah, the only reason why you point things out is because you care as well. Because you got passion.
True.
That's right.
We all have
We're
passion
only
here.
angry when we care. The worst thing would be if we're not talking about you. That's right. Now,
You know what
we
we do,
will be
real quick,
talking about
before-
SSG, and yeah, we lost. Yeah,
So
yeah,
before
what was
that, we need to get a light versus Cal. Speaking of passion, we need to get light versus Cal debate. It's like the ultimate hit scan guy versus the ultimate melee guy. We just need that to clash. Just some thoughts out there.
There's a free content piece for you, perhaps for the next LAN event. We'll figure something out. Good shout out, Dogman. Now we're heading into a quick break, and afterwards we are back with more Marvel Rivals Ignite action. SSG will be taking on Yeah We Lost, and every TSM fan will be rooting hard for Yeah We Lost in this one. All of that on the other side of a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
And as you can see, all these amazing partner team bundles are live in-game right now. So make sure to gear up with your favorite team's bundle. You're not a real fan if you don't rep them in-game, you know what I mean? Those are facts.
100%. I think Vampool kind of is still good. Strat Pool's coming into the meta a little bit too with the triple stuff, so we're seeing a lot of it. Why not rep your favorite team skin?
Yeah, gotta support the
which
seed.
Which of them do you feel like is the most Deadpool-y? If you had to pick one, obviously we're unbiased here. We're not actually ever repping a team. We would never. But if I made you,
who's answered first? Me, dog? I think the most Deadpool-y one's got to be black and red, right? So you got to go Thieves.
yeah. See, I want him to rock something other than. I actually think the FlyQuest one looks kind of good.
Yeah, I'm with you on the FlyQuest one. I mean, I like it the most, but if we're going, there are two different kind of questions, I guess, because the Sentinels one or 100 Thieves. I know people like the Reject one, but I don't know if Deadpool has that swag. You know, I mean, he's got swag, but it's a different kind of swag.
True. I just feel like if you're going for black and red, then you're essentially just like blending into the Deadpool like CI to begin with, right? So it kind of just like it drowns it out. It doesn't like stand out. But I want people to like stop and stare, right? Like if I'm donning a skin in game, I want people to go like, hold. What's that? Gonna take a closer look. So yeah, it definitely achieves with some of these bundles. But yeah, you do you, guys. You do you, chat. Like just pick your favorites and rock them in game. We can't wait to see them in action. Of course, the teams very much do appreciate the support. In some cases, as we learned just very recently by a certain coach, they might get shot if they don't promote them.
Whoa, that was extreme.
So Gator, I don't know. I mean, he might be lying, but I don't want to risk it. You know, I don't want to put his life on the line just because I'm not a believer in his words. It's very dramatic. This match, by the way, will also be dramatic. So let's dive into this one. I had a perfect transition, Dogman. Don't ruin this for me.
I know. I'm just so sorry. So I was going to say all three of us get shot if we don't sell more than the last Luna Snow skin that got released. So
that is factually not correct, but I'm on board with the drama. So let's run with the narrative regardless. Okay, guys, let's lock in because the teams need to lock in. Okay, are we locked? SSG versus Yeah, we lost. Now, why is this match so important in terms of standing ship?
Yeah, so right now, folks, since TSM went and got that win, although it was a crazy game 3, classic Ship Dogman Zoe fashion, now, in order for them to move forward and head to the playoffs, SSG, or Space Station Gaming, you see on the screen right here, has to lose. Yeah, we lost, has to win. But if your team, Space Station Gaming, they need to win this to move forward. So teams are on the line here, and if this is your team, you better have their backs. Netcries, Milkboy, Nectar, Zanji, Munt, and Renko. This team's got a ton of talent, and 2 new strats that are actually, overseas right now, played from overseas on ping, and they're still looking like a very solid team. So it is going to be a battle.
Yeah, Dogman. I think what we wanted to see from Space Station Gaming in their last match was a little bit more sustained in that backline. I feel like they got overwhelmed by the dive from, who was it? TLC, I believe, was their last match. Which, I mean, to be fair, no, from, was it? Running the numbers. Yeah, it was TLC. I'm right. I'm telling no lies here. But yeah, to be fair, most teams are struggling when they go up against TLC. But I think Space Station Gaming especially struggled with just keeping their backline alive.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like the last series where you need to like mark these flanks a little bit or set up your own. But yeah, it's a matter of executing smoothly and to a high level, which can be hard as a newer team. And that's what we talk about. It's hard to make a team that can deal with teams like TLC, like you said. Every team is struggling versus them right now. Even Swamp Gaming on the opposite side. It takes a lot of time, either together as a unit or just picking up best in slot every single, which they can get there. I think the Space Station Gaming squad, but it's gonna come down to, like you said, not overreacting, but also still kind of making the right plays, maybe the right switches. I think the ban phase as well is like super important right now. It's very easy to mess up, and I think the best teams right now haven't even fully figured it out. So we'll see if they can figure it out on the other side for We Lost, where obviously already kind of in. They need to just kind of make sure SSG don't qualify, right? They have pretty much the fate of TSM in their hands, and for TSM, it's kind of tough because they want to see, at least for Cal, he wants to see his former teammate in Month lose. And for We Lost, they need to kind of figure it out and play together as a unit with a brand new pickup with Luca.
Yeah, and I mean, We Lost, right? That they're the team that is just fun because they were more on the unorthodox side, especially when it came to their comms. Now, not as much as it used to be in MRC or in the preseason, but they're still fun to watch, as evident by their last match against TSM just yesterday. I think, they may have dropped the spaghetti a little bit in the ban and lock phase from map 2, but overall, especially on domination, they were completely locked in. They were overwhelming and very entertaining.
Yeah, I think We Lost is a team that's, we talk about how dive can be great and Dom, and this is a team that can really run the snowball stuff. I'd say second to none. Like the snowball comp where they're just running a ton of brawl stuff and running at you like a unit, and it's overwhelming for a lot of these back lines, and it's worked a ton in the past. As you can see here, the spread. I mean, this is going to be a heater. Space Station has shown a lot of talent, but they actually lost to TSM, which, I'd say it was unexpected, without a doubt. And We Lost has actually performed a ton. They lost, obviously, to Team Liquid Citadel, but their big upset was Stick Drift. So both teams have had struggles throughout this early stages, but both have performed. I think this is going to be one of the best matches of the day, but we already went to a map 3, so who knows anymore?
I mean, it can just be another map 3 then, right? Because it's the 3 of us here as well, so the stars are all aligned. It is just bound to happen with all of that. Now, for We Lost, I wonder what we're going to see out of them. I mean, they treated us yesterday to the first Penny Parker ban in Americas, I think. Have we confirmed that, by the way? Was it the first one?
I think so. Yeah.
We can just say that with more confidence, and people have to believe us, I think. Right? That's how this works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they did that, which is awesome. But do you guys feel like this is the match where they could play more unorthodox again and maybe more leaning towards their own strength, or is this the time to play it safe? Are they a team which can play it safe?
Yeah, I mean, they can for sure. I mean, both teams have the ability to. It's just it seems like a willingness. It's like sometimes, I mean, from the We Lost front, like me and Dog have harped on it maybe a little too much, but there's times where if they just switch comp just a little bit, I think the game would have been easier for them. But they're just so locked into this craziness comp that they want to keep doing that. I think Space Station's a little more susceptible to shifting things up to be more flexible. We'll see if it's enough to stop the snowball that turns into an avalanche. That is We Lost.
Yeah, I mean, I think for We Lost, it's kind of, as Zoe mentioned, it's just they need to play around their strengths a little bit, but not the kind of incorrect strengths almost. Like they can play around Black Cat and dive compositions and Daredevil and stuff, but I don't know. Like, I mean, I usually like Jitward on the weird characters, Spider-Man and Deadpool and stuff, but this has been a tough meta, I think, for the Deadpool duelist pool, at least. It's kind of been the worst out of all three by a decent margin, but that's always how it's been. It just feels like a little bit harder this meta. And first map, we're going to burn the T'Challa, which is going to be an interesting one, I think, because We Lost obviously want to play very fast pace on that map.
Yeah, and we do know that they lean so heavily into the dive. And dive is kind of what broke SSG's back against TLC, right? They got very much overwhelmed. So perhaps there was something in that series that, yeah, we lost can take away in order to come out on top here against SSG. Yeah, we lost, as I said. They're already qualified, but for SSG, everything is on the line. They gotta win this in order to make a playoff. So let's see how they fare on map number 1. Friends, take it away.
All right, buddy. We are going to be checking out the ban phase. This is going to be important. Curious what SSG is going to ban in. I know, I don't really think there's a major fear for the side of Yeah We Lost. They can kind of run a bunch of the crazy stuff, and we've seen even off-meta picks for moments, even like a Magic, so they'll really run whatever. But I think that's the major strategy against them, is trying to do whatever you can to ensure you have a comp that slows down their pace and that they kind of are hindered in their ability to kind of just walk right at you. So we'll see what they like to do off the rip.
Well, first play comes through is going to be the double ban of Gambit again. Daredevil protected, or sorry, Devil Dino protected again for SSG. And for Yeah We Lost, they're going to ban out the Star-Lord immediately. Kind of like that. I think that's been my probably first ban besides Black Cat, I guess. If some teams don't have a Black Cat player, though. I don't know. What do you think about second ban, I guess? I guess we should fundamentally, we ban Gambit first. But after that, you go into the Star-Lord or something else.
Yeah, I think the Star-Lord ban makes sense. Nectar, they're just so good at like a ton of different heroes.
Yeah.
Even they've been playing Psylocke. I'm one of the few people that still play Psylocke. But yeah, I like the Star-Lord ban out. Makes sense into this cup. But they've been doing that a lot, from if I remember correctly, for Yeah We Lost. The save here of Black Cat and the removal is a Jitward classic. He's going to be really strong and threatening. You can see the removal of DD and the Jeff. That's going to slow down the enable of their dive / snowball comp. So yeah, this is good bans, both sides, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see maybe prioritization towards the Black Cat, regardless, or not Black Cat, sorry, White Fox, regardless. Mantis Protect coming out through for Yeah We Lost, and we'll see if they actually want to play that stuff, because I think they've been putting Zatex on the Mantis and stuff, but I would be curious if Jitward's picked that up at all in the past week or so. I don't think so.
No, he'll
probably,
be on the Cat. Yeah, he'll be on the Cat
probably on the
for
Cat,
sure.
you know. And I wonder, I would just wonder if SSG are going to try to counter that as all.
Yeah, I think Fox is a good answer. Me and you've been preaching Fox forever. I think Fox is so good into these comps that they're super aggressive, especially if they're running like the Hulk, Thor stuff, which, you know, Yeah We Lost can run sometimes. You just stand there and win the trade back and forth. It's not as easy into Black Cat as it is into DD, because you can actually win the back and forth. The lock into DD there for Space Station 2, so they're going to try to counter dive back.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if that pans out. As you mentioned, like Nectar is one of the most flexible players in the game. And I think that it's going to keep up that way for SSG. That's why it's interesting to see them in this position, right? The fact that they, you know, lost in the previous weeks to TSM, and as Cal said, you know, SSG is totally beatable right now for Yeah We Lost. It's a matter of, can Yeah We Lost, you know, fully capitalize on the situation at hand. Is that the last ban? Is that, am I mistaken? Is that the dual pool banned out?
It's what it's showing right now. We'll get confirmation from Jarvis in a moment if that is the exact situation. I don't, you know, agree with it. I don't think it makes sense unless we're missing something in scrims, which could be the case. But
did they maybe misclick? Would that be a thing? Like,
maybe.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because I don't think SSG's shown that they play like a dual pool at all, right? It's always We Lost that played that, so that's interesting.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation. We'll let everybody know after the fact. But yeah, that doesn't make much sense to me. But again, we're not in the scrim rooms. I don't know. This could be something they've been running recently. But Yeah We Lost has been adamant, saying like they can't seem to get scrims, and you know, nothing but respect for a team that's performing this well. You know, being down on their luck in terms of practice, they're still a team to be, you know, concerned about as we start up with this map. Burning T'Challa should be a fun one, folks. A lot on the line here. If you're a fan of SSG, you got to get up and stand up now. Yeah We Lost already through, but if you want TSM, you better hope Yeah We Lost clutches up right now.
Well, it's going to be the battle for the ages, at least the battle for TSM. Whether we go down mid or whether we go, I don't actually have nothing here. Maybe to space for SSG,
I like
right?
It. Yeah, there you go. Bang. Way to figure that out.
We got there. Yeah, we lost. They're running that very fast-paced comp, though. The Deadpool to counter the double dino, like you mentioned, already is starting off with that ultimate out of Kendrick.
Yeah, Kendrick's starting him right down the point. It's going to be 60-second cooldown once this is done. Waiting on the test to complete. Said look like no, it does get the test through. Still walking through the point at this point, driving him backwards. Good kite there from SSG. Just waiting that ultimate out, and now they're going to come back, knowing that they won't have that infinite healing in the brawl stuff early on. Dino on point, takes a ton of damage. Zatex trying to pierce into that backline a little bit, but there's that commitment from Jitward, and goodbye Nectar. Xantho finds Milk Boy. Necrise takes out Kendrick, and this has been a long time since we've seen Angie on the field.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Jeff through in the protect phase, and like you mentioned, yeah, Angela not really seen too much, but Necrise has been a very good Angela player in the past, especially on controller, is supposed to be really good. But at the moment, Zatex takes down Zanji again. Excellent work peeling off of that Daredevil for that one-sided matchup in terms of the Black Cat.
The next fight set up now. Early point take from Yeah We Lost. It's a very strong domination team as a whole, just due to the nature of how they play. Taking this height now, not allowing SSG to initiate up here is a very smart idea. Notice the all at the low ceiling. It's a big value, big advantage to Phoenix and low ceilings. It makes it very hard to burst Phoenix on the way down. Luca pays for it quickly from Zanji, who's going to find one, and now Zatex tries to trade it, and Xantho gets that one onto Nectar. A huge pick. Zatex once more onto Zanji as the It's Jeff gets committed now. You see the attempt there to try to find some value from Necrise, heading right back towards the team.
Yeah, I mean, this has just not worked out so far at all for SSG. Kendrick again, they get up the pace on a Milk Boy in the squad with that jackpot, but not able to find a KO. Necessarily good disengage there by SSG, but again, I just need to see something out of this Angela upcoming fight. He has to build that ultimate in a moment. But again, Luca comes back to peel. This patch is very much so about trying to KO these squishies from the backline, and I think some of the other dive characters could do a little bit better job at that. But yeah, right now we can see the peel job doing too much for the side of Yeah We Lost. Nectar, nice pick on a Jitward though in the fight.
Under the point still, 80% here on this first take is exactly what you're looking for. Luca goes down with a Feast of the Abyss, seems to land decently. Mask now goes in with a Rampage as well. Zanji finds the first trade on to Kendrick, though. Numbers up now for SSG, make it 2, as Xantho now goes down, and that's even off the back of, Yeah We Lost using 2 ultimates. Mask and Jitward now find both in the back line. Milk Boy, Zanji, it's just trading back and forth for days as Mask finds another onto Necrise, and now Zanji onto Jitward. It's just anyone's battle, but SSG come out on top with point.
This is one of the first times you're going to see Mask playing the Devil Dino as well, and I like that switch up from Nectar from the Phoenix over to the Elsa. That's kind of why, I think Phoenix has not fallen off in the meta, but at least, isn't as much of a mainstay, because if you switch to the Elsa, it's easier to deal with the Venom with the dive from Jitward. I think that character has a lot more self-peel options compared to the Phoenix, where you only have a stun and one shift away, but here comes that Devil's Rage out with the dive of the Angela.
Mask is the first pick on a Necrise once more. It's so difficult to play Angela into a Dino comp like this. I don't love it, but there's going to be a huge Glartrox opportunity trying to head him backwards. Jitward takes out Renko. Nectar tried to get him in a tough spot there, but instead it turns right back at them as Jitward now. Oh, what a fight there from Month, who is playing that Fox after all, working out. Zatex, though, takes out Milk Boy, and that was going to be the target of that Vanpool ban, and yes, it was Vanpool. Got conversation there from Jarvis. Zatex, Zanji, Month, and Necrise, and now SSG come out on top, but do not have the point just yet.
All right, well, they're going to claim it in a moment. There it goes, flip back and forth. Portal play used. Have to remember that for the long term as well. Necrise jumps back through the portal, back to the Emma to help peel off of the Angela for now. But nice job for Month, like you talked about, going from Envy, going to this team now on SSG. Still has hands. In the upcoming fight, no ultimates, but Renko has that Jeff ultimate. We'll see if he's killed for, and meanwhile, Zatex gonna play it slow, trying to get a good Glartrox like Nectar's in the previous fight that just wasn't able to get full value.
Yeah, the switch there, like you're saying, from Necrise going into the Emma to try to help with the Dino, but pays for it immediately. Zatex onto Necrise, Jitward onto Nectar now. 2 numbers up for Yeah We Lost with ult advantage. Down goes the It's Jeff. Could be huge. Renko finds one, puts the Dino back out there. Milk Boy trying to hold on for the moment. Renko off map. Zatex finds Zanji with the Glartrox and another onto Milk Boy. And now the retake from Yeah We Lost. This is a heavy spot to be in. Ult advantage up. This is their fight to lose. The touch comes in from Necrise, who switches back once again, but immediately gets pushed off, and that will be map 1. Yeah, we lost.
Wow. Well, their win today, right now, round number 1. I know the joke has been made freaking 10,000 times, but SSG is tough in that last fight, too, because, I think Renko can't go for the off map, even though he probably should, because Black Cat can get back easier than anybody, especially the hitbox or the KO box is too low on that point to actually throw anybody off. That is a mobile character, but he can't because the portal play was used by Necrise earlier. So, I don't know, it's a really tough fight out of Necrise in this front line at the current moment, just getting picked off too early in that fight. I mean, look, Renko didn't even expect his team to go down that soon, and maybe they were playing too aggressive towards the high ground, but that's the problem with Black Cat, too, is that you talk about how good that character is. It just feels like they can always turn these fights, like you mentioned in that very first one. Even if they were losing a team fight, somehow they'd find 2 or 3 KOs. Regardless, Yeah We Lost now up 1, Shib, in the next round on Stellar Spaceport. We'll see if they can finally grab some form of advantage here for SSG.
Yeah, I think, we lost. Are just doing a really good job marking the threat that is Nectar. Nectar really isn't able to do much here. I mean, I think it was 5-4. They were 5-4 after this first map. That's not what we normally see from Nectar. I mean, they're just really focusing on dropping them quickly, and it's working out at this point. Mask and Luca with ult available in this first fight. Will they commit early? Looks like they're thinking about a Milk Boy. Again, not going to be on that storied Vanpool that has looked so good throughout Ignite. Instead, is going to be forced onto something like the Venom. Luca finds the first pick onto Nectarize. Goodbye to the Dinosaur. Nectar trying to push out this door now, getting percent-based damage, making that switch. See if this works out.
I mean, this is the problem with, trying to play kind of a controller player with another anchor player in the Vanguard department that doesn't play a lot of the dive heroes. You can see Luca playing a ton of that Venom. They want to keep going aggressive, by the way, but Milk Boy having to flex over to Venom and Nectarize over to that Devil Dino. It's just not been good. Like, they get ran over again. Renko, Nectarize both go down. Tempo flip back and forth. Kind of the same problem that 100 Thieves are having with, Vinny and TTK. Kind of the same thing with Nectarize and Milk Boy, whereas that's just not worked out for them. Obviously, they got out-tempoed there a little bit by the Deadpool, and the one-sided Trap Pool is now, as you mentioned, kind of coming out to we lost advantage.
Yeah, it works great into comps like this, where you're not really trying to counter ultimates, right? Like, you get rid of that Star-Lord combination with BRB, and you're just neutral fighting, like, all the time. And you always have an infinite healing circle that's trying to lead the charge. Obviously, if you kite it well, you turn it right back into them and try to have ult advantage. But we lost just does a really good job of not letting that happen. There's the commitment now with the Rampage, excuse me. Glartrox goes out for Nectar, trying to get one, make it two. Do I see three now? Almost does. A huge ult play there. But still, I don't know if it's enough. It is going to be enough. They can get to this point, but 55% roughly here for we lost.
I mean, again, the story of SSG and the story of Old Sentinels was Nectar putting the team on their back, and kind of month in the previous fight popping off too. But yeah, in that fight early, I mean, Jitward got the pick onto to Zanji that felt pretty much lost, and then Nectar just gets a big Glartrox. Zatex's Glartrox haven't been as big. We'll see if it is going to be in this upcoming fight. I know they've been playing heavily around Jitward. But Mask takes a ton of damage early. We also have ultimates available for SSG. I wonder if they try to flip the tempo on we lost, who don't have Treadles to deal with this yet.
Glartrox here once more for Zatex, who's looked very strong early on in these rounds. Ult advantage up again for SSG. Jitward starts off with a calling card, though. Not going to find value on the backline. Doesn't look like it has just yet. A lot of ultimate commitment now. Jitward gets eaten, I believe, or at least the eat comes out from Renko. Who's trying to slow up. Yes, has Jitward in mouth with ultimate, so that's a good trade for that. Month and Nectar find one. Milk Boy, two. Mask trades it a little bit, but SSG doing a good job keeping the numbers and keeping this point. Now they're going to slowly stagger this front line and see if they can keep this percentage up to the 75 realm.
Yeah, they take it back. Nice job to control it, rather, and Renko, big eat to slow down Jitward's push. And now, SSG, they still have duelist ultimates. Zatex not able to get much out of the Glartrox. They shut down Jitward's ult. A lot better fight for them. Upcoming one could go their way as well if they have well-timed ultimates and placements. But it's going to be on Zanji in this 1v1 again. He's lost it so far to Jitward and Luca. We'll see if Milk Boy and Zanji can flip it on its head.
SSG still up and ult. This is their map to lose at this point. 80% now for the side of Space Station. We're locking into their own after switching up comp just a little bit. Still just going to play slow. They're not too worried about this initiation. Took a little bit too long, I'd argue, as Zanji now goes in with the Let the Devil Out. Nectar doing the same thing with another Glartrox opportunity. Finds one. Can they clean this up? It doesn't look like they can. Instead, going to try to take the hype, but what a dash from Jitward.
Yep, takes him out. Nectar goes down to the skillful character Black Cat, who just clicked on him and got rid of him instantly. But now, White Fox on the opposite side used the ultimate on Month to try and turn it back, but gets deleted by Zatex and the front line of the Devil Dino.
And Mask with two here. Luca going to find another. And that is a good retake, but 99% here for Space Station Gaming. Renko with the It's Jeff available with no answers at this current moment. This could be their fight they need. With Milk Boy very close to ultimate as well.
And he's closing in on it. Upcoming one, though. Again, Renko's going to have to go big to shut down Jitward. He's done it before, but they play it kind of more defensively. Upcoming fight, though, Milk Boy and Zanji again trying to fight for these off angles, but again, we lost a bit more aggressive position. They want to go first.
Mask takes out Nectarize here. We lost up a number. Month trades that back as Kendrick goes down. Jitward looking for a portal opportunity. And there's a Glartrox. It seems to find some value. Zatex able to drop Milk Boy is a huge start. Luca now has ultimate. The retake going to be available at 99. Instead, we lost are going to take this the whole way and win this entirety of round 1.
Excellent work from Yeah We Lost on domination. They still look very clean. And, you know, I don't think SSG has won really any domination since TSM the other week. And, you know, we'll see if they can figure it out in the upcoming maps. But that's a tough one to lose against Yeah We Lost, who just had the momentum. He never found really any footing besides off of some hero plays. Renko saving ult for next map. It was a really tough one for the side of SSG. We'll see if they can come back, though, after this map. Next map will be chosen by them, but they have to do it here and now. Otherwise, TSM will advance. We'll see you guys after this break.
어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계
Maximum Pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style with Iron Man's Samurai and Mantis, Mandy, Celestin, the Greeter's costume, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. Available right now, so what are you waiting for? I copped mine, just if not just for the Tamagotchi on the Mantis skin alone. You had to, right? You just absolutely had to. So, we also have to talk about the match we just saw. Zoe here back together with Dogman and I run shit, and we just got to see, yeah, we lost a winning domination against SSG. SSG, obviously, for them, it's a very important match to win. Yeah, we lost is already qualified. SSG generally just seem to be struggling a little bit on domination, but I do want to talk about the composition they run out with here. Necrise played at Angela. Yes, they switched off of it and tried some different iteration, but it all just didn't quite seem to come together up until the very end there.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of not being able to be proactive. Obviously, it was a mixture of kind of the same thing that we saw to TSM when they were losing, and then same thing for Equinox. It's just their dives and their off angles were getting shut down. Milk Boy couldn't do much, and vice versa. Yeah, we lost her, but do everything. Jitward was reading Zanji very well, even though Zanji's the one with the wall hacks. He's playing the Daredevil, right? And it seems like Jitward was the one that just had a good read, even though I guess he does also get the wall hacks too. Black Cat does. Crazy character, but I think just excellent job by We Lost to shut down Zanji, Necrise, and Milk Boy. I think that they couldn't do much, and then the back line was struggling for sure as well.
Yeah, I mean, the big factor obviously here also being Xanto on that. Jeff really enabling that composition here from We Lost.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to bring up. I mean, I really like the Vanpool ban too. I think Milk Boy is one of the few that just gets immense value out of Vanpool, still finding a few MVPs, getting a ton of finals, and it's just really, really good into these dive comps because you just have so much self-survivability and you can kind of just play your own game all the time, and it's kind of put him in a weird spot. It forces Milk Boy to get on the Venom, and he just doesn't have as much team behind him with the full commitment like you do from We Lost. So when you force him into a similar comp that doesn't work as well for you, it's kind of just like an instant win. So I really like the decision making here from We Lost.
Yeah, that's perhaps why Milk Boy initially started out round one there on that Dino, and Necrise pulled out the Angela, but as that didn't work out for them. Also, of course, I think just as a general thing, We Lost did a really, really good job at shutting down the duelists from Space Station Gaming, because it is Nectar and Zanji who are those big playmakers, and they were taken out of the mix so quickly. There was so much pressure on especially Nectar, where Nectar was just not really able to play their game here, Dogman.
Yeah, Zanji is very good usually, and it's just been an awkward role maybe fill in for him to have to pick up the Daredevil too, and to get that one side of Black Cat from Jitward's side, because I think it was just everybody's getting deleted by him on those off angles, and obviously Zatek's still going to be nasty with it on the Elsa, but it was just a matter of We Lost controlled those angles, as well as we could talk about the strat pool being available for Kendrick, the one playing over to that hero, and then them playing on the opposite side Space Station Game and only playing a lot of Double Dino. We heard about how strat pool can hard counter Double Dino, and you can see exactly there just with the damage boost and with the jackpot, bongo, whatever you want to call it, they just smoke the Daredevil or the Double Dino, and it just feels like SSG weren't reacting. They weren't playing, other heroes to go against the Deadpool, maybe just make a switch, do something like Groot or whatever. It just felt like they just were running into an absolute just jackhammer of a team of We Lost.
Of course, we have the map pick for SSG. Where would you take us if you were SSG, Dogman?
I mean, I feel like every team wants to go to Museum of Contemplation, but it is tough because, yeah, we lost a really good team on that map, and it's always going to be a struggle bus on that one. But I don't know. Like last time they took us there, I believe SSG took us to Central Park versus TLC and lost it. I don't know. They've got to figure out a map to go to that will be good for them. And it just feels like ever since they won the very first game in the week 1, they've just not had momentum. And they really need to find something just to get an easy to play map. And I would be okay with Museum if they have a good counter strat to, yeah, we lost.
They could go to Midtown. I think they did that week 1 to try to change things up. I think it worked for them, but I think it's the only time we saw the shift. Yeah, outside of that, it's just Museum City over here. It seems like everybody wants to play there. But yeah, we lost loves that spot. They always look good there. I think you shift it up. I don't hate Midtown. I think it's not a bad pick.
Yeah, Midtown is what they played against Equinox in week 1. They did win it, however, did have to give up some ground there as well, as Equinox certainly did fight back. So we are yet to find out, or we have yet to find out where SSG is going to take us for this one. Just to reiterate, of course, like this is very important for SSG to win this one. If SSG were to lose, that means that, yeah, we lost, and TSM will be locked for the playoffs. And map 2 is going to be Central Park, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, Central Park. I mean, this the thing is about this map, I feel like some teams are ultra good at it, but then, you know, some teams, you know, especially this is a map that feels like you have to have the right heroes to play, right, Shib?
Yeah, it lends itself into some more bunker comp stuff. You cannot let Cat through on this map, though. That's the one thing for SSG, because it enables that first attack for Central Park. Like, you can portal through that choke and just take off angles, put yourself in heightened and more advantageous positions when you're attacking. So that's the thing. Like, if SSG is going to do this, which, you know, clearly they are, that's got to be priority 1, I would think.
We just very recently saw SSG, of course, here on Central Park. You guys already mentioned it. They played against TLC on Friday this week, and that was quite a shutdown, actually. I believe it was that a full hold? I think it was a pretty brutal loss. But you know what? Losing is learning. If they feel confident to run it back here against Yeah We Lost, we gotta believe in them too. Let's see if SSG can tie up this series, or if Yeah We Lost is gonna close this out in a 2-0 fashion. Dogman, Chip, take it away.
And into the ban phase we go. Again, I think it's a necessity to remove the Cat if you want to play here successfully on defense. A lot of teams have mentioned, even early on when Cat came out, the scrim, just in scrim side, if you portal through the health pack side on your attack early on, that like first health pack you see when you come out of that first shed, and I'll try to highlight it, you can take height instantly and fight on their height, giving you an immediate opening instead of fighting in the choke, which is very difficult to push through. That's why we see a lot of 0.1 holds here. So we'll see if that happens for them, as the double gambit ban is a must.
Yeah, I mean, the double gambit ban's always happening. The double dino comes out, and to be honest, Shiv, like I feel, you know, like maybe we could transition to protecting Star-Lord at this point for Space Station Gaming. I understand they have a good double dino player, but I mean, Yeah We Lost comp is just countering double dino right now, it feels like.
Yeah, I think you need to find something else for the duelists to be able to slow some of this pace down. There's the save of Black Cat, so I think we're going to see the strategy I was bringing up. I hope to see it, as we haven't seen a ton of it here in the Americas region.
Yeah, I think it's a good call out that you mentioned. It's just, yeah, seems like a good map for Black Cat, and Black Cat right now has been pretty dominant. They think that Jeff is the problem, though, Shib. They're going to ban out the Jeffy boy on Yeah We Lost side to try to get that one-sided Jeff. Rocket also still available, so that's a very early ban of Jeff. I think this time around, Black Cat one-sided once more. Devil Dino one-sided, though, this time for SSG.
Yeah, the nice part about running Dino on this comp is they don't have too much damage to make it hard for you to kind of play your own game if you want to run a less healing-focused backline. So I like that for them, for sure.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see if it actually pans out for the side of SSG, because, I mean, those switches are a bit late, right? That's the only problem. But, you know, obviously there's multiple solutions to every sort of problem in this game. That's why it's a very unique you know, pro scene right now, is that the meta's not fully figured out. Mantis, though, available for Yeah We Lost to go for the tactic again around that character, even though they didn't have to play it last map. Venom banned for SSG, though, so a little bit more targeting towards Lucas here to pull, forcing him to maybe like Captain America or the Hulk.
Yeah, and then the save there of the Daredevil for Space Station. They liked it last time. They're going to just try to call out where the setup is, the removal of the Cat, and then finally that Vanpool, very targeted to Milk Boy, which I think is a good ban. It worked really well, and I think Milk Boy is in the conversation for one of the best van pools, at least I've seen in this tournament so far. It's been kind of taking a step back in the meta since the damage changes on the guns. But yeah, either way, it's going to force them into a weird Vanguard frontline. I mean, and they played well, like super well, but it's just not as much impact for their composition.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out because you know, if you're going to play the Venom dive comps, you obviously want to be very well practiced on it. And if you play the dual or sorry Vanpool for sure, like it feels like you can afford to have Necroids on Devil Dino, like you mentioned. Like it's just a little bit easier of a comp to make work. But you know, right now we just need to see maybe those dives come through with Milk Boy a little bit easier if you're going to play, you know, Black Cat or rather in this case Daredevil. And for Yeah We Lost, right, a lot of focus towards Luca this time, and then also making sure they get that one-sided Devil, maybe also worried about that Jeff. But right now the problem is that we see that trap pull come out against the Devil Dino that we've heard about being amazing. You know, we haven't seen it until today, until this match, I think specifically, where that hard counter has been happening.
Yeah, and I like the Wolverine start. You've always mentioned in the Americas region, we kind of have a lack of Wolverine players. There's some strong ones we could highlight. I think Days have looked really good too, and there's, you know, there's more across the board, but not a ton as compared to some of these other regions. So I'd like to see that off rip here, outside of that pretty traditional from Space Station. And yeah, we lost Luca not being on that Venom because it was banned out. Instead, going to go on the Cap route, Mask on the Thor.
Yeah, early ultimate committed, and Jetward already takes down Renko at month. I mean, they built the jackpot instantly. This Wolf is like, yo, where did my freaking team go, dude? They're all dead. In the spawn doors, I will return. Just like Dracula himself.
Everyone got deleted instantly. Jetward finds 2. Just the dive on defense, I think it's really hard to make work, but really good timing there, which is what Yeah We Lost does, man. Jetward setting up, prepping the back line, calls out now, 3, 2, 1, get in there. And the strat line is completely focused. Everybody turned around. Will they find value? Instead, Jetward looks like he will get taken out. Necrise finds 1. Milk Boy again with 2. Nectar. And now the attack starts moving forward.
Yeah, nice fight to Milk Boy there. I mean, this is a very close spawn hold, though, because of the fact they can get 2 fights here. So thinking about the macro again, like, Yeah We Lost love to do. They go for spawn camps, and, you know, we saw, I hate to bring it up again, man, but, you know, with TSM last season, in the preseason, rather, that we saw a spawn camp on this very map. We can see if that happens again. Portal play comes through, though, from Yeah We Lost through Zatex. If he goes down, that could be bad for the side of Yeah We Lost, because Portal is now used, and finally, SSG have some momentum moving forward.
This is a really good start here for SSG. Nectar with another pick, trades it onto a backline of month. Milk Boy finds Mask. Luca goes down. Necrise again. The dinosaur has been unleashed and absolutely walks through point 1. Well done by Space Station to figure it out after those early fights.
I think a lot of that goes on Milk Boy. I think he had a really good first fight, or second fight rather, I guess, as the first one was very fast. He came through, he found the Jetward trying to fall back and was capitalizing. So if he can keep that up, like, I actually think SSG's chances might be okay, especially against this Thor comp where, you know, a lot of the power of this comp is going to be Milk Boy's hands.
I think Dino plays great in the Thor too. Zanji, Renko find Luca and Kendrick early on once again. Space Station have locked in. Xantho pulls Zanji, down goes 1. Milk Boy with a 2-piece now, and talked about Milk Boy trying to get on that Vanpool. Who needs it at this point? That's that Milk Venom, who just seems to walk through with another 2-piece early in these fights, and that's back-to-back now.
Yeah, the farmer's farming right now. We'll see if he can keep it up, right? I mean, SSG, you know, they do have... the problem with Wolverine, I guess, is that on these, like, more, you know, open maps, it's harder to get these ults off. But the reason why Central Park's such a good map for this character is because it's, you know, way easier to actually set up these ults. We'll see if we can actually do it in the middle of the fights, as SSG, again, have to deal with the counter dive against Yeah We Lost.
And Milk Boy just setting up there. Jetward on the mark with that vision through walls. Oh, Glartrox opportunity. It's big. Indoors, and that could be a pick, but no, it's matched back. Now Nectar finds the first one onto Zatex. SSG up a number. Let the Devil out committed. Out goes the Kamiho unleashed by Month. A lot of forward pushing. Will it be enough? It looks like Jitward going to come out on top on his Zanji. Now, Yeah We Lost has no more answers.
And I wonder if Zanji's going to keep this up. Nice job from Jitward to find Renko as well. They hit the jackpot towards the very end, and Milk Boy trades back Xantho at the very least. So Xantho going a bit aggressive. Everybody on the side of Yeah We Lost does. You can notice that they're kind of ignoring some players, especially that Wolverine, but Necrise trades it out, and honestly, not bad so far out of SSG. They're stabilizing in the middle of all these fights when it feels like, you know, it's all lost.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. SSG still holding on to that ult. Zanji's ult could be huge here. Nectar with the Glartrox as well. There's no answers right now for Yeah We Lost. They need to make something work here. They want point 2. So a ton of time on the clock. Oh, this could be the combination. Waiting here on the Shroud. It forces out an ult combination there from Kendrick. Going to keep the team healthy for the moment. Milk Boy does have Feast. There's that ultimate. Last stand, able to find 1. Nectar and Renko now. Milk Boy gets a 3rd, and the point is still scooching forward. Will they take it now with a meter left? Just might.
Well, this is nice so far. I mean, what SSG are doing are just trying to play full counter dive together. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And yeah, we lost play style is also straightforward. They're like, okay, we want to hard hit together as a unit. Send the White Fox in, send Zatex in, everybody go ham. But if SSG play it slow, use the ultimates at the right time, and don't overreact, they get it done. So the Thor negated in those previous fights. Xantho's now going over to that Loki. Maybe that'll help them a little bit more. They don't really need to play the White Fox, I guess, necessarily due to the fact that it's not getting as much value, especially with the White Fox ultimate getting deleted. But we'll see if we can find is SSG have 3 minutes, blistering fast pace compared to the last map.
There it is, the commitment now. The Feast of the Abyss. Milk Boy does land on a few. Luca, though, going to be the first one to get a pick on a Renko. And we lost up a current number. Out goes the Kamiho Unleashed. Glartrox instantaneously into a wall. Not going to be able to get a pick off that. Zanji just trying to build this ultimate 40% in climbing, but both teams kind of at a standstill at the door.
Yeah, I mean, they play it slow. They wait out ults. Yeah, we lost. They're going to commit all these ults. SSG know that as long as they don't go down, they can play this patient. Everybody's back. The strats are in a healthy spot. Yeah, we lost. They're committing ultimates. Let them do it. Try to come back in with your own. You commit that Devil Dino ult, but at least everybody's still healthy with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. As now a copy available. Jitward also has his ult. Renko, can you keep your team alive as they do have another Glartrox from Nectar in a moment?
Yeah, teams have adapted on this map to holding right at this door here instead of the staircase, and it's been working a lot throughout Ignite. Nekrise able to find the first pick onto Kendrick. And once again, now SSG up. Renko with the dance floor. Goes to damage boost for that last few moments. Jitward trying to find this pick. Nectar and Nekrise get 1 month now. Joins in on the fun. Nectar again with the double. And this point, we'll be moving up that staircase.
I mean, they're just living. This is like the Penny Parker stuff we've seen. The heals are really good for Month and Renko. Zanji is playing a character that gets over health as well. His passive pops way sooner now and regens way faster. You know, with Wolverine's passive. So right now, SSG are playing this pretty well. Yeah, we lost half to switch Jitward over to the Black Cat and Luca over to the Hulk to try to help peel off the counter dive of SSG, play a little bit slower.
Yeah, it seems like just removing the venom from We Lost definitely messed with their flow a little bit here. Zatex tries to get one. Will be able to find that pick with Mask on a Nekrise. Nectar trades with Jitward there, and like you're talking about, just counter diving as much as possible. But now Zatex applying this pressure with Luca, who's now going to be on the Hulk. Seems like it's working out for them, at least in this last fight.
You're right. Maybe this shades of Cart Lover, right, going back over to the Hulk. And you know, Lucas said it's you know, he's a different player, different guy. You know, stop comparing me to him, I think he said in the last interview. So he's coming into his own, and you know, like you said, that change up with the Venom ban has stopped it for now. But maybe the Hulk could enable them as they again want to go forward with this Mask Ultimate inside.
There goes. Got a Thunder. Lands, takes out Renko. Able to find one as Nectar now trades that back onto Kendrick, and that's a strategist. Yeah, and the point is actually moving upwards and onwards. Zanji finds Mask. That's just a tough look right now, trying to push forward. The point is going the whole way as Milk Boy was there. Tex tries to just make this work out, but now a strategist protection. Luca's going to be able to find one, though. Mid-ultimate still holding on. Shields up now. They're ready to retake. They're up a number, but they can't move. And no, they are going to be able to set up here. SSG with 2 ults up. It's into the invisible boundary from Xantho.
Yeah, Nectar could be huge this fight, Shib. Ultimate available, Glartrox to pull everybody outside of it, but same thing with Zatex. Defensive side will have the edge.
Yeah, and honestly, the Dino does a pretty good job into the boundary, too. Jitward onto the Cat, drops Nectar. Luca now onto Month. And this is a huge hold. Overtime has begun. Yeah, we lost, have come into their own. Zatex with 2. Zanji finds 1. As they're all going to be battling on point now. The portal plays will be committed to push off, trying to make sure they can't stay on it for long, but OT is still there. Zatex finds Milk Boy, and the OT ticks down, but the portal does land in time. The dance floor is there to keep the team happy. Will they be able to stop this pace? I'm not sure. Huge Glartrox, but it doesn't do much.
It pulls them off Invis boundary here. Nectar has to play it slow on the backside. SSG's prioritization of the cart might pan out for them because Mask goes off the map to Zanji and Renko finds Jitward.
Wow, Kendrick gets one here too. Both are still battling on this point. Xantho drops Month. Nekrise finds Xantho. Zatex onto Nekrise. Nectar now. It's so back and forth, and they leave the point for a moment. And they cannot get all 3. Well done from We Lost.
Oh my God. Every game is just gonna be a banger today, I feel like. Holy. I mean, Milk Boy looked like the cart, like he's like, you betrayed me. I was touching you. I was all over you, and you betrayed me like that.
Check the tapes. Check the tapes. But
Actually, though,
able to hold on. That's tough. As we look across the board here, Nectar with 13 coming in hot here on the Elsa. 18k damage. Necrise doing the same on the Dinosaur. I think this Dinosaur, the comp that they have right now is looking really, really strong. And yo, do you see what they're floating here for Milk Boy?
no, wait. Oh, God. Hey,
Your
good.
character. It's your character.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, like, listen, it could be good. Like, they've been playing well around, not running the Penny Parker stuff. I could see them do it. And I like how they've played. Like I said, this team is running through Milk Boy right now. The milk is running through their veins, Joe.
Milk is running through their veins. What they're going to want to do here, I was talking about that portal play through the health pack. What they're going to do likely is Milk Boy might set up mines up on the height where the portal would come out. This is a strategy I've heard teams electing to chew to try to shut that down. That would be insane. Let's see if they decide. No, keeping it low, but yes, you can actually spread the mines up there. So maybe just kind of seeing what the plan is.
True. Spread it like a plague. Plague of bubonic penny mines. I don't know. That's. I mean, like, this team, I think, we lost as well. Need to figure out how to play around Luca and this Hulk a little bit more. I mean, at the end, there was a lot of prioritization for Milk Boy towards the cart, but there's the portal on the backside, flanking the health pack to make sure they cut off the healers back here, Shib. So they take a bit of a different strategy, probably in a similar vein, though.
Gives him an escape point, too, and able to find Jibward. I think actually might have been exactly what we were just talking about. Try to portal through and gets caught. Not sure if we can see where that location is. Freeze comes out, and now is there for Milk Boy with the melee onto Luca. Another, make it a triple for the Penny. Finding a ton of value. Necrise takes out Mask, and really well done.
Uh-oh. I mean, this is the classic counter to we lost
They
the
are
current
doing
moment.
Yep, they're protecting it for the portal. It's just going to be there 24/7. No portal play for you. I love it.
Oh, man, this Black Cat's going to be in a struggle bus for sure. How did Jibward adapt, though? Because you have to play it super slow, right? Especially now they have two melee characters with the Hulk, and then Thor kind of is one as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult, especially if the backline plays on at 24/7. This is where, we lost struggle. They were not switching quick enough. Kendrick going to start the fight and walk them forward with the test, as they are at least getting a second tick on a point here. Both sides of the team, at least SSG dropping back together. Nectar finds a pick on a Xantho, though, and that's a huge pick onto a mainline strategist. Kendrick on an off angle, trying to keep the team healthy, but they won't have the sustained month. Onto Jitward, Necrise finds one. Mask and Zatex trade at least two, but Nectar gets another, and Renko and Nectar clean up the rest. This is some really smart play here as they reset the mines once more.
Yeah, Monk just bailed out Zanji too on that flank. Came through last second, White Fox. They have to switch it up. Jitward goes to Daredevil. Off of the Black Cat, realizing they can't play it anymore. They have to switch to something that has a little bit more range at the very least, even though it's still a melee specialist. Can they deal with it? This is the problem they dealt with earlier on. You talked about them having to go Moon Knight or something to deal with Penny Parker. Right now, is this going to be enough, Shib, for we lost two, now have 2 minutes left on the clock?
2 minutes is still a ton of time. They do have 2 ticks, too. So if they, they are going to be applying pressure to them on point every time they're on it. Oh, wow, Nectar's Zanji say, not up in here. Month now on a Jitward. Milk Boy gets a mine wide, don't ya? As Xantho goes down. And this is some really solid defense. I am loving this bunker comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking decisive out of SSG. A flip of the century. Penny Parker, mainstay at the moment, but mainly Nectar. I mean, Nectar's just kind of a sure, but still just absolutely taking it to Zatex. Zatex looking like he's struggling for the first time this season. At the moment, a minute left to go. Lartrox is available. You can get an off map if you can't even get in versus these Penny Parker mines.
They're all built up now, so we're going to use this to walk them forward onto that back line. Going very low. Necrise does pay for it as Mask finds that pick from the Thor now, but again, mines have been spread, and the whole side of the dive is going to be terrified to get onto that point, and you see that right there as Month finds Jitward. Nectar doing a great job just finding value, dealing so much damage to all of these huge vanguards. Goodbye here to Luca now, who goes down, but the Glartrox on a Nectar's massive and off map. Zatex, one and all there. Is that going to be enough to get them moving forward? The point has 3 off to the side of SSG. They're still holding it for we lost. The mines are still alive with a sliver of HP. Mask tries to find another pick here. Zatex and Zanji now trade back and forth. And again here, as Jitward finds one and Zanji again.
Nectar could still bring this back in. Glartrox off the map. Does the exact same to Zatex. Down to the baby Hulk. Okay, but wait, Kendrick's still here. 1 versus 2 on the point. Renko, can he get the freeze? No, he's shut down by Jitward. The portal's not here in time. They get him.
That was insane, dude. Milliseconds almost made the hold work out. Wow, that was disgusting. What an ult there from Nectar. Just not quite enough. Renko almost made it work, but honestly, really well played by Yeah We Lost to just understand in that moment they needed to make sure they played safe around that center console, the natural cover, get that pick just moments before it comes through, gives them the point. Nectar trades with Xantho as Luca gets another.
I mean, both these Elsa players are like actually putting the teams in the back. Like it's just moment by moment. Heartbreaker for the first point, but you have to stabilize around this guy right here. Nectar, they've been disgusting on Elsa. Same thing with Zaytek so far. Ultimate's almost available. But Jitward maybe has a little more space to work with in the second phase, at least for Penny Parker.
Nectar now playing slow, waiting for Necrise to get healed up. They're going to reset together, retake, but this point has moved significantly here on point 2 early on. There hasn't been a ton of fights. They kind of just owned that space by attacking them instantly. Milkboy going to start up here with Alt walking forward again, trying to spread some of these mines to keep the backline instead of progressing forward. Just going to create a zone of safety. Necrise finds Jitward in that zone, and now the Glartrox goes out. Is it big? Zaytex finds Zanji. Necrise goes down to Xantho, and Yeah We Lost want this one. They want to end this right now. Can they keep it going? Point 2 has been capped.
Oh my god. I mean, this is the problem that, like, first point, I don't know if we have to commit that much to, like, okay, on their attack for SSG, they like did a good job, I think, prioritizing objective, at least Milkboy did. Now that's not. I mean, like you mentioned, Jib, they got one fight. I mean, that's just such brutal macro play out of SSG. We'll see if, you know, this will give Jitward more space now that they're off to Penny Parker. And with 2 minutes left to go, like, they're just playing ultra slow. This is worrisome for SSG now.
Yeah, we can look now. Xantho taking the space early. Nectar makes them pay for it. Luca onto Zanji. Necrise, who just so back and forth here. These teams putting everything on the line. 2 minutes on the clock here for Yeah We Lost. A very difficult point to push. But SSG got it at least up the stairs. It's a defensible position here. Nectar finds Luca, and now up a number once more. SSG with a ton of ults, but look at both sides. There's a ton of playmaking opportunity across the board here.
This is the first fight that like to be on the card, right? Like, this card's been going uncontested. I feel like the fights have been close, but look at this. Yeah We Lost set up on the flank angles. They want even their strats back there. They need everybody all in to make sure they get the KOs, get better ultimates. They want to force Renko or Month into a battle spot.
There's that initiation. Heavy now goes Milkboy on the anti-venom. And there's the Glartrox now from Nectar. Finds one onto Luca. Luca might be able to hold on here. Is able to escape just with a sliver of HP. Jitward trades that and actually is able to find one through the chaos. God of Thunder goes out. Mask again with a pick. The God of Thunder, honestly, very difficult ult to find a ton of success with. Renko falls. Luca onto Necrise now. And Yeah We Lost are just keeping their vengeance and are staying hot here and will clean everyone up. And it's going to be a potential final fight situation. Why not be the case here with you and I, Dog?
Oh my god, yeah, this could be the nail in the coffin. Zaytex could shut everything down. Nectar maybe feeling the pressure too. Early ultimate now. SSG need to not get caught, and obviously Month's going to be a big hitbox. It might be easy to hit. Milkboy could go off with a big anti, though. Last fight territory, basically. Maybe Portal going to be available for Yeah We Lost to come back.
Switches in composition here. SSG has heavy ult advantage. The idea would be to try to force out as much as possible through Yeah We Lost, and then come back in with a portal play. The Glartrox goes out. Xantho, Milkboy, Month now finds one. Great exile. Nectar able to take out Mask, and SSG did, you know, they did commit a lot here. They do only have Month. The portal play needs to come through. Yeah We Lost has time for it. They will not have any ults really in this fight. It's got to be some huge playmaking from these duelists to find picks without anything, as Month has an answer and can just use that Kamiho Unleashed in the neutral if need be, if they're tracking properly.
I think they stunned the portal too. I think somebody went from spawn to stun it, but it was Nectar or somebody.
No way.
Mask has to touch. He's dead. Was it with 3 seconds? The overtime's at least ticking, but now they're down Mask in this fight.
Oh, what a cancel. Shout out to whoever made that happen in the moment. Didn't have eyes on that good call, my friend, as we see Zaytex now moving forward. Everybody's playing very safe. Both teams nervous. The commitment goes out from Luca. Necrise able to find one. Nectar now finds one onto Jitward. That's 2 down here as they're still holding. Zaytex, though, finds one. Month trades it back onto Xantho. Not a lot of strat opportunity here, but Yeah We Lost our flies. And there's the portal now, and it's going to end like this, and we are heading into another map, folks.
Oh my god. We are going to that third map, like you mentioned, Shib, and the pick will be in Yeah We Lost's favor. which we just went to a convergence, meaning we're probably going to Convoy, meaning I wouldn't be surprised if we go to Museum of Contemplation for the very last map, but we'll have to see what pick that is. Obviously, it could still be decided. But another banger today, okay? Listen, we're eating good tonight, baby. We got the Kardashians. We got freaking New Jersey. What was the New Jersey show? We got the freaking New Jersey.
Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore. You know what's up next?
You, baby.
What's another like crappy reality TV show we could bring up? I don't know. Like Love Island. We got Love Island up in this. We do. We're going crazy. But before the next map, we're going to a short break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다짐을 쳐봐 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다짐을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen in shadows.
And guess what? It wouldn't be a day with the three of us if we wouldn't go to map 3 once again. SSG is winning Central Park, tying up the series and keeping themselves alive and kicking. Let's talk about how they got it done. I think it all started already here in the ban and lock phase. SSG banning the Vanpool, very targeted onto Milk Boy here, which treated us thus to a wonderful Penny Parker out. Dogman, I've never seen you this happy.
Oh no, it's a fun one. I'm just in shock and awe because, yeah, we haven't had this good of games, I feel like, since the preseason. I think we were talking about it a little bit during the break, but, you know, to fill in our viewers, we've had a few 2-0s, but now when everything matters most, we're getting the most drama-packed games.
I love every second of it, as we are going to see, another map 3 back-to-back now. Some unique stuff. Teams are still trying to figure each other out in the ban phase. I think we saw some success there, getting rid of the Venom, the Vanpool. It seems like it's shaking things up. Both teams down to OT before point 3. Shows me how much they're leaving on the line here.
Yeah, and MVP goes to Month. I think Month and Renko both had such an impact in this particular match.
It really did. I mean, Month was playing well. I think map number 1 as well. You know, same thing as Nectar. In Renko too, but like, yeah, it's just you know, now the team's kind of coming together. They're I think a little bit nervous, but you know, I guess who wouldn't be in the situation, right? Yeah, we lost, don't have anything to lose here in this case. I mean, obviously seeding matters because, you know, you want to fight the easiest team in Group B. That's always going to be difficult, but still, excuse me, still huge game out of SSG that map.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, it was great to see Nectar swinging out there as well. I feel like the last map, it's been more on the side of Zatex onto that Elsa, but Nectar, I mean, that's just filthy. 56k, what are we doing?
27 finals is nuts. That is a lot of final hits. I'll tell you that. Might be up in the record conversation for this stage. But yeah, I mean,
the eye test.
So many good stats across the board from both sides, but yeah, there's not much that can match that. Jit, we're finding 15 on the dive 2, even into the Penny stuff early on. Macrise with a ton of damage block there, taking 72. That's just what, you know, Dino does best, especially in this brawl stuff. I think it's definitely helping them, no doubt.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be opposed to even like be full committing to the Penny stuff just to counter Jitward, because they're never running anything else. I mean, I think their solution's kind of like what Nightmare would do when they would play like Ultron stuff against Penny Parker. Like maybe that's the switch up that Space Station needed.
Why do you think they actually did switch off of it though? Did they just, I think you mentioned that during the quick break, that perhaps they panicked? Were they scared? Is that just like them thinking it's just a 0.1 kind of thing? Like, what's the deal?
For Penny? Do you mean for Penny? Yeah, I think Penny's just a lot better on point 1. They ran it again on point 2. I think that's just because they had alt available for Milk Boy. But yeah, Penny is a point 1 merchant on that map because it's just very difficult to see the spawner.
I will not take any Penny Parker slander like that. Okay, first of all, point 1 merchant. You're a freaking Emma Frost in the Thing merchant ship. Okay, I wouldn't talk crap about my Penny Parker like that, buddy.
Well, now the question is, where do I take us next, right? Because it's gonna be, we lost. Who get to choose?
Oh, museum.
Where would you take us? It's gonna be I don't want it.
It's gotta be.
Wait, no. I don't know what I was looking at. I saw Central Park again. I was like, wait, why are you doing it again?
I have
we have
no
to go
doubt.
to Convoy. Let's manifest.
Oh!
Yes.
Okay, now we can react.
It's worked.
You
Us
pre-fired it there.
overreacting with nothing. I do love
sorry,
that.
pulling a Joe Rogan. Whoa, he's hurt! No way!
Listen, in our
crazy,
defense, though, it's been Museum of Contemplation literally almost all the time. So yes, literally anything but that will spark a reaction. Arako is where we headed next. Do we like that? Yay? Nay? Maybe?
Yeah, I think this is, you know, we talked about it last time we saw Arako, which is funny because we actually saw it recently. I think it was the last time we were together, but it's a dive heavy map. There's a lot of escape routes with dive, so you use those portals to your advantage. So, you know, that's definitely on the table. They like that kind of stuff. This is the kind of map you need to have in your belt. You want to have some sort of unique map that teams don't practice as much because it gives you a slight advantage, and I think that's what we Lost are doing here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I mean, maybe I would have even liked Spider Islands, but I guess it's going to be based on what they are doing well on in practice and in the few scrim blocks that they do get. But we're going to Aranco for the game number 3.
Yeah, we actually saw it in the match between TLC and Stick Drift yesterday. Was that yesterday?
Yeah.
It must have been yesterday. Yeah, time's a flat circle. I don't know what's going on anymore. I do know, though, that we are fighting on this last map. SSG fighting for survival. And yeah, we lost at this point, just fighting for TSM, I guess. So let's see who's going to come out on top. Guys, please take it away.
Yeah, fighting for TSM, but also fighting for seeding. Seeding still important right now as we head into the ban phase. I think the bans were good across the board last time, and I see Gambit double ban, the lock in a Black Cat for Jitward. Again, something that is very consistent. Space Station changing nothing, getting rid of Jeff, and that's because Kendrick's just really good on the hero.
Yep, it makes sense to get rid of that. I think that you talked about it with Dive. It's just really consistent with it. They want to keep their Devil Dino out in the field. I think we Lost took us to this map because maybe they would be sure this game would feel too uncomfortable playing Penny Parker here. Is kind of my assumption.
Yeah, there is some advantage to Penny. Like, you could mine off some of the teleporter stuff, but that's not guaranteed as much, right? So whereas in Central Park, it's like they're always going to be going to that location. Your strat line can sit there. You're not going to be able to do that if you're mining off a portal. So yeah, I'm with you. I actually don't think that's a bad call. It's going to make it more tricky to run Penny. But we'll see if they even elect to do that, or if Lost decides to ban it, which I don't think would be the case. Daredevil going to be the lock for Space Station, and removing Elsa Bloodstone, who honestly Glartrox off map here could be a problem.
Yeah, and maybe they get the one-sided version of it. I mean, we talked about how people were overrating Phoenix in the last series, as Phoenix was like first or second ban or whatever, besides Gambit. This time around, I mean, yeah, we lost our fine playing against Phoenix because, yeah, you just hard dive the Phoenix. And she can't do much. Whereas Elsa, opposite side, you can throw down traps. The Glartrox is big, like you said. Ensong Inferno, you can shoot out of the sky. And then, yeah, we lost to protect the Venom that you mentioned about them in the last series.
I think that's big. Yeah, that's big for them, I think. I think they found a lot of success with the Venom, just applying a ton of pressure, allowing Jitward to get more free just damage off while the distraction's there. They removed that last time, forcing Luca onto stuff maybe not as comfortable. Besides, the Hulk looked really good, but the Cap was struggling maybe a little bit. And then the removal of Strat Pool from Space Station at the very end. It could be the Van Pool, but I think it is Strat Pool this time.
Yeah, for banning out the counter to Devil Dino, and then also for the opposite side, yeah, we lost kind of, leaving some things open for Milk Boy. So that will be interesting if what's been sort of a priority for them in the first 2 maps. This is kind of something that we would see in a best out of 5, I think, as teams are reacting like this over the course of a whole series, especially as, I think when you go from Convoy to Domination to Convoy Convergence, map types are so different that maybe you're like, okay, it wasn't hero problems, it's map problems.
Sure.
And once you lose a Convoy or a Convergence map, you're like, okay, we actually need to change something up. And, both teams kind of thinking about that.
Yeah, touche. I'm fully with you there as we are looking at the rough composition and look at it again. Your favorite hero, Penny Parker, coming out to play. So, I talked about essentially walling off or essentially, mining some of those teleporters. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's likely going to be right down main. Stratline's going to try to stay on top of it. Yeah, right now it's going to be in this corner. You just play safe here, play together, and just play as a ball. Instead of, going into the snowball comp that is, yeah, we lost. You just become a brick wall together and try to sit so they cannot walk through you. We'll see if it works out. But Dinosaur and Penny is a big problem, man.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And it's a matter of, can Milk Boy and them keep playing it to a very high level? Milk Boy trying to match that flank, but yeah, we lost playing it straight up too. Mask finds Zanji earlier on, though. Zanji going a little bit too far on the flank, and a nice job by him on the Vanpool, Deadpool. Month removes Kendrick, though.
Yeah, they're turning this corner quickly. I don't always like holding side as kind of, some teams electing to not do that anymore. I think we saw Team Liquid Citadel just keeping it low off the rip. Well, mine's almost landed there for Jitward. Good comms, but we see immediate, slower pace. Now trying to decide where to go. It's just trying to force out these mines, and that's the difficulty of running Cat into Penny like this.
Giving a lot of prioritization towards Jitward. Is it going to pan out? Yeah. Jitward goes to the sky, does dodge those mines, and gets 2 immediately. Holy.
Ew. Oh, good. Jitward looking for another pick here. Luca finds Nectar. Zatek now to Necrise. Luca again on a Milk Boy. The whole team gets swept here, and this is a very fast push, buddy.
Yeah, this is the problem we talked about with Penny Parker stuff, and maybe team's not as comfortable running it. SSG have the portal play back. Milk Boy's going to go over to the Devil Dino. Zanji now into the Wolverine. They touch last second. Here's the portal, and everybody flies on out of there. But yeah, we lost. Need to set up their dive now.
Almost 3 minutes on, right before they take this first point. Jitward gonna find Milk Boy now, and again, yeah, we lost up a number early. Almost has ult advantage here. Almost have ults coming through, but not if you get KO'd like that. What a shot. Zatex drops Zanji. Renko finds one. Zatex again on a month, though. Zatex gonna be showing up here. Luca finds Renko, and they will take this point.
And this is an excellent, I think, ban phase from Yeah, we lost now in hindsight. You know, obviously they lost the Deadpool in terms of strat pool, but I mean, there's other ways to counter Devil Dino. You know, on the opposite side, you know, Elsa's such a strong character.
Yeah.
And it just feels like that is really biting SSG in the butt right now. And we're seeing now that I think everybody was kind of right in that Phoenix so far hasn't been as strong as Elsa, at least this patch. But a lot of pros think she's kind of up there.
Yeah. You know, I think Phoenix is in a really strong spot right now, but it's not as much into Dino, right? The percent-based damage is the problem there, but we see Jitward looking for another pick, playing safe, but down to 30 HP, still holding on, almost makes it work. Nekry's gonna find that pick, though. Ults heavily here across the board. There's the commitment with the Banhammer. Month matches back at this moment. Milk Boy does get that Van Pool currently, so that's gonna be something that might find them some success, but at the moment, yeah, we lost just keeping it moving here. Out goes the dance floor for Xantho. Renko matches it. Nekry starts with a rampage, but nobody's getting picks.
Yeah, this is a bunch of ults committed to, yeah, basically no avail, like you said. Milk Boy does throw out that Van Hammer. A lot of ults, at least push back the side of Yeah, we lost to moving it forward. We talked about SSG's biggest problem right now has been a macro level, but I guess Milk Boy on the Deadpool has not been a problem. I mean, this guy, there's a reason why it was banned so far. He's looked good on it. At the moment, though, Yeah, we lost are again going for a hard gauge.
But it's tough going into Vanpool when you miss the whole first point in terms of experience, right? You got to play the catch-up game a bit, makes it more tricky. So they're probably going to try to play as passive as possible. Jitward, though, bringing out the calling card. Nectar finds Kendrick. Zatex on a Nekry's. Nice tackle there. Oh, what a cancel! No. Zatex able to drop Zanji in the sky. Gets for a third, a fourth here. Zatex, come on now, is going to potentially pull this whole thing through on the back of a huge Kraken impact. That was so massive with a penta.
What a massive reset, like you mentioned. Huge work on his Zatex, the Bucky Barnes player for Yeah, we lost. And moving to third phase, we talk about this team doing well whenever they do. It's off the back of this man on the hit scan characters. Now for SSG, it's been a little bit, now we can say a bit more of a quiet game from Nectar, but they need to figure out something, a way to peel for them. And for them, that's going over to Ultron, Luna Snow, and White Fox. None of the Manta stuff, which we might see out of other teams, but trying to play the Ultron in the sky, especially versus the Vanpool. I'm curious how this kind of turns out for him.
Nectar drops Zatex here. Start them off on the right foot. SSG, there's just so much time on this final point. Banhammer goes out. Month able to take out Kendrick. Renko onto Luca. Jitward again with his picks. Non-stop finding value onto that backstab. If it being a shroud, it just goes right for Nectar there. He's trying to mark him, I think, at that moment, but there's that dive commitment immediately gone invis. So difficult to keep eyes on the cat.
Yeah, and one of the most evasive characters in the game. Actually, probably the most right now. At the moment, Yeah, we lost. Keep setting up Lucas on these dives. See if they can actually do so versus the Ultron, though. Everybody's grouped together to get the over health as well. Jitward leaves with 5 HP, though, back to his team.
That was a huge portal, and that's what we're talking about with the dive commitment, right? This portal is just giving you an out whenever you need to. They literally can't hit you. Month finding Xantho here. SSG now going to be up. The commitment from Luca with the feast goes down. Seems to be a big hit, but I'm sure anyone's able to fall off the back of it. Space being taken and owned here by the Dinosaur with a buddy barrier. Using that now as the whole team starts up. Kendrick going to walk with it coming off the back. Zatex trying to make it work. Dance floor is going to slow that pace. The points almost gets all the way through. Tries to own that space, but it's matched right back. The damage boost from Nectar with the dance floor is going to be enough to sweep the entire team. Nekry's. A lot of commitment from that, though, as they use a ton of ult combination. Renko, Milk Boy, Nectar, and Nekry's had ulted in that fight.
Yeah, they got to the very end, too. Good cap of the cart. And I like the switch up, at least with having the Ultron so far. I kind of question it, but it's been good. I mean, yeah, we lost. They're definitely lacking some of the extra damage with the strat pool. You know, giving them the jackpot with the damage boost. You can see that everybody is kind of feeling the pain and that KO potential not really been there, but Jitward does have ult. SSG, we have Zanji in the sky with ultimate available, though.
Dropping back with the team, knowing that it is out, trying to keep them protected, and if that pick comes through, it would be disgusting. Instead, it does not. Rage of Ultron likely going to be matched here in a moment. Waiting out this ultimate, still on the point. Now, there's that Rage of Ultron now to keep the team healthy and then turn it around on one of these dive characters. Instead, Just keeping that focus on the front line now, driving them backwards. Good kite there from We Lost on the reset.
But they do give them a lot of space. Regardless, you can see their supports, their strategists are playing all the way in spawn, understanding Jitward can't get in there. And if they focus on Nectar, he's got the hard pocket, or they got the hard pocket. Meanwhile, Milkboy's in Narnia by himself, throwing out the ultimate, distracting the backline, make sure they can't support Jitward on these dives. So it's an interesting decision from SSG to kind of hold this spawn, but it's working at the moment.
The commitment now. You should just see the amount of invis constantly being popped here. Luca looking for that pick. Zaytag's able to find Necrise. Milkboy takes out Jitward, though. It's a decent trade back and forth, but losing a Vanguard for a Duelist. What a freeze there to stall a little bit longer. Zaytag's trying to find the frontline pick, but Milkboy is just topped off 100% HP at all times. And almost gets that pick on a Nectar. What a teleport there from Month. Kraken Impact is available, and it starts now. It finds Milkboy. Will they be able to keep this going? Zaytag's, can it happen again for a 5-piece? No. Now it is going to be matched back. 60 HP, forced to drop backwards. Good location right there.
Yeah, I'm curious why he dropped back towards that inside angle away from his healers, but now they come back in. Dance floor better for the attack, though. Here comes the Feast of the Abyss. Can we find the Luna with the one-shot? No.
Zaytag's able to take out Nectar through that chaos, though, as the whole team tries to run away. 3 meters until it's all 3 points capped. Jitward making a change here onto DD. Now the Angela from Necrise comes into play. Renko finds Kendrick. Mask finds one. Necrise gets a pick there onto Jitward. Luca onto Renko. It's back and forth again, but Milkboy still on this point. Using that ult to stall. Still healthy as can be. And almost gets another pick. Instead, Nectar's able to find that onto Mask. And this is an insane hold, but almost loses it. OT starts. Can they make this happen here?
I mean, everybody towards the cart. Portal has to come through now from the We Lost side. The Venom has to run away. 1 HP Nectar hits the shot. Dev ultimate. Daredevil ultimate. Can they find the KOs, though? Runs around, tries to find Milkboy, but he is taking infinite damage. The heals are there. Nectar finds Santos. Zaytag's finds 1 and 2.
Zaytag's might be able to make this work. Nectar, though, trades it back into Zaytag's. Mask holding on with a strange great portal positioning there to cut off some of the LOS of healing. Jitward again onto Nectar. OT still very low, but they might be able to do this. Oh my goodness! Jitward is able to find 4 and push it through in overtime, and you need to portal like that. What a play!
Ain't no way. Oh my God, Zaytag's with somehow a 3-piece in that fight towards the very end. The Bucky gameplay looked phenomenal, and then, you know, oh geez, the heal blocks there at the end. Everything culminated in We Lost full cap, which they got held there at that last point for about 3 minutes, Chip. So huge work done by We Lost. And this was honestly a good hold out of SSG till the very end. So tough spot to be in. They have to bounce back now. But if any team can, it feels like the mental fortitude of SSG has been pretty solid throughout the series, especially after winning that last map.
Wow, that was, like you're saying, I mean, the hold was immense, but the just clutch gene that we see there from We Lost coming into fruition. Now they're going to be on defense. And, you know, I just think in general, We Lost just plays so strong on attack. They struggle, maybe not necessarily struggle, but they're not as strong on defense because their comp is so dive focused that it can sometimes lead to them giving up free space if someone's on card, etc. But outside of that, they just look so good. What an attack there, Month with the ace for the side of SSG, but I'd say those duelists still absolutely putting in work.
And if viewers, you guys have any friends or anybody stuck in ranked, get them out. Make them leave. Whatever. Take the loser queue, because you need to tune in right now and watch We Lost versus SSG, because this game is a certified classic of Stage 1 and can determine whether or not SSG make the playoffs. So huge implications on the line and a really fun matchup too. You can't miss it.
And here we go on the attack, this time for Space Station. They need this win, folks. We are at game 3. It could not be more clutch. They need to provide right now. Try to get some early time on these points. Point 3 is so difficult to attack. They want to try to make this fast, much like we saw from We Lost. Jitward setting up on the dive. Same story for Luca. Now they engage at the same time. Notice how the attacks are always then a 3-2-1 count happening together, so that they can't pick the right target, or they're at least more confused in these fights.
Then pulls him into the back line to Renko. Baytex there with the follow-up again. Nectar goes down early on. And with that, again, they have to give up a lot of space that they just controlled. Milkboy also falls. So with him off of the dead pool, and they're sent away, at least they find Luca in trade, but he's back fast on Venom. Surely.
I think it's safe to say Bucky's just very much back in this meta. There's just been so much strong Bucky play, clutch Bucky moments that I don't think he's ever been gone. That new alt buff change, bringing it back to 20% KO, has just been absolutely huge. Nectar making the change to Bucky as well. Milk Boy finds Xantho. Zatex finds 2. The Kraken Impact goes through. Now looking at Nectar for a 3rd, potentially 4 here. Zatex cannot be stopped when the Kraken Impact is available.
Yeah, he's been going off. Zanji, though, kind of wants a piece of the pie of the KO feed. Does go down eventually to Luca and the target focus, but at least you get some space again towards that car, controlled once more by SSG. It's been in a war of attrition. In fact, yeah, we lost trying to want to win it. Kendrick pops the ultimate, at least forced dance floor, but he goes down to a stun play. So he at least forced the Luna Snow ult, but that could have been maybe bad if we just trade 1 for nothing.
Shout out to the observers just watching Jitward constantly gamba there. I love to see that as we see Milk Boy try to take out Math, does so. Jitward onto Zanji. Nectar and Muntho get a 2-piece, and the point is moving with 2 minutes on.
I mean, I like how Zanji's playing this map too. I think he's playing well around Milk Boy on the Venom. But, you know, they've been fighting tooth and nail for this payload, for this objective. And they're finally getting on moving forward. Jitward finally has to go in with the ultimate upcoming fight. Does have to deal with Month and that White Fox ult. Maybe they have something to kind of deal with it.
Milk Boy now beginning with 1 onto Kendrick. Goodbye to the strategist once more. Zanji, Milk Boy once again. This dive commitment together is clearly working out. Nectar drops Jitward. Month now onto Luca. That's all the numbers. I think the point should be theirs here. I think portal play comes through. No, it does not. So still some good time on the clock here for Space Station, who are not dead yet, folks. Backs against the wall, but they believe. See if they can find their way through point 2 and head into the treacherous point 3.
I think this is a better map just because of the fact that SSG are actually doing something with Milk Boy and these off angles instead of hard focusing on just peeling. They made the play the first time. Zanji and Milk Boy's dives look a lot better.
Dance floor goes out. Zatex has Kraken Impact available, seemingly always available, just dealing so much damage. Zanji tries to escape, does so. Well done. Now with the engage onto the backline. Xantho drops Zanji. Quite the tongue twister there. Zatex looks for another. Kraken Impact still on the table. Instead not electing to use it. Just fighting in the neutral, getting a pick on a neck rise. Potentially Milk Boy with a huge pull. And grounded. What a play there. That was disgusting to look at.
I know Bucky shoots meatballs, but I mean, Xantho's just, or not Xantho, Zatex has not missed a single shot. This is how many X starting characters names, by the way, do we have in this series?
It's so tricky.
We have the X-Men right now. I can't believe it. Holy. Yeah, we lost though on the defense, right? Finally are towards the spawn yet again. They like to take unorthodox positionings when it comes to holds. So this is again already towards like where the cart got capped out. So that the little tree boy gets to move on forward.
Yeah, I really liked that pull that we saw there, right into the grounding from Black Cat. It was a really disgusting combination because you don't have the ground on punch anymore. Oh, there's that ground right there. Milk Boy not able to escape. Instead, electing to use Feast to stall a little bit longer. The whole team getting committed to Cameo Unleashed goes out the dance floor as well. It's time from Renko to keep the point. They're trying to get this thing moving here. Renko trying to find some value through this, potentially switching to damage boost for a combination. And no, there is no combination right now. Jitward taking out Nectar, neck rise onto Kendrick. Zatex, there's that Kraken Impact. 1 goes down. Zanji, though, says not up in here, deletes Zatex, and finds another. Milk Boy onto Jitward, and the point is moving once again.
Yeah, everyone playing around that Dino ult as well as the Daredevil inside, and able to get that bonus HP, make sure that Jitward can't get resets, and now we're moving on. Nectar now go over to the Psylocke, of all things, off the Bucky, to try to help, or at least try to maybe, like, play for his own life. Also keep that damage output onto these Vanguards, because that's a big priority for both sides. And Zatex specifically, he's been trying to focus this Venom, trying to focus his Devil Dino. Nectar has his ult ready to go.
Nectar onto Xantho here. Zanji finds 1-2, and again, an early start, but it is having the Psylocke in play. Is this going to be the answer they need to get this thing the whole way? It seems like it. Nectar finds 3. Nectar's so good on this hero. Hasn't been seen a lot in the meta, but outside of it doesn't matter. When he can play like this, that's going to be 3 now, trying to find the way to the back line. This pick would be massive.
And trying to dive yet again, like you said, deal with Jitward. Cart moving on forward. Nobody being able to touch, by the way. Finally, they run in, get grabbed by the Dino, shoved away. And Zanji again onto Xantho. Jitward falls 2, Zatex with 1, but he's not been able to get anything in terms of when it comes to these dives of SSG. It's looking so clean out of them right now.
It's like an aim training sim right now for Nectar, who is just going to walk through and find another 2-piece after the Quadra. Just value here in the neutral, all while just holding left click and tracking through something like the dive from Jitward. So really well played once more. Alt advantage going to be up here for SSG with Milk Boy and Zanji. They'll have the answer of the dance floor from Xantho.
Like a xylophone out here. Meanwhile, towards the cart. Immediate commit. I mean, you can see prioritization towards that payload too. Really early ult from we lost. With that dance floor against Zanji's ult, he goes back away, understands he forced the Luna Snow dance floor. You have the advantage of being fine with yours.
Zanji now committing heavy. Zatex and Mask now have ults. They gained time and don't have percentage. Now Nectar gets another pick though. Zanji onto Xantho, and this comp switch is really working. Zanji wants more with 2. Oh my goodness! Just popping off. Renko now in month with the last 2, and they're still walking, but only a minute on the clock. This is absolutely a hold potential here for we lost, but SSG, if they keep this up, they can't be stopped right now.
No, and I think Zanji's playing a lot better. I think the strategists of them are playing better too. For we lost, they're a little bit too, happy, trigger happy in terms of popping ults early and to slow it down for their side if they want a chance to win this.
Oh, and that's a huge dunk there from Luca. Nectar again in the neutral on to Mask. Just so much value out of just the neutral Psylocke, which you don't hear a lot. The big ult plays. Now goes the grounding. Jit, we're trying to slow up the pace. Let's have calling card available. I think it's all about just one big fight for them here. They don't want to commit too much early. They're trying to force some stuff out. Necrise with 2. Renko finds 1. Xantho's able to trade with 1, but it may not be enough here, folks. There's not a lot of space for this. You can't lose right now. Zanji takes out Jitward, who I believe ulted in that? Did. Oh, what a pick. And Necrise takes out Mask. They may be able to tie this up.
Oh my god. I mean, Zatex has to go off with Luca's ultimate to try to stop SSG. TSM praying that doesn't happen for SSG, though, as they have ultimates up.
It's absolute cinema here. It's a Q fest. Who gets it done better? Oh, Nectar not able to make much work. Renko finds one. Zatex on the back line. Takes out Renko. Luca drops Month. There's a trade back now. Numbers are even at this moment. Strategists fall. The portal plays are coming in. Zatex trying to get another pick here. Looking for... Whoa! What a punch! But Nectar gets 2! Nectar gets 2 while this is happening. Jitward now takes out Nectar. It's so back and forth. Necrise onto Luca. They want this here. Jitward, Xantho, Luca's back in the fight again, folks. Can they make this happen? SSG are not giving up. Necrise trying to hold on. Zatex in this off angle now. Looking towards the back line. What a pull on SSG. Oh my goodness.
He goes in. Oh my god, what a freeze! Jitward gets Necrise too! Wait, we lost it coming back into it off the back of the Bucky!
What?
And he gets another one! Overtime goes away, the portal isn't here! Can anybody else touch it? Jitward again in the KO feed! Nobody on SSG's side can come back into it! Are you kidding me? We lost to the saviors of TSM! They stop SSG from winning and they win the series!
Oh my, it's been a while, but are you not entertained? What a fight at the end. It goes back and forth to the point I thought SSG had it, and then we lost. Jitward comes in and gets 3 again, clutching up in a moment that was absolutely necessary. Wow.
This was insanity. How close. I absolutely love what we've seen from both of these teams. The switches through, both having a very clear identity, both teams knowing exactly what they want to play and trying to just push their tempo, push their narrative in this one. We lost coming out on top of this one when I honestly was already like strapping in for the OT rounds. Like this is nuts.
That was insane, dude. Like, I don't somebody throw the bag at Zatex first of all. Like, I mean, like that he's been the storyline the whole freaking season stage. Zatex is just that guy, and that's all there is to it. Same thing with Nectar. Like, Nectar was also just trying to put the team on the back. Same thing with Month. But yeah, you said it, Zoe. What a series! Holy.
We're getting treated today. Like the implications for each of these matches, and the teams really showed up. They came to play. They came to win most of all. Now, unfortunately for SSG, this also means that their journey has ended here because they will not be making playoffs with that loss. I do believe it's TSM and we lost who will be moving up in this group.
Oh my.
I just like can't believe how cinematic all these games have been. This is just bringing us back to the preseason. It's just such a fun watch. Shout out to SSG for putting up an insane fight. Y'all are a disgusting team, and it just didn't go your way this time. I mean, but wow. I mean, it's just pure cinema in these fights. Everybody getting value. It's so back and forth. I had no idea where that was going at the end.
This just, I mean, this goes to show, like, for, I don't know, like, TSM, I think in preseason, you know, we could talk about them a little bit. Like, they were in the group of death. Now, you know, on this side of the bracket, I think that, you know, they got a few things going their way and they got it done. You know, I feel like, not to bring everything back to sports, but, you know, kind of with my Arizona Diamondbacks, we had a player named Carlos Santana. He, like, went out for the season. Right. And I'm sorry, Zoe, but they shared his they shared his glove with like all the players, and they started doing well after. You know, maybe to equate it to Gale. You know, Gale stepping down, taking a break. He's giving them their blessing. It's the TSM blessing. You know, they're back in it. They're in the playoffs now, and they haven't been in the playoffs in the preseason. So this is their biggest step forward yet for the organization.
Yeah, and I think after the preseason, a lot of people have doubted that squad quite a bit, but they more than just redeemed themselves a little bit. It's been a tough group for them. The middle of the pack was very, very competitive in Group A, so it really was anyone's game to win. That's Base Station Gaming. They put up such a great fight individually, so very skilled. I think they slotted in so well this stage, and they just fell short at the finish line here.
Oh man, I mean, even my adrenaline's going crazy. I can't imagine what the adrenaline's going to be like for Zatex in this interview coming up here in just a moment, because look at these stats. Yeah, just an absolute problem.
Oh man, I don't know. This just makes me feel bad for Nectar too, and like the whole team on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal for sure. And it's like, yeah, we'll talk to Zatex about it. That was a phenomenal game. He wasn't missing a single shot. Like, he really wasn't. And I know that, you know, Bucky, you know, always crapping this character for having the largest like hitbox in terms of a shot in the game, but he really wasn't missing, and it was just a living hell, it looked like, for Necrise and Milk Boy, who just got, you know, I guess the milk got, what was it, curded? It was spoiled.
yeah.
And then, you know,
what are you saying?
Curds, right? Like it's like when milk goes bad.
Yeah, curdles.
Curdles. Oh shoot.
Yes, you got really close though.
We got there. We were halfway. There's 80%.
Yeah, but it's great. It's great to see the Bucky coming out there as well. Obviously, I think, yeah, just in general, across the board, I think there was a real good willingness from each of those players, like make adaptation, make switches when they were needed. I don't think either of those teams waited too long with their respective switches, especially here on Araco.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stats right now, kind of just enthralled. There's just so much huge
numbers,
performances across. Yeah, I mean, just all the performances across the board. I mean, look at Nectar 21 finals, Zanji with 15, and then it's like Jitward 17, Zatex 26. I mean, the duelist line just duking it out. The front line from Necrise and Milkboy again, getting a bunch of finals while still dealing a ton of damage. It shows me that these teams are just locked in, and yeah, We Lost is not afraid of going down, right? Like this team comp, this team that they run is just so aggro, and they're willing to reset on command if need be. If the fight's not going their way, they'll just fully int in, try to get value, and then reset together. They don't care about going down. They'll come back with a vengeance, and it just seemed to work out for them.
And they have the right players to do that, right? If you have a Jitward and stuff, like they play to win. Like they're not playing scared. They're just like, you know what, all or nothing. Let's just commit. Like let's int in. And SSG on the other side do play more passive, more calculated, so they're not quite as willing to just like eat themselves at the opponent. But that's what makes We Lost so entertaining to watch. It's that teamwork, it's that team play, and of course the individuals such as Zatex, who will be joining us now for a quick chat in the winners interview. So let's bring Zatex into the mix.
Hello.
There they are. Hello and congratulations. That was incredible. First of all, how do you feel? Because this was really, really intense to just watch.
I mean, I was feeling that at first, but you know, I'm happy that we won that because we struggled against STD earlier in like last week, and I mean, it was a bad loss. We should have won, but we just didn't play good, and I don't think we even played that good today either, to be honest with you. But I think we did play better.
I mean, it certainly looked good from where we were sitting. Like, this was a really, really fun match to watch. I just want to quickly ask about the map choice here, because most teams are taking us to Museum of Contemplation. You guys opted for Araco as the last map. Walk us through the thought process here.
So we usually choose Museum as our map, like everyone else. But we decided to do Araco because we just have good scrim performances on it. But also, I think we've only been playing Museum, so I think SSG was expecting us to pick Museum, and we just want to throw a curveball.
No, it's super smart. It's incredibly smart. I liked your guys' ban phase too. I don't know if it was necessarily going after Nectar or what. I like the Star-Lord ban out. I think that's a huge play. Even the Elsa to try to help you guys with the percent-based damage stuff. And then your Bucky, man. I mean, we touched on it a little bit. Your Bucky was just lights out, right? So can you talk about Bucky in this current meta? Do you think up in the conversation, or you got to ban out some heroes before you jump on that train?
I think Bucky is really strong right now. I think there was a point where a lot of people were playing it instead of like Elsa and Star-Lord and I mean like every other character that most hit skins are playing right now. So, and I think most people forgot that it's like a really good character still, especially when Dino is in the game. You can just like perma shoot him and just farm your ult fast. Like there's like a lot of like I mean the hook. If you hit a hook, you just like win the fight almost. Like it's just genuinely like I think the character is still really insane, but I mean everyone just forgot, and I just thought that it was a good pick here, and I just kind of randomly chose it. I haven't played it in like I don't think a week. I just wanted to pick it, so
just a raid boss, dude. No, really well done, man.
Yeah.
Well, fair play. I mean, big congrats to you, Mr. Zatex. I mean, like, dude, like, I imagine TSM, by the way, because you basically qualified them into the playoffs off of that win against SSG and sent them home. I mean, they got to send you like a gift package or something, or at least like, you know, pick you up as an honorary member for the playoffs or something, like give you at least all of their paychecks, maybe. I don't know. Like, obviously, if you have something to say to TSM fans real quick, and then I can actually ask you a real question.
Okay. I mean, you guys are welcome. I'm friends with the people on their team, and I mean, I was doing it for them, honestly.
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. And I think for you, you've been like one of the hottest commodities, I think, outside of any signed team, I guess, right now. What's the future looking like for you, man? Obviously, we had the playoffs moving up, but who knows the next time we interview you. What's it looking like for you? What's the vibes like? You're going to see how things are in the offseason, maybe for, you know, you guys for Yeah We Lost, or you individually?
I mean, I'm planning to stay with Yeah We Lost, to be honest with you. I mean, I just think, like, even without Cart, like, Luca is, like, I think Cart was an insane player. I think Luca, he needs, like, he definitely needs a little bit longer, but we're going to have a month into playoffs. I mean, I think he's going to, once playoffs start, I think you're going to see I mean, he's going to be insane. I'm not going to lie. I think his Hulk is already really good, and he hasn't played that much of Hulk. I mean, I think he's going to be insane. Just wait.
Oh, we're ready for it. Thank you so much, Zatex, for sharing your thoughts and some insights. Once again, congratulations to you and the squad. Incredible performance, and we can't wait to see more. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
See ya.
Goodbye, Zatex. Playing in the darkness like a real gamer. Real gaming hours over there. I do love that. Also, what a likable guy. Can we just take a moment? Like, yes, those are the kind of interviews I like. He wants to be here. He wants to chat. He's happy to be here. He's happy that they just won, and in what fashion they've done it. Like, this was an incredible performance across the board. It's kind of crazy to hear him saying, like, I don't even think we played that good. Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, like PR training, because that was some really clean interviewing right there. I mean, I mean, they looked really good together, but staying humble, I respect that too.
Yeah, a humble king. We're all here for it. Now, we are not done for the day, even though it feels like this day has been going on forever since all the matches are going the distance. We have one more in store for you. Energy Shock versus Sentinel. They are playing for the 4th place in Group B, so everything on the line for those two teams as well. You do not want to miss it. We're heading into a break, and afterwards, we should be right back with the last series of the day.
Do your heart look inside you? Can you feel it? 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면
The NA groups of Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 deliver not one, but 2, 3 map bangers thus far. Why stop here though? I might start sounding greedy here, but guys, I feel like we've got another promising series coming up with Energy Shock and Sentinels. Are you guys feeling another 3 map series? Shib, what's the vibe?
It has to, at this point, yeah, I think it has to happen. We have brought the luck upon us, and not only is it going to map 3, but it's going to go all the way to point 3 like these maps have done, and into OT for a few seconds. It might as well milk every last second, but I'm telling you what, I'm having a blast, and I kind of hope that's the case.
So do I. And Dogman, I know you're always here for a tight series, even though you're about to lose your voice But that's just the price we pay for entertainment, isn't it? Let's talk about these two teams, because Energy Shock and Sentinels, they're fighting for that 4th spot. So it's a win and in situation for these teams, which means everything is on the line. Energy Shock, while they did lose earlier this week versus Swamp Gaming, they certainly made them work for it, winning 100-0 on round one of the rounds on domination, which looked very, very good for them. Yeah, so overall, what have we learned? What is the big takeaway from the series from the last time we got to see them in action?
I think they can be good, but it's kind of very reliant for Energy in the ban phase, kind of like a lot of other teams, but Energy specifically, they just have to not screw it up. Like sometimes in the past, I feel like they've relied upon it. Also, they're going to rely heavily on Stinkers. I mean, that guy has been amazing this tournament, absolute grinder behind the scenes, and just really the best player on the team, I think. The Strategist line has also been getting better. I think they have a good chance of winning today. They're kind of on a different trajectory as Sentinels. It's just a matter of, how fast did they improve in the previous weeks? How much did they get better? And, it's also the coveted matchup between Madara and his ex-teammates. And, there's a bunch of definitely, people that have been around the block in terms of teams now at this point. So this is going to be a fun one for sure. And I think NRG have a good chance at winning it if they've really improved their potential that they definitely have had over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and something, of course, that also Mello from SG pointed out, that the winners interview after they won against Energy Shock, when was that, yesterday, a few days ago, I don't know anymore, but just noting how these import players from Energy Shock, they're playing on ping, which is kind of crazy that they managed to make it so close against our top teamship.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do. I think the idea is if they do make it to playoffs, they'll have them come into the States and play on some cleaner ping. But yeah, it's so hard, especially reactive as a strategist, trying to handle some of the dive stuff, land some big cooldowns on necessary landing of cooldowns. But I will say, even on ping, some of these matchups, they've looked disgusting in the back line. So can't imagine what this team's going to look like with everybody in the States together. Hoodie and Aztec, shout those two out, because I'm telling you, they're good. We're going to have to keep our eyes on them for sure.
Absolutely. Now, if we want to take a look at the opposition here, Sentinels. That is the team they have to get through and the team they need to beat. Sentinels had an up and down journey so far in this stage. One moment they looked like they got it all figured out, and then suddenly they may have overcooked. Obviously, we got treated very recently to Rai Mazing's Iron Man, like they were just flying around having a good time.
Yeah, you know what? Iron Man looked like he could have joined the meta alongside Penny in other weeks, but maybe not as much. Like, it does feel like there are some easy counters to it if you just play, some certain swaps. I think at the very end, of the last series, we saw that maybe we can counter Devil Dino comps and stuff, but for Iron Man, it's not been as strong. But regardless, this team, I think he can play the Daredevil at a pretty high level, and we've seen how good Daredevil is. Even if you go down a lot, it's kind of a part of the character. You just have to create space for your team, and for Yushur too. Like, that guy's been amazing. I think another standout Elsa player. It's obviously easier to stand out as the hit scan, I think, this patch, but regardless, this team has to play heavily around Yushur, and it's going to be a tough map on domination. They almost beat FlyQuest in at the very beginning of the week, but it's been a bit of a rocky road, as you mentioned, Zoe, for the squad.
Yeah, they almost beat FlyQuest. It was a very close series. And then just the previous week, in week 2, they won. They had that 2-0 victory over 100 Thieves, where they looked just phenomenal and lights out. So, yeah, up and down for them. And this one's for all the marbles. So I'm sure they're coming prepared. Now, here, of course, quick look at their match history so far in the preseason group stage. It was Energy coming out on top. Then the playoffs, Zen got their revenge ship.
Yeah, I think both these teams kind of play to each other's level. I think Sen is kind of known for that. They just step up when they need to, and then they can sometimes step down to the level of teams. It just kind of happens that way. But they run the very unique stuff. I mean, they have the Penny Parker play. They have the Iron Man, which I can't even believe I'm saying out loud. But Rai Mazing is just literally Iron Man. This team is really good. But Energy, again, a team that's more fresh together as a unit. The new backline, but they have just looked very solid. There's some weeks where I think they're an absolute contender for being at the top 3, and then there's some weeks where I think they're not. That's not the case. So, Sentinels came out on top 2-3 in the preseason playoff matches, lost to them early. I think this is going to be, settling the score here. Who gets the best 2 out of 3?
That's right. Someone is gonna get the crown for now until they meet again. They will not be meeting again, of course, in the playoffs because only one of those two teams is gonna make the cut. So the other one has to wait with their revenge until stage 2, which is quite a long time to sit on a revenge arc, but what a great story it will be. Let's talk about what we want to see from both of these teams. Dogman, something you just mentioned when we looked at the energy roster, so I want to start with you, is that something actually that you pointed out in their last match, which is their lock and ban phase. It could be more targeted. I think you both talked about in that match that it seemed like Energy Shock plays this a little bit like the beginning of the meta, a little bit defaulty, I believe was your guys' words.
Yeah, I mean, I think Swamp Gaming's ban phase against NRG was a bit, I think, different, to say the least. They did a lot of different things that we saw in previous weeks. But for this week, you know, obviously they're going to be playing up against Sentinels, which I think the ban phase might be a little bit more simple versus Swamp Gaming at the time. I think, and we saw yesterday versus 100 Thieves, it was kind of just get rid of characters that aren't Star-Lord, let them play the Star-Lord and see if they can play it. Eventually they figured out and they can play it. But versus Sentinels, it's going to be a different story. And kind of throughout this whole tournament, yeah, you talked about it, Zoe, they've had a tough ban phase.
They have indeed. Let's see if they can clean it up for this last and all-important match. Energy Shock versus Sentinels to close out our day. The winner will be moving into the playoffs. Guys who couldn't ask for a better photo finish, please take it away.
Okay, the final match of the day. This was a little more simple though, right? Like this is just you win, you get into the playoffs. We're going to see some removals here. Gambit makes sense to me. Phoenix on the side of Energy Shock, and Sentinels are going to lock in the Rocket. So that's how it starts. I'm surprised at the early Rocket lock, but it seems to be the case on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket's been a mainstay for the previous weeks, and we're getting the Phoenix bans yet again because both teams just thinking Phoenix is very good. And Phoenix is good, don't get me wrong. But, you know, that's also around the playstyles of both these squads. Star-Lord ban coming through for Energy Shock side, whereas Sentinels focusing more on the Mantis, preventing some of that triple comp that we could see. But for Energy, I wonder, you know, how much they've relied upon that. I think the Star-Lord ban might be a little bit better, but also the Mantis one is probably a bit more focused towards NRG.
Yeah, see, I don't have the stats in front of me. Sentinels like running the triple stuff. They like default to it sometimes when they're struggling, and but I do think they find a lot of their success when they're running more traditional 2-2-2s and do some different stuff with their compositions, which, you know, I think that we might see. I think we could see the Penny. We could see the Iron Man again. I think the Star-Lord lock with the Rocket is a really good answer from Energy Shock into the triple. So if Sen wants to run that, it's going to be a dicey situation for them. I think, you know, maybe they'll notice that, but the lock-in of Cap is huge for Crimzo. Who really does enable them to run more of a divey stuff. They usually struggle to do that when Cap's gone.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I think they need that for sure, and that's the last protect coming through towards those Vanguards. You know, I wonder how that's going to be, though, because we've seen at least the focus on keeping your Vanguards on heroes they're comfortable on not work out so far throughout. At least in the SSG series, we get that early Devil Dino protect. It doesn't pan out for them, and we're going home. But for Sentinels, obviously, want to make sure he's still on it, like you mentioned. I think the stronger, probably comps still go to NRG. Shib, what do you think on that? I'm kind of in that boat.
Yeah, I think just for kind of reading your opposition, they did the right thing. Like they have, you know, I don't think they're going to run the Cap, but they have a lot of solution to triple if they want to run that. They have comfortable picks for their team. I think it's definitely a win, but then, you know, we go back to the conversation on Sen. They seem to perform well when Crimso's on that Cap, and that is going to be the case, I believe, here. Set up our first map of domination.
All right, well, let's go into our last series of the day. It's been a nice long day today, which is you know, very fun, I think, for the overarching outcomes, because yeah, both teams are now challenging each other. You know, are you gonna play the Black Cat, or are you gonna play the Star-Lord for the side of NRG, I believe, because they're the ones that banned out the Star-Lord. And you know, that's a really good question. You know, how good are these Black Cats? How good are these Daredevils? Can we go for these full dives with everybody else? It's going to be a very interesting ask that I don't know if both teams can actually answer confidently until they win this series.
Yeah, see, you are going to see here, and I like this, we're going to see Crimzo with Rymazing on the dive. I talked about, you know, I do think this team is a lot better when Cap's on the table, because then they can fully commit onto that. Dongman going to be on the Dinosaur to help peel that backline a little bit while the dive goes through. If Ryan and Crimzo are on their game right now, it could be a good start for them. And then the opposition for NRG, So across the board, this is tried and true, but they're running that triple backline instead. Window's going to be on the hook. Stinkers on the dive with the cat is able to find one. The Dongman's back in. Hoodie now takes out Amazing, countering that dive quickly with a Jeff. So this triple solution might be working, but this time for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, they get to counter the Devil Dino with that Deadpool strategist role alongside playing just triple with very strong characters. You saw how strong Jeff was. Hoodie just coming out on the Jeff so far has been so nice. And, you know, for Sentinels, they're already sent back, right? Just one by one, they've been blasted by water, cooled down on such a fiery map. As Future does trade one, that's not enough.
Yeah, full reset here for Sentinels. NRG up on percentage, 10% and climbing here. And they have Aztec's ultimate available for this early next fight. That's going to be a big advantage for them. And that's the value of Strap Pool, especially in triple comps like this, is you can really kind of play your own game, play more aggressive, use your ult off rip and just neutral. Every single time you see an opportunity, you use it off cooldown and just walk at them. As you see right here, trying to get that test completed, committing heavy as Madara finds the first one onto Dongman instantly. But right back in the fight, Dongman goes.
Yeah, BRB brings him back, like you said, and Crimso's going to have to do a lot in terms of opening space. Jackpot also built up, so he's still got 6 seconds of the ultimate. And looking towards backline, game who's still available for the front line. Lartrox is out. That's 3 people into the trapped 2. Yusher. Insane grab of the entire team on the opposite side.
Oh, and the value of that is it's just one ult. It just happened to be giant as they're now walking down NRG. 52% is nothing to joke about, though, for the current moment. Amazing going to be on Cat. Drops Chime off the DD. Instead, going to match it right back. Crimzo. And now Yusher find the others. But what a stall. They're using Portal here to buy more time. I don't hate this at all. Try to get up to that, 80%, make it a one-fight situation. But, yeah, and you could actually, based on the percentage, get your Portal back by the end of the first map here. So I like that play, but it didn't really stall for long, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could sneak a strategist into the back line to play towards the health pack and get a nice secured position, but they come back into it, and you may have gotten your wish. Another close series. Upcoming fight. Chime ready to go in terms of this White Fox ult. Same thing with the Jeff. Jeff actually using the ultimate to just kind of stay alive. See you later. Tries to find the KOs, and Amazing does so.
Oh, that's a huge, it's Jeff here. Oh, it's actually friendly. I was like, I lied. Using it to reposition. I thought it was going to be aggro, but what am I saying here? That's Hoodie. Went after Window and Madara at that moment, dropping back with the team. Ult's available here for Oasis, Amazing, and Crimzo. 4 for NRG. Out goes the ground now. Back and forth they go. The dive from Amazing calling card is available, but instead, not able to get much yet. Kind of biding more time. It's matched back now by Stinkers, and out goes the Kamiho Unleashed.
Yeah, towards the point. So they're trying to kind of secure the objective with it at the very least. Wait till his resets stop coming. Amazing's the one to find Hoodie on the backside too. At least getting him even during that ultimate. Lartrox out again, and oh my god, it catches on to, was that the cap? It's on the Aztec at least, so he's going down.
Yeah, finds Window mid-alt, and that's the real truth. Is to cancel an ult and gets the pick, leaving Bruce for the moment. Is some big brain too. And have to force to get that pick at the last possible second. Waiting here to stagger. And now the cleanup, well, actually, no, because they have point. Wow. Well, finally falls. Amazing. Again, this percentage very close here. NRG does have ult advantage with Window, actually likely just Madara. We'll have to see if Window has ult in a moment.
Upcoming fight, I mean, we can potentially still play around Madara pretty hardcore, and for Sentinels, still around Yusher, build up those ultimates, just shove Madara very low. What if they go for those hard dives again? I mean, just a full brawl together. We'll see if that Jeff also can find those neutral picks. I think he's done so in the previous fight. Same thing with Aztecs with his ultimate. He's able to get a jackpot too. They can get Dongman early. BRB going to be forced out quick.
Waiting on passing that test. Last possible second here. Breaking that BRB. Yeah, that's a good find. A little aggro. A little position on the opposition side. Madara going in heavy with a Rampage. Looking towards the back line, but immediately forces out a Sia. Still holding this point. Sen is now fully committed. No ult yet, and that's going to be some good picks. Oasis, Crimzo, and Dongman. Now you should find one. OT ticks down. And I don't know that they can do this. Stinkers tries to hold. No Portal's going to be there. That's going to be map 1.
Wow, what a first round for Sentinels. A huge map out of Yusher specifically, but the whole team too, playing around what NRG were trying to do. And unfortunately from Dara and the crew, they couldn't get much done. They tried to peel off some people, but Hoodie went in a bit too far, got stomped on by the Dino, and right now, I just feel like what Crimzo is doing in the squad, trying to buy space or get space for Yusher, who is, by the way, deathless. So, I mean, he's had a great game so far on that Elsa. And for NRG, it just feels like they lack a little bit of damage. I wonder because they're trying to peel more so for the Black Cat, at least with the White Fox the last map. They want to change off it. It seems like they agree they're going to go to the Star-Lord and then switch over window to that Van Pool that we've seen in the past. That's kind of interesting because I think a lot of teams would commit to sort of hard countering that Dino with Deadpool, but it obviously wasn't really working, and it's primarily off the back of, like you were talking about, Usher was just having some huge Lartroxes.
Yeah, I mean, not only were they finding multiple people, but like, you know, canceling the hook ult there at the end, it's just so much additional value and worked out well. Right, amazing making the switch over to Cat too. Shout that out because, you know, the DD didn't work out initially, saw that it was matched over there and immediately locked in. And now it forces actually the switch, and Chime and Stinkers are not going to be running Cat at all traditional with the range hit scan.
Maybe this is something out of like what TSM would opt to do. Play that Star-Lord, but still play the Elsa alongside it and just try to counter Amazing going a little bit too aggressive. Obviously, Crimson finds the team up with Rocket Raccoon, at least one part of the Rocket Raccoon pack side, but for Sentinels, they actually look to surround. Crimson tries to fight those flanks, make sure Sneakers, by the way, is matching it, but Rise now unmatched on the front line.
Yeah, Rise starting up with the calling card, trying to get the trade, but it's just too hard to cut through at this point. The Fox and the Cat duking it out. Fox looks like it's winning, I'll tell you that much right now, but the portal, or the point, excuse me, immediately gets capped here. Rez comes in on the window. Dongmin finding Chime. Out goes the Kamiho Unleashed, this time from the side of Oasis. Right, Amazing and Crimzo find two throughout the chaos. Window now able to take out Flamme. So numbers are still, though, in favor of Sentinels as they hold this point.
It was an excellent time Dolt from the back line, and I thought that, honestly, Energy did a decent job. Like, Stinkers met Crimzo, found Crimzo on the flank. They dealt with Crimzo so that Rise ultimate would be getting negated. But then everybody towards the main line and the front line group, Dongman specifically, just out matching those the Devil Dino because everybody's trying to peel for each other instead of their own Devil Dino. Upcoming fight, Sentinels try to go aggressive.
Amazing initiation. Aztec goes down. Dongman with the bleed there. It's a good start as now Chime finds Right Amazing. Stinkers onto Crimzo. The res comes through. Usher goes down too. Stinkers with an absolutely giant ultimate. Flamme going to be bringing back Crimzo, but it doesn't matter. Actually, the point being stalled. Crimzo trying to hold. Stinkers with a nice clean there. Goodbye to Flamme. A quick sweep, but 53%. Not too bad off rip.
Yeah, Stinkers, they're going to have to keep playing through this man, and it's good that they're trying to pick up the Star-Lord now instead of that triple Stratus comp. Now they can play heavily around, you know, character they banned and protected back in the draft phase. But will they be able to keep it up, right? Sentinels finally sent back one fight due to Stinkers clipping Flamme on the opposite side. We'll see if, you know, Sentinels, their team, now they have the Daredevil to help match those flanks. I think Stinkers get enough resources to help matching Crimzo. Crimzo's the setup man almost for Ryan Amazing, and he's been out of these fights due to how Stinkers playing with the back line with the Rocket Raccoon specifically. And also, Chime has that large Trox available. Oh, okay, Crimzo's down.
Yeah, good shots there. Flamme able to bring Crimzo back, though. Numbers still even. This could be a huge Glartrox opportunity as it gets launched. They all separate, though. Doesn't connect at all. Sia now gets launched in an answer. Chime going to try to burn that down. About half HP, electing to not go after it. Flamme drops Window. Crimzo now onto Aztec. Stinkers trades it onto Crimzo, and Window comes back from the BRB, so the numbers should be even. The Rampage out from Madara. Hoodie 2 with the Kamiho Unleashed. It looks like everybody just kind of held on for a moment. NRG now up in percentage.
Oasis now swapping over to a character that doesn't have to deal with Peel, but no, okay, Stinkers, or rather can't deal with Peel, and I guess that just immediately is negated to the fact that Stinkers is just that guy. Hoodie also finds Right Amazing. Getting off White Fox proves to be deadly for Sentinels as they almost won that fight. Usher puts the team on his back yet again, has the ultimate ready to go. Or are they going to group up for it? He's lost the rest of his team. They're not NRG, hold on.
Huge switches here from NRG. I mean, this has been Galaxy Brain, as now Stinkers has ultimate again. Not going to be able to combine with Aztec in this fight, should they want to try to push through some of the Strategist ultimate, but there's going to be a lot of answers here for Sentinels. This is going to be an absolute banger fight. It's all going to be a Q-Fest. Going to get there to touch. I do believe Cap can make it. 7% available, but all the way to 99 NRG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this does go NRG's way in future maps. We'll see the Star-Lord banned, but obviously it's going to keep going in terms of this fight. We do have ultimate combinations in a second. Aztec has that. See you later. The Stinkers want to wait for it. No, he wants to go now.
Oh, good dance floor to hold on. Ryan Amazing trying to get onto it. Yes, they're all on the floor now to counteract this ultimate. Glartrox could be big. Does this seem to land? Usher tried. Good eyes on it. Doesn't look like it does. Psychi Light Flamme able to find Madara now. Numbers up for Sentinels. Ryan Amazing letting the devil out. Is able to find Hoodie. Aztec goes down. Oasis finds Window, and now they will get this point. 56% in climbing. Dongmin soon to have ult. Flame going to be there as well. And the answer is going to be Aztec, Madara, and Hoodie with Chime, NRG. Have them right where they want them.
You're right, they do. I was I'm kind of wondering why, Stinkers didn't just wait a little bit for Aztec to get the combo off. He can get KOs through strat ults.
Yeah.
We've seen in the past, it's like the best combo in terms of those two, but, obviously they're going to rely heavily on Chime again, right? This upcoming fight, he's going to have to keep getting a big Lartrox, but it's not been as clean as Yusher has been on the opposite side. Dongmin as well can carry a little space. Stinkers goes down to Rai on the flank already.
Wow. That's a huge early pick, and I'm with you, buddy. That could have been a win condition there to try to combine those. Trying to go a little bit early, but make it work. It's now out goes back Lartrox. Match right back with the Sia. Chime try to make it work. Oh, how are you still healthy there, Dongmin? Actually threw the ultimate. That's how. Flame able to get some value with the Sia as Crimzo drops Madara now. Window trying to get on this point to Stalls. It's 99.99. Crimzo finding Aztec. Numbers heavily up here for Sen. Hoodie gonna launch with the Kamiho Unleashed. Oasis now onto Window. Chime finds Flame. Strategists are in peril. Hoodie drops Yusher, and there might be a retake opportunity as the portals now come through. It's gonna be numbers on numbers. Who makes this work out? Off the point they go, potentially giving it up until they get their own portal through.
Yeah, Ryan's still here. I mean, BRB gets broken, or at least moved by Aztec. Chime I don't think we'll be up in time for this portal, so this might just be a 5 versus 6 towards the point, but Sentinels need some good target focus. Portal's about to close, but Chime makes his way through, so it's an even 6 versus 6. But Hoodie takes down Ryan Mason. He has now switched.
Hoodie clutching up with 2. Chime finds Dongmin. This is looking like NRG are going to find this now after the portal gets committed. Flame trying to hold on for dear life. 100 HP in a dream will not last long. That dream is cut short into a nightmare. NRG are going to make this happen as Ryan Mazing falls. And wow, of course it turns out like this, folks. What a battle here. Off to map 3, Celestial Vault we go.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was over for NRG after they used that combination outside of each other's kind of window. But regardless, you talked about him. Hoodie was popping off on the inside of the map, just playing inside his ult. And, it looks like Sentinels kind of got baited on the inside, right? Not able to clean it up, not able to take it down. And despite how much damage Yusher might have done in that previous map, and Ryan was able to follow up on things, they slowed it down a little bit. NRG played around their strategists, and you can see how well they've played. And really, all the strat lines this tournament have been kind of amazing, to say the least. But for NRG, I wonder what they do on this next round, because it did go their way still, and they played around the back line. They also have Stinker's ultimate, but now they're out of sync. Aztec and Stinkers are at the very least. And for Sentinels, I wonder if Crimzo gets an ultimate again just to try to counter it. Sentinels, they need not over ult here, though, to just counter that Star-Lord ult in a second.
Yeah, it's tough to match Rocket v Rocket when they get Star-Lord, right? Because you really can just outwit a lot of those trades if you combine properly. We're going to see what Ultimate Charge looks like in a moment. Ryan Mazing has the lead here. Oasis and Crimzo going to be close behind. Stinkers is up there with Ultimate now, and we know how strong that Star-Lord Ultimate is in this meta. We know combination with Aztec, they're just out of sync slightly in terms of percentage.
Like you said, out of sync a little bit. Right, though, has not been out of sync with his ult every time. Stinkers goes in early to disengage it for now. Dongmin jumps in, just got to block it, but the BRB surely brings him back, right? So Dongmin's still in it. They only get 1. You get a BRB outside of Galactic Legends. That's a worth trade for Sentinels.
And now you see the Freedom Charge going heavy as Crimzo walks through. Yusher able to find Madara as the backline is distracted. Madara comes back though with the BRB. Now both teams down while committing an ultimate. There's not too much value outside of it. Yusher looking for a huge Glartrox. He buys on for that as Crimzo takes out a Hoodie, dropping a backline. Pick is a huge start now for Sentinels. Chime releasing the Glartrox. What a pick it out of the sky from Yusher. Looking for a Glartrox of his own.
I don't even know if Oasis needed an ult there either. Like, they were all... Did he even get... Oh, he got the most mobile characters. You got both the Daredevil and the Devil Dino. So, I mean, or Captain America, sorry. So, excellent fight for Sentinels. I mean, they not only get a really powerful combination with the Star-Lord and that Rocket Raccoon. In this map, too, it's going to be hard, I think, for Hoodie to find a ton of value. It's a bit more open. It should be easier. Sentinels want to push the pace, too. They want to make sure that they're still out of sync in terms of ultimates as they sit into the height. Window tries to at least annoy on the off angle, but he gets crashed out early by Crimzo.
Yeah, there's a lot of verticality here to take for the dive. A lot of escapability for Cap, who can just use that verticality and jump 24/7. Stinker's trying to build that ultimate, looking for Yusher, but Yusher's just built different. What an escape there with the teleport. Yusher almost gets that trade. Madara goes down for a full team on the high side, chasing him down. Yusher finds Window through that. Goodbye to the Vanguards, and they're going to keep this moving forward. Sentinels are back with a vengeance. Madara, Aztec, and soon to be Hoodie with ults, though, in comparison to Flame and Yusher.
Stinker switches back over to the Black Cat. Chime's the one going over to Star-Lord. So they just want to play the best hero right now. That's kind of interesting, but still without ultimates. That's the problem for this upcoming fight. Now, they can stall it out. They can wait long enough. If they get the Black Cat alongside the Star-Lord ultimate to sync up again and dodge this huge Glartrox out of Usher, maybe they have a shot in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, the cap's coming in. The Glartrox finally is unleashed here. Omega gonna match it back with the Sia. Both teams staying healthy for the moment. So many ults available. They're committing heavy. Window starts up with the Banhammer. Madara goes in with a Rampage. Hoodie now with the Kamiho Unleash is going to be enough for them to take it, but that's a lot of commitment. Duelist not going to have to use ults here, though. And then a little bit more of a chance in this next set of fights. 83% in climbing percent as they stall. Rymazing doing a great job dancing, but does pay for it as Chime cleans that up. Stinkers now finds a piece of the pie on a Dongmin. And the retake is just coming in any moment now.
Yeah, nice retake there. Hoodie and Madara combining, like you mentioned, also with that early see you later. I mean, obviously it goes down, but target focus good out of both squads. 92% of the board for Sentinels. So if they just play it slow again, wait for Usher to build that ult, maybe they have a shot here, but NRG, let's see what they do with both Chime and Stinkers. They combine these to go aggressive. They do early on. Force cooldowns for Stinkers. Force the Capel. Okay. If they don't go down here to this Glartrox, then maybe in the second fight, Stinkers will have a flush ult.
The Freedom Charge as an answer was genius there from Crimzo. It's going to charge that backline as well, give them some advantage. And now Rymazing, Oasis are very close to ultimate as well. And there they go. Let the devil out. Rymazing, eyes on. Will he be able to find value? Down goes Aztec. Huge pick as the BRB is now gone. Now looking towards the Fox. Goodbye. Usher going to drop Window through the chaos. Numbers in their favor. Portal play needs to come out here. Sentinels in a very strong spot. It's going to be tough for them to lose this now. Will NRG be able to get here from Aztec's portal? Looks like it's coming in now.
Yeah, it is. It'll be there in a moment. This has been really hard, I think, to counter Rye. Time goes down, too, in the Snagger. I mean, this has been a tough map. They touch with Aztec and Madara, but no ultimates here, Shiv. This is going to be a tough fight.
I thought they were doing a good job still holding this, though. It looks like the point recap might actually come through. They can't get... Oh, what a touch by Crimzo in the last possible moment. Rymazing. Usher now. Stinkers bringing back Hoodie, too, with Window. Numbers are almost even. Psyche Light. Usher finding Chime. Sentinels trying to stop this now. Portal out for the Fox. Goodbye. In Sentinels, it's just a matter of time here. On to Madara. Off mapping for the moment. Trying to end this in OT. Goodbye. As Usher cleans up another. Numbers are dwindling. Window trying to stall. It's a pretty solid stall potential here for Venom, but I do believe it's going to be incredibly difficult as the rest falls. Sentinels take game one.
Jeez, yeah, huge map. And I think at the very end, it was honestly off the back of Oasis and their strategist. It seems like NRG just could not apply the pressure that Crimzo and Rymazing could. And you talked about it, you just got to trade back lines. Sentinels did so. I mean, Oasis seemed like they were always getting perfectly timed ultimates, and Stinkers and Chime alongside Window could not find those dives. So great work out of Crimzo's cap dive and the protect coming through in the very end. We'll see if Sentinels can close out, though, as we are going to go short break. When we come back, we'll see what the next map pick is.
내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아득한 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해
Hurry up! Bombs away! Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Welcome back, one and all. Before we're digging into all things map 1 between Sentinels and Energy Shock, I want to quickly give you a PSA and remind you that these beautiful skins on your screen are available right now, so make sure to cop them and rep them in game. Which one's your favorite, Dogman? Is it Mantis or Ironman? Which one are you leaning to?
Listen, all I'm saying is, you know, I've
Don't
been
say
waiting.
anything that gets you fired.
And he's silent. No.
And he's muted. You've been waiting for that samurai skin. I knew that's exactly what you're
I
gonna
love
say.
samurais. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Yeah,
I
man, some
love it.
Iron
This
Man
is a-
Bushido action. We are
Yeah.
so here for this. We are so here for it. We're also here for a close match to close out our very exciting day. Sentinels is taking this one. Energy certainly fought back. Let's talk about how they got it done, though. Just stylistically, how did those two teams match up, Shiv?
It was a lot of back and forth, a lot of switching of compositions too. It's tough for me to identify exactly what won them the map. I'll say on map 3, Sen just looked dominant out the gate early on with those picks, and then they kind of just kept the ball rolling from there. They never really had the combination ultimate to cut through strat line, and that's on the side of NRG. They never really used that Rocket Star-Lord combo once to try to find their way through strats, which Dog had touched on. I thought it was a good point. So it seems like they were just slightly off kilter, not getting as much value with those ults.
Yeah, Dogman, you said especially that one stinker ult that he used on that Star-Lord at the very end there. He didn't wait to team it up with anything or... yeah, so it just didn't get as much value. And we've seen that more than once from Energy Shock. Meanwhile, for Sentinels, all things just kind of clicked. They've been looking very, very dominant. The backline was sustaining the team really well. And they traded backlines really well.
Yeah, that was the problem for sure, is what you mentioned, Zoe. I think the Oasis was a bit too safe. You know, and I think it's kind of goes back to our SSG series too a little bit. You know, you can't rely heavily on just a single player. I mean, it's a team game at the end of the day. And, you know, like we saw Sentinels just play more cohesive. You know, you have Rymazing on the Daredevil that people have been asking for, or the Black Cat, right? And then he comes through with the Crimzo dives. It just looks super clean. And then for NRG, their dives just didn't look as good. Like straight up, like Window and Chime could never sync up. And then it forced Thinkers to get off the Star-Lord that he was doing really well on. So yeah, it was a bit of an unfortunate situation, you know, including that that unsynchronous team up between the Star-Lord and the Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, Energy Shock also came in with some big changes from round to round there, right? I mean, Chime started it all off on White Fox, then later switched over to play that duelist for them, and Hoodie then took over the White Fox duties. Do you feel like there maybe was a little bit too much switching going on?
Yes and no. I mean, in this game, like it's very advantageous to swap things up if your team's struggling. But yeah, I mean, when you do it too much, you're losing alt charge, you're losing like cohesiveness with alt combinations, all that kind of stuff kind of falls to the wayside. So it's definitely on the table, but I do think they were trying to find a right answer. Rai did a good job starting off with DD, then going to the Cat to match, finding value, then ending up on DD again. It seemed like the switching was just more effective from Sentinels Duelist than it was for NRG, even though, you know, Stinkers and Chime are great, but you can just look at the stat line here. Rymazing and Yusha with 17 in 20 finals is crazy.
Yeah, Yusha was dealing an insane amount of damage on the server in this one. I mean, yeah, Elsa, still such a threat. We all thought that she's kind of gonna fall off of the meta, but she really didn't, Dogman.
No, yeah, Elsa's still really good. I mean, I thought that she'd fall off too, but I thought the same thing about Psylocke all those years ago, and Psylocke's still like a pretty solid pick like we saw in the last series. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed, I think, with Sentinel's dive. I think Crimzo has like kind of been on the hot seat for me a little bit. He's been through so many iterations of Sentinels, and I love Crimzo, obviously, but you know, you just got to keep it a buck, right? Ryan and Crimzo have been around for Sentinels forever. And you know, obviously they won those early championships, but they haven't had recent success. And, you know, it's all about what have you done for me lately, at least as a fan perspective. I know a lot of people are in that boat over Sentinels.
Absolutely. I mean, we do love to see the Crimzo on that cap. We know how much he can get done on that particular hero. But yeah, let's see what they have in store for us as we're heading into map number 2. There's going to be Energy Shock's map pick. Let's not go to Museum of Contemplation, though.
Come on.
Can we not?
It's
no! My goats. My absolute
No, it's the best caster curse we've ever done is cursing Museum and just forcing all these different maps today.
Yeah, I really
I'm
feel
proud of
like
us.
we manifested that, like, just as the trio, we got it done. Like, good on us.
I kind of like that map,
we're
though.
taking PayPal and Venmo payment for that, just so you know. Link in chat. But anyway, yeah, okay. Hall of Jalia. You like this map, Dogman? Please elaborate.
I think that, well, Hall of the Jolly is a good map, I think, for the side of NRG to at least mix it up a little bit too. And like you said, just like anything to get off sort of these like dive sort of maps. But I'm down for just the map that if we're gonna protect the Star-Lord and play around the Star-Lord, I think we need to, you know, better it right. And it's just the map. I think we saw people start to level up, like Milk Boy started to play well in the last series, even though they still lost. I just need to see something a little bit more out of Window. I think in the past he's had a really good Venom. So we're gonna have to see him kind of play well around the squad today.
Well, let's see if Energy Shock can tie up the series and stay alive for playoffs contention, or if Sentinels is going to close this out right here, right now, and therefore coming second in their group with this victory. It's all coming down to this map 2 in our last series of the day. Dogman, Ship, take it away.
And here we go. Once again, this is a huge matchup in terms of making it to the playoffs. Either team that wins this will progress. Sentinels definitely trying to lock in here to close this out early into NRG. I mean, in terms of the ban phase, but for NRG trying to do this, I think if you remove the cap, you kind of take away a lot of their dive enabling, which can hurt their dive composition with Rise. So looking forward to seeing what that could look like for them.
Yeah, I'm down for that a little bit too. And, you know, if we're going to play Rocket Raccoon and stuff too, and play around trying to play like counter dive and they switch to other things, I wouldn't be opposed to going towards a different sort of character. But the Phoenix band's coming out early for Sentinels again. They don't want to get that character in the game. And, you know, I wonder if they're really going to change anything. Because it's kind of what we talked about earlier. feels like you kind of want to stick to a general game plan on domination and whatever the next map type is, just because there's such a, I think, different play style.
Yeah, for sure. And I like the Phoenix Rocket lock here. You know, removing Phoenix, locking Rocket for Sentinels is good. There, yeah, that's what I was talking about. I think Energy needs to get rid of the cap because that's Crimzo's just mainstay for the dive. It helps Riot a ton. So I think Sentinels now are going to be more forced into that poke stuff.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of can our dive be very good for Energy's side, right? Because if you're getting them on Phoenix, and even if you're getting a good ban phase, you have to be able to play the meta to a higher level. You know, and even like Rocket, for example, and stuff, there are times when you can be totally fine with the Rocket if you're playing Rocket, Luna and stuff, and you're not being pressured, or if you're being pressured, just getting off the Rocket even might not be a bad call. But the Mantis ban at the very end to prevent any triple Phoenix compositions, to prevent the hard peel, I guess, unless they go Ultron triple still.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like a struggle here with the ban phase for Energy, right? They got Rocket and they let the Phoenix go all the way this deep, and now that lock early kind of to me seems like not the right play. And having that happen is like, I don't know, man. I just feel like that's an L in the ban phase. I'm curious what your take is, but they do get the Star-Lord for the combination.
The only reason I see where you're okay letting Star-Lord get through is if you don't think the other team has a good Star-Lord player. Like, that's about it. Or don't play around it well. Like, it was kind of like that in the Swamp Gaming series. Like, I think when Amadian isn't in the lineup, you know, who plays the Star-Lord for them? It ended up to be Melophobia, but it was still a close game between them and 100 Thieves. So I think it's hedging your bets on the other team not being able to play Star-Lord, really. That's kind of it to me. I don't know. What do you think on that?
Oh, well, it's that, but I'm more saying the Phoenix, right? Because they let Phoenix through for Sen and they're locked Rocket second. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it just seems like miscommunication, especially if you're going to, well, you know, if you're going to try to hard combine Star-Lord. Well, I guess what you could do is try to burn Phoenix out of the sky with the Star-Lord team, a quote-unquote team up with Rocket, where you're really just going to be ulting together. But yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Yeah,
I mean, it's just a matter of are you good at the current meta? Because I think that's like the right play, but it's a matter of, you know, how good are we at this comp, right? Like, it should be better, I think. You know, the best team comp doesn't always win sometimes, sadly, in this game. I think true. It's just a matter of can they deal with Sentinels, because Rise looking good so far. Same thing with Crimzo's dives. He's playing now the Deadpool Vanguard instead of the Captain America because it was banned in the last map.
I don't think that's a bad idea. We're going to see Window force Portal now. Yeah, switch to Venom and meet them there. Portal will close down. They're all just going to set up together, try to find some value on this dive. Amazing on the DD, though, is going to have eyes through walls. And as you said, Crimzo, Domin playing some very different heroes right now. Been having Dino through, electing to change it up a little bit. You're saying Dino maybe falling out to the wayside from some of these teams. But not everybody. Stinkers finding Usher off the rip as the first fight win here for the side of Energy early on. There'd be no BRB, it seemed like. I'm assuming it was taken earlier. They broke it.
Yeah, it must have been Rye, I suppose, or it was moved around regardless. Oasis getting Dova bomb at the pocket here. Look at this Flamean frickin' Narnia cross map shooting rocket, or like the heal bombs cross map. So it's gonna be a hard dive for the side of the Venom as eventually they have Oasis, but the freeze comes out. Can they get Oasis? Finally, the damage output's there. 2 ticks on the board. Oh,
yeah, but Oasis is right back. They're not dead yet. You know what I mean? As now Madara is able to find Crimzo on the front line. Very much just kind of an all over the place fight. It's a battle. Everybody's fighting all over. Is now trying to paticate back and forth into Rye Amazing's dive. Oasis trades, finds Madara, who takes out Dongmin, and then Hoodie onto Rye. This might be their point early on here for the side of NRG.
Yeah, Rye committed to the BRB, but he goes down. Usher falls slowly afterwards, and yep, they control the point. It was a little rough, for sure, but you know, they inevitably got it done, and I think their comp is good. I like that. At least if Chime continues to play the Star-Lord to a very strong level, just match Rye on the flanks. He doesn't have to worry about the cap anymore because of the ban phase that you mentioned was kind of the play. So I guess you give up some to make sure Crimzo's not playing, you know, his Captain America, I suppose. So we'll see if Sentinels, though, can find some sort of hold here. They have ultimates available. Everybody talks about how Ensign Inferno is way easier to KO in the modern era, but Aztec and Chime also have the combination.
Usher on the height here, setting up, ready for that Ensign Inferno. LeMay has ultimate as well. There's that combo now. Chime going to go in with the, oh, look at that, with the Sia. Immediately going to find one for the delete. Window, Stinkers on 2 and 3. The res comes through, but it won't matter as everyone gets deleted off the back of the disgusting combination of that Sia and Galactic Legend.
It's almost like Yusher didn't expect that much damage to come through, but there was a lot of ults committed, right? They used 3. They have to come back fast now for Sentinels. They do have Phoenix and Luna combo, but again, it can get deleted in the sky. We'll see how fast it gets shut down.
Here goes Oasis, just starting with the clap. Does have some answers here. A lot of ults available as Oasis now brings out the dance floor. Madara going low, using that rampage to no avail. Hoodie and Stinkers with ults now to try to make something happen, but still the side of Zen not going to overcommit. Crimzo ults up, but gets stunned. Looks like it actually goes through. Is, you know, not at 50% here. Stinkers takes out Oasis. Oasis comes right back in. Stinkers just all over this backline right now and going to bide some time before the re-engage.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually doing really well in the macro right now. I mean, forcing Stinkers off. He can't go for the combos. They come back into it, though. Can Rai find another KO onto the BRB at the very least? He does so it's traded back and forth, but one team has the BRB, I believe. Oh, no.
You see Yusher on the height here. The tackle comes through the Dino. Using that jump tech. If you actually use your dash and jump while holding backwards, you can bring them in the sky. A little more space. Yusher got to find Stinkers with some disgusting shots. It's the sky now. Going to come down hot. Is it going to find any value? It does not. The whole team's going to reset. As Crimzo, though, able to drop Hoodie. Looks like Sentinels are still holding on for the current moment.
Yeah, they're working themselves into the fight a little bit, too, and you know, the patience sort of paid off for the side of Sen as they kind of have to worry about these flanks, push back into it. Crimzo mentioned a lot on him. We talked about how many good Vanguard Deadpools had played today, and Crimzo etches name into the history books of the best Vanguards in the game. He's playing a lot of this hero. This patch maybe hasn't shown a ton of it, but for Aztec and Chime, they have that combo once more. Can Sentinels disengage? It looks like that's their general game plan. But there's 3 again. Energy committed 3 ults last time this happened.
Ooh, Crimzo down to 30 HP. Pays for it. Does get res, though. Stinkers able to find that pick. Window now goes in and takes out Yusher. The res on Crimzo may not be enough, as once again, Star-Lord is going to find value, able to get one. Hoodie drops right. Amazing. Oasis falls, and NRG are looking incredibly strong here with 3 minutes and 30 on this final point.
Oh, and they commit the Dino ult too. Dongmin might regret that one later. But again,
yeah.
it's just 3 ults. It's just you can't really disengage it, especially on a more open point. And Energy, you know, kind of coming through with that collapse. And you know what? You know, Chime's playing a lot better than Star-Lord so far. Everybody's playing well around him. Window now swaps over the group for this 3rd phase. And I kind of liked what he was doing so far on the Venom, but I can understand it for this 3rd phase. We'll see if it pans out, especially if Sentinels are going to keep playing the Phoenix sort of composition, as he just wants to do massive damage towards Dongman in this front line.
Holy CC there onto Window, who's now switched over to the group. Ironwood goes down to try to bide and cut off the LOS of the front line. Oh, what a pick again. Yusher with some disgusting shots. Stinkers goes down, but is res right back. Dongman falls here. Window able to make that work, walling off backline. But Dongman's back in the fight with the BRB. So many additional lives here and so much value coming from this Rocket. Crimzo trying to self-sustain for this moment, using that Ban Hammer to stall as Rai-Mazing drops Window. Rai-Mazing making a switch now to that triple composition that they do default to sometimes. Haven't seen a ton of success, at least on the main stage, but a team that can run it very well.
Yeah, I liked how Crimzo kind of got saved by the map generation, the map gimmick a little bit with the fog, and able to escape with his life after going hyper-aggressive. Upcoming fight, though. Oasis with the ult again has been able to stall it out. The backline has been playing pretty well, and we'll see, yeah, if that triple comp does well against Stinkers, who now wants to go in with the ult.
Ooh, Oasis and Rai-Mazing just doubled right there. That's very unfortunate. Both of which at the exact same time can't be happening here. Communication issue as the huge ult combination comes through. Window, but it doesn't matter because Crimzo and Rai sweep everyone. But again, it's a lot of commitment there. Both strats falling into the trap a little bit. Can't allow that to happen moving forward, but 1:40 on the clock still.
Yeah, I guess a lot of damage out with Black Cat, so it ended up sort of panning out, and Hoodie committed his ult too, but regardless, everything fight. You talked about it. Aztec and Chime could go off. Can Yusher and Dongman shut it down? Can they bubble and buy enough time to KO the back line and the see you later? And they do have sustain, but it's going to be so hard to sustain through this damage.
There's that combination once more, but Chime going to be right outside of reach of it. Not going to have that damage boost. Unfortunate placement there. Chime is still going to find Yusher through the chaos, but not going to get as much value in a double combo as you might think. And that might be just enough of a issue that the double strat ult kind of makes it a moot point there. Crimzo finding Aztec now, as Sen are up numbers once again, doing a great job holding here early in point 3.
I mean, that's the tough part, is you baited out so many cooldowns. You bait the Rocket and the White Fox to kind of come in 1v1 you over there, but Chime can't capitalize. Window now goes over to the Venom. Off of the Groot. And let's see if they can actually capitalize off of those combos again, because that movement was so nice. Chime finds Crimzo far away, who is just trying to be a thorn in the side of NRG as they want to walk back into this one now. But again, you have to kind of focus on Ryan and Flamme, who have been doing a good job living.
Oh, using that Sia to focus frontline. That was disgusting. Well done, Flamme, to take out Madara. Stinkers trades that with Oasis. Madara right back in the fight, though. Oasis back in as well. Numbers haven't changed at all, even through the commitment. So maybe wasn't as valuable as you might think. That BRB still on the table. Window on the Venom here. Gonna have to drop back to the team. Everybody gonna reset here. Essentially final fight territory. Portals may be committed, but both sides sixed up right now. It's all about who can get Qs faster. Looks like it'll be NRG.
Now we'll see how much Usher's pocket comes through and how much damage they have in the upcoming fight. Now Window is forced to use cooldown. Stinkers does find Oasis though early on, and they don't think they have the BRB for Oasis.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's still on cooldown here. First one goes down as Oasis, like he just called. But he's going to just peel that backline, waiting to Kamiho Unleash until it's necessary. Chime try to find Crimzo. Crimzo with a great shield there. Provide a little bit more time. Sia goes out. It's broken immediately from Yusher, and that's the answer they were hoping to have as they retake point right now. Walking at him, Amazing with the Kamiho Unleashed. Matched back now by Hoodie. A little bit more delayed. Stinkers and Window with Chime. All have ults. NRG now might be able to make this work. They're playing aggro, looking for point 3. Oasis goes down. Amazing and Yusher fall to Window. Stinkers trying to find another backline pick, but Window just cleaning up everybody. And NRG are trying to get this point moving, but a great stall for the moment from Sentinels. Aiming for a final touch. They do have ults.
And those ults gonna matter. Crimzo has to pop the ultimate before dying, and he falls. That stagger could be it. I mean, overtime ticks down, Shib. And with a few meters to go, can can Sentinels even touch?
No, they can't. They played for it. I think the idea was hoping that Crimzo could stall for just a few more seconds, but just too much damage through it. A really well done job there by NRG. They were down ultimates. They got them first. They played very patient, baited out virtually everything from Sentinels, and then committed. Well-deserved point 3.
Excellent job out of that squad. And now for Sentinels on their attack, what do they want to do? Because this map, I mean, it's looking like a pretty solid one for them. I mean, I loved how Chime played that Star-Lord. I think he, sometimes, you'd want him to commit towards Crimzo or something a little bit harder, but he's playing for the team. He's playing heavy around everybody else, and kind of just doing his job, only having one KO there on himself, and that's what you need to do. Just keep playing together as a unit, as a cohesive squad. And for Sentinels, I don't know about that triple comp at the very end. It didn't feel that good. I mean, you talked about how they played it before, Shib, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of maybe outdated a little bit. At least if they're not playing like full, like hard dive, I guess, which they are a little bit. But the Star-Lord getting through has been kind of rough for them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that combination's just been too much to handle. And Stinkers is cleaning up everybody through the chaos with the dive. I think the ban phase was a problem for them. I thought the answer of Phoenix might be fast enough, but, truth be told, it's just too much damage too quickly. Unless Phoenix is kind of hiding with ult, Chime and Aztec's combo, just it's too dicey to even try to bring the Phoenix through that zone to break the Sia. So we'll see what that looks like now. As they're running a similar comp, a little bit different, but Amazing not going to be on the Ultron. Oasis and Flamme, they're sticking to that triple backline here. Crimzo going to be on the Angela and Dominant on the Dino. I'm not sure how I feel about this comp off rip, but we'll see what it looks like.
We'll see what pans out for him. Trying to play around that triple and the Angela is definitely unique, and SXG tried to pull something like this out to no avail last time, but maybe their peel will be enough for Window, as they just need to focus on him. But if Window starts to play his life a little bit, is forced back. Basically, 2 Angela take him out. BRB's too far, 2, I believe.
Yeah, that was well done. That was really well done. They held every cooldown, just forced the escape there. Crimzo trying to find another pick here. Not going to be able to do much into the Dino, so staying far away at all times to not get anti-aired. Oh, chasing the invis. Crimzo still on the mark. I like this visual. Into the backline now, indoors. Crimzo still on the cat for the moment. Still on this chase. Just marking the cat at all times, I think, is the idea. And you know what? I don't hate that playstyle. I think that's how you kind of have to play Angela in this meta.
The problem is right now is the backline's been free until now. Usher finds, Crimzo actually finds Hoodie on the backline. They go for the aggressive play, but Stinkers trades back Flamme. That's actually a bitter KO because that means they don't have BRB on attack.
You see them still holding this point. Stinkers taking out Amazing out of the sky. Again, I don't think Cat's too bad into triple. Really can provide and just deal a ton of damage. A lot of distraction. Chime just trying to get that out quickly. And a bunch of damage into Dongman's forehead. Out goes the Sia now from NRG. Commitment from Aztec. Usher is going to try to answer it with the Phoenix like we talked about. They won't have the combo with Chime yet, so yeah, going to land close. And that's a good idea so it doesn't get broken. Goodbye to the Sia, but the thing is, it just, kind of took a while there. See on the setup.
come back and do it again. Flame's been having problems with Stinkers. Stinkers this whole series has been disgusting. Goes invisible towards Flame, has to find him, needs some support from everybody else, and does get it, but Stinkers can live most of the time. I mean, yeah, I guess Crimzo's marking it, but not able to get the KO ever.
Yeah, it's just to try to shut down some of the backline pressure as Chime now going to launch with the Galactic Legend. Still matched right back by Oasis and Rymazing, both ulting in that moment, trying to find some value back. But again, those are at the same time. Maybe they needed it through the chaos. Madara was able to find one. Hoodie and Stinkers once again on the cleanup. And I just feel like that was too much commitment as an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of hate their comp now, to be honest. Like, we're not in the Phoenix hard carry meta right now. I mean, at least without the Mantis, at least what we've seen throughout the tournament. And the Angela too. So Rai goes now off of the Ultron back over to the Daredevil. Even though Black Cat is still available, feels more comfortable on that hero. But again, Crimso's not on his coveted Captain America to help support that. So I wonder how much he does on a more extended, faraway map. But I think Chime's done a great job also shutting down Rymazing and Yusher on the front line.
Crimzo now setting up with Heaven's Descent. Haven't seen massive success out of that ultimate in quite some time. Stinker's now going to start up with a calling card. Out goes the Sia. Crimzo might just make me eat my words here. We'll see if that cleans up on both strategists in the back line. Yusher takes out Hoodie. Aztec brings Madara back into the fight after being picked off early. What a trade back and forth there. That was like an anime fight as Rymazing takes out Stinkers now. See Rai trying to clean up a few more, but the Sia gets matched back this time from NRG. Aztec, it all gets beat down. Rymazing on the chase here, going after Rocket. And catching himself in a dicey spot, is still able to hold on as they do get point one.
God, that Rocket character is so annoying. Aztec falls off the map, though. They give it up. We go to second phase, and that was crazy. I mean, first of all, I thought Stinkers grabbed the health pack because of Rai getting the overhealth, but it was Rai that grabbed it, body blocked him there. That was a nice little 1v1, and then followed up through. So the switch over to Daredevil off of the Ultron appears to be the play so far. Obviously, you don't have as hard of a pocket for Yusher. So this backline may be more liable to KO, as well as I like how NRG's backline's been playing. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Window has the ultimate ready to go.
Yeah, and Crimzo back on the Vanpool. I actually didn't really hate the Angela play there. It's been a while since we've seen a ton of value, but I think the marking wasn't bad. A good ultimate there to help get rid of that strat line in the back, and I think it gave him enough pressure. Changing up here to Vanpool, likely a smarter decision in terms of just the meta, but we see Domin just guarding this cart, ready to peel if they do move forward, has the Rampage available. Crimzo as well. Domin finds one onto Stinkers. I didn't even see that. Good reaction time there as Crimzo keeps the pressure. Good shots here. Oh, and instead it's going to be in a dicey spot and pays for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, compared to Cap, I mean, the Deadpool getting stuck back there. So Crimzo trying to pressure out this strategist line, but they've been peeled for too well. Invisible is now Stinkers over the high ground. We do commit the bottom ultimate, but Hoodie trades back Rymazing.
Yeah, you can see here, NRG evened out in terms of numbers against Sentinels. Ult advantage going to be very much in NRG's favor over these next couple fights. 1 minute and 40 on the clock here. And Sen needs to push this the whole way. This is definitely the fight we thought we'd see here in our final matchup of the day. Hoodie with ultimate available, ready to Kamiho Unleash. Flame gonna bring out the Sia now. Matched right back by Aztec, but this time with Chime, the combination can be a threat. It does land though, it gets rid of the Sia. Madara able to come back prior to that landing is perfect timing for the side of NRG. Chime now gonna be able to take out Rymazing. Everybody pressing Q, but Sentinels might be too little too late. As now Madara goes in with the Rampage. Hoodie still has the Kamiho Unleash. No answers yet. Rymazing does have to let the devil out. Yusher shots are landing though. Is that going to be enough to get a pick? Rymazing going to come all the way back to use that ult. Stinkers on the back line now with a calling card. Could be getting a few though, but no, goes down. Hoodie finds Crimzo through the chaos window. Now takes out Yusher. And this will be, oh, Rymazing does commit ultimate now. Not sure if that is, I think the communication might have been just a little bit out of touch there, driving them backwards for a final fight situation for Sentinels.
I guess Chime is super far forward, but is able to get back with the team up with Rocky Raccoon. Not a bad fight, though, for NRG, like you said, because of the fact that they do get Rise ult out. Nothing really up either, and this has been a really good map for the side of NRG so far, with 30 seconds left to go. Window has an ult. They can close it out, too, if they get Flame, as Oasis forced to use those shields early and his shift. So we'll see in the upcoming fight if they could deal with window in this hole.
Oh, it gets canceled. It gets canceled. Still has E available. Window not able to go in with the feast. Incredible work there, likely by Oasis on the mini stun to stop that, or Rye Amazing on the grab. Crimson trying to get on that back line. Immediately going to launch out with the ban hammer. Commitment comes through. Chime now has ultimate again. Yusher trying to get there with ult. Dongmin, Flamay, all have ult, but will they be able to answer? Chime in the sky with a combo. Chime finds Yusher. Stinkers now takes out Flamay. Goodbye to Dongmin, and that is it, I believe. OT should tick down. Sen's trying to hold, but I do go for the game 3. We'll see if the portal can get here in time. It would need a huge clutch, and I don't think they can. Wow, we are going to game 3 for 3 consecutive matches.
What a play there by Energy towards the very end as this goes the distance. Our longest day so far in this tournament, and one of the best days, I think, in this stage 1 so far, and really at Ignite at the moment. Sentinels will get the W. We go to that, or not Sentinels. Wait, Energy will get the W. We go to map number 3. And an excellent job out of them to shut down, to get the Star Lord play throughout that we talked about before, and that really bit him in the butt. And again, Crimzo on cap just was easy to ban out, I guess, Ship.
Yeah, it was just a smart decision by them. It kind of forced some weird switches across the board, and you know that map was selected by NRG. We will be seeing the map that's selected by Sentinels right after this break.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 춤을 춰봐. 어둠이 떠.
Ayo, what's good, friends? Energy Shock are tying up the series. This is not the first, not the second, but the third time I get to say that today. Insert different teams, of course. But that marks every single match going the distance, and I wouldn't have it any other way because there is so much on the line for these two teams, right? Like Energy really staying to even they're fighting to win this and get into the playoffs. Sentinels could, with a win, actually claim the second seed in their group. So yeah, that's a lot of good incentives for both of these teams to perform today. Let's talk about how Energy Shock got it done, because as we were looking at the ban and lock phase there, Shib, you were worried initially, right? Because the Phoenix got through and you were like, I don't know. And then obviously like the ban on Crimso's cap was good, but it turned out that the Star-Lord and Rocket were just, that was the problem. The Phoenix was not a problem.
Yeah, it was more so I was just curious on the response time of Phoenix into the Star-Lord Rocket. I got my answer though. Star-Lord Rocket, OP. I'll tell you that much. So yeah, the Phoenix, not always an answer. I thought it could come down and get the C in time. It happened once or twice. And outside of that, it was too much to handle. And I do think the ban out of cap, like I was saying initially, is a problem for Sen and their full commitment to dive. I don't think they're as comfortable on the Venom stuff that a lot of these teams are. And it kind of dismantles the duo dive that you need to find a lot of success into these backlines.
Dogman, what stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me it was Chime playing well in the Star-Lord compared to the previous map. I think there was some, potential slowly learning slow learning curves, I guess, for the fact that they had to play this, and they figured it out, right? So upcoming map, I kind of agree with Shib that the ban phase still went Energy's way. They just had to kind of play better, and they did, right? They did. That Chime played well. I think Stinkers was kind of free. Maybe we change up the ban phase a little bit for Sentinel's side. The cap stuff's going to be kind of hard to deal with. I mean, maybe we even go for the Protect early against it, but then you're going to lose the Rocket. However, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but the Rocket stuff is good. Don't get me wrong, but with the Star-Lord it is. But we probably want to ban the Star-Lord moving forward at the very least, or the Black Cat. That's probably going to be at least what Sentinels are going to do. But regardless, they have to play that Deadpool stuff a little bit better. Crimzo maybe has to live a little bit longer on these off angles, and then less priority towards the Phoenix, because I would have been down even if Usher went off to the Elsa or something. Because Phoenix is good, don't get me wrong, but still, look how much damage he did, but didn't even get like KOs. He only had 10 final hits and 18 damage, 10 deaths. Like, you don't get me wrong, those stats are crazy. And 66% accuracy is actually insane. What the hell on Phoenix? What the hell is that number? But anyway, still, for as much as he did on the Phoenix, maybe the Elsa could have been better because they could have shut down Window a little bit more, and I think Window played a lot better too. So that was excellent work out of the dive core from Energy.
Yeah, I mean, Window also just was so disruptive, right? Alongside with Stinkers on that Black Cat, and then Chime just free farming, getting those KOs. It was kind of phenomenal on their side. Meanwhile, Sentinel's backline had the most woeful time in history of times. Oasis just kind of playing respawn, I don't know. That was a rough one for them.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's tough when Stinker's just very aggressive there on Black Cat. Black Cat is incredibly strong right now. And then, yet at one point you had Angela chasing the cat around. So not only are your strategists constantly in fear, looking at each other and just trying to stay healthy, then you also got Angela now chasing. So half the team is held up on one hero, and that cannot happen. So you got to either remove it or find a different solution.
Yeah, it's just too many resources allocated to those threats. And yeah, if there's more than one threat, then there's just too many openings. So that is unfortunate. I'm very interested to see where Sentinels is going to take us for this last map. I mean, it can't be Museum of Contemplation, so there's
Stop
that.
saying. Okay, you're right. You're right. True. Wait, hold on. Can't.
True.
Yeah, you're right.
Hold. Let's cook.
Hold. Wait, no, it could. I think it actually could be, couldn't it? It could be.
Can they go?
Did
I just curse us?
That you cursed
Oh, I am a liar. They went to Convergence, so Convoy is open. But they're taking us to Araco, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. I'm feeling it.
You're really
my body.
planting this flag right now.
I'm manifesting right now. Please don't disrupt the manifestation of not Museum of Contemplation. Which, to be fair though, most teams didn't take us to today. So, something's in the water. I do feel like the element of surprise has definitely been taken into account for a lot of these teams to just kind of throw another thing in the mix to throw their opponents off guard.
Now I miss Museum, so bring me Museum.
She went right to you because she knew I would talk crap. So you messed that up.
I could sense it coming, so I have your back. I was like, no, we have to mention this. Dude, I mean, guys, there's so much we could talk about with these teams. I think we could talk about the ban phases need to change, but I think it's worth reiterating again. Can you believe today I mean, we have gone the distance virtually the entire possible way on every single matchup. These teams are giving it their all. And I'm stoked about it. I think, again, this goes from, we talked about this a little bit. Zoe, you talked about this in the beginning. Sen wins this. They're in second seed. But if they lose this, they're out. That just goes to show you how tight all of these teams have been in this bracket. Everybody's showing up right now, but I'm just happy with today for sure.
The duality. I would absolutely hate to join a match where those are my stakes personally, because for Energy, they're not playing for that high seed. So the payoff is not as big as for a Sentinels win. I mean, I guess the payoff of playing in the playoffs, that's pretty big too. So never mind what I just said. Either way, I fear we're going to Museum of Contemplation, are we not? Am I just... No, I feel like I feel like you cursed it. Yeah, but
who cursed it? Us? You're the one that kept saying about Museum being, you don't want it, and you just kept manifesting it.
But now I feel like we counter manifested it. Is that how it goes?
No,
not sure.
I mean,
either way, it's going to be a close match. I don't care about the map. You know what? I'm switching gears. I don't care about the map as long as they're playing it close, because all those 3 map series didn't really have a blowout map, right? It was just close until the very end, all the way into the last fight where it could have gone either way. And I expect to see nothing less from Energy Shock and Sentinels.
I mean, these teams, at least the Sentinels so far throughout the year, have always had a fun sort of matchup versus everybody. But yeah, and Energy and specifically is going to be, a team that's on the come up. I think Shit mentioned the strat line being very good. But obviously, we'll see what the map is in a moment. I think they're still deciding. The players, maybe we're going back to the old days, right? We're actually going back to when we had arguments over server, That actually might be what's happening because of the backline of NRG being Korean, right? So that could be a real possibility.
Oh,
could be on the table.
Going back to the rock, paper, scissors server location. I think we covered a good hour on that one. That was, honestly, cats should be in charge of so many things. I do agree with that. No, are you a dog person by any chance?
I don't know, am I? Maybe.
I don't know what gave it away. Yeah, Ship and I actually found out, chat, that we have literally the same cat.
We do.
Oh my God.
They're carbon copies from one another. So that's pretty cool.
Yes!
You know what else is cool? Museum of Contemplation, my favorite map of all time.
the full change around here. I mean, this map enables things like you could see Crimzo's Groot now come into play. I think this is one of those maps that Groot looks good on. I mean, you know what's funny is Emma was really in tough talk in the meta, and I love playing Emma. I just haven't really felt the success on her, and that's kind of been the case throughout Ignite too. Emma's just really not shining as much as I would have thought, and even on a map like this, where this is where you saw her in the past, even when she wasn't meta, we're seeing no Emma at all. So Dino, Groot have taken the front page outside of the dive stuff like Venom and Cap, but I am curious to see, if we're going to see the Groot coming in, who I think is, if you're going to talk about another Vanguard, it would be Groot in that conversation. Because now it kind of gives the ban leeway, more flexibility for Sentinels, where if that cap does get removed, they have some other answers.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some high impact group play even just today. So I am very excited to see what Energy Shock and Sentinels got in store for us here on our last map of the day. Emma Frost, though, as you just said, we've seen her here and there, but only just glimpses of it, and it always just felt like a panic swap if all else fails kind of thing, like throw the kitchen sink at the wall, Dogman.
Yeah, it really is. It's like if you don't have any other ideas, I would like you to maybe figure something else out, change it up, and you guys talk about it. I think Crimzo going to be in that hot seat right now to figure out what to play on this next map. On the Museum of Contemplation, because it's going to really matter for this team at the moment. I think the last map didn't really go their way. They got to figure out the ban phase, at least get rid of Sarlord or something, because that was kind of dominating the last map. And that kind of goes to show as well. Cal in the interview earlier talked about how he was picking up the Daredevil, throwing rank games, trying to learn the hero. That goes to show passion and grind does pay off, especially in hero shooters, especially in this game. Talent can only carry you so far. So the flexibility that a lot of these guys have is impressive, and it will continue to be impressive as they, continue to pick the map. But what's not impressive is these teams not agreeing on what server to freaking play on, okay? Listen, I know there's Koreans in the damn game, okay? But 100 Thieves had this problem last season against FlyQuest. I swear to God, we're dealing with it again. I can't believe it. Oh, we figured it out.
Yeah. But why not? You know, if the day is already going the distance, we might as well just like throw one of those in. We haven't had like any tech issues or anything, so you gotta throw something in the mix to keep everyone on their toes, I dare say. And that also means that we get to see more beautiful aerial shots of Museum of Contemplation, which is such a magical place. You know, like it's a collector's museum, like a trophy room for a disrupted timeline. It's good times. We get to see more of it nitty gritty once the teams are loaded in, which should be right now. So we're done yapping and we get to enjoy the action on this final map of the day between Energy Shock and Sentinels. Friends, take it away.
Oh, the chat loves it when we stall. I'm sure of it. I'm sure there's no complaining in the slightest, but the server is picked. Teams are ready, down to the final match here. Max 9 full matches today, man. As we see Gambit removed from both sides, it's about as sure as I would be that these teams would go the distance every time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams are kind of on the same trajectory where they're improving, or at least we thought NRG was, and they did well on that last map. I think Window's looking a lot better on that Venom and stuff. And, you know, I wonder what Sentinels do against the early cap ban after the Rocket Raccoon Protect comes through. And for Energy Shock, they want to also keep the Rocket. For Sentinels, what do you think, Shib, Star-Lord?
Yeah, I think you probably remove the Star-Lord right now. If I were them, you have... See, I just don't know. I just think it's very strong.
Phoenix
but
again, what?
Yeah, and I think they get the lock here, too, so I'd have to double check on that. But either way, they do get the ban and they double ban at the same time. Okay, if they knew that was coming, that makes sense now. That is huge for Sentinels. I think that was a massive win condition for Shock.
And it kind of comes down to how do we feel about, you know, Black Cat with Chime or with Stinkers, and then Elsa for Chime. So that might be like, how, you know, how does Energy adapt to that? I like at least throwing that in there. But the Devil Dino Protect comes through for Energy Shock this time around. Wanted to keep that hero in the pool, which makes sense. I think Sentinels aren't countering it. I mean, they're not going for the triple comp with the Deadpool like we saw other teams. I think that's been good. Sentinels not really doing a lot to counter Devil Dino. So, I mean, it's done well against Sentinels so far.
Yeah, removing the Mantis too is a mainstay. Just get rid of some of that damage boost composition that we've seen. It seems to be, you know, I mean, every team has it in their bag because it's such a strong pick in this meta. The final lock is going to be Starlord as well for Sentinels, and that's going to be on Usher. So this is going to be a battle. They now have the combination mismatch, which is, I think, a win in the ban phase for them.
Yeah, you can kind of toss it up in there with both Phoenixes being banned. You know, kind of can see it where both are fine without it. But, you know, I want to see if this actually makes Energy's comp better, right? Because at least to get rid of the cap and the Deadpool and the Penny Parker bans. I completely forgot about Dongman on the Penny. That's their practice strat. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's big brain. It's great into Dino. It's great into full dive. So why not get rid of it? I think that's going to hurt Zen. I think they might have thought they could squeak through with that, but the team's on their homework. Shout out Energy Shock figuring that out, because I do think that was likely what they were going to do on defense.
That is kind of crazy. I didn't even try to play it last map. I guess it is a bit more open. And
yeah,
also
it's too big.
Star-Lord. Yeah. All right. Well, you know, I think that's a decent mix up for Sentinels regardless. We'll see if they can play that Star-Lord to a very high level. I mean, truly they can, right? But how does Energy adapt, right? I think in the ban phase, it could sort of favor Sentinels due to the fact that they get the Penny Parker ban out and stuff. And, you know, that's kind of a unique one to cap ban too. There's a lot focused on Crimzo. We've seen this in the past. You know, it's been a constant, it feels like, in the history of Marvel Rivals is, can we ban out Crimzo's hero pool? But does it pan out today for Sentinel's side and for NRG? You know, can they finally win and secure their spot in the playoffs? After a rough couple weeks, Sentinel's kind of the same thing. They need to get this final stamp to secure themselves into the playoffs.
Everything's on the line here. I'm just excited to watch it now. This is literally do or die for both teams. We're seeing the setup here for Energy on defense. Sentinel's map choice electing to attack first. You can see the comp they're trying to run, and you know what? I talked about how Emma really hasn't been out in the playing field that much. We are going to see some Emma play with Dino, so the double tackle likely on Amada on the front line.
Yeah, double tackle on the front line for sure. Going to be interesting to see if also Usher on the Punisher can pan out too. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a difference maker. They sleep the Venom. And again, it's going to be hard commitment towards that backline of Window. He doesn't go down. It's Oasis that falls.
Yeah, they're going to try to damage boost composition this thing from the side of Sentinels. Just burn through front to back style. This is bringing us way back, and that's the goal here. The space has been created, at least so far, even down in number. Looking towards the Dino, who goes in for the early bite, protecting backline Usher with that shotty. You know, the cat is dancing. Stinker's 1 HP. Wow, what an escape. I don't know how Stinker's got out of that, but way to find your way through the chaos as they keep this thing moving.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. I was surprised that, they even want to play this comp with the Loki and stuff, but you get those KOs. Dives come through to the back line. Madara towards the front. Meanwhile, trying to section off the healing as Chime now on the Elsa. Has to kind of pop off with the Glortrox, but no, it's Oasis opposite side of the map with that Mantis. Gets the KO, and Hoodie's res brings back Madara at the very least. So Sentinels pushing up with that triple comp they'd love to play. That got through this time around as Stinkers dives heavily onto that Mantis. Crimzo trades back Madara. So they're marching forward right now on this side onto NRG.
Yeah, there'll be no BRB either, right? So now the side of Sentinels has ult advantage. This could be a big final judgment here from Yusher, electing to use it. So it looks like in just a moment, the commitment comes out with the Sia. They're going to just kite this. This is a good decision. That Sia was in a weird angle off to the left side. He couldn't have vision on it. So what do? Just drop back. Let it waste time. Who cares? It's big brain there by Sentinels and an unfortunate ult usage from the copy up of Aztec on NRG.
I wonder if they have cooldowns to help Stinkers on this dive. Chime gets poked down low. Yusher does get the damage boost. Flies into the back line with the ult. Stinkers comes back through. Here comes that. See you later! And see you later, Yusher! You can't even take it down! You go back to spawn, and the defense is happening at the current moment as though Chime's ultimate looks like it might have got canceled or something. Madara does go down, so Yusher fell, but it might have been for the greater good because Crimzo finds Madara. Stinkers has to keep going off, getting resets. Oasis misses the sleep, and he goes down to Yusher, who came back for his revenge towards that cart. Window falls too. The tracking has been there for Yusher, and with that White Fox ultimate, it closes it out. They get it done. We move to second phase.
That's a very clean attack. And this comp is so OG that I love it. You know what I mean? This is the kind of stuff I want to see in ranked play in my current ranked. At this level of play, it kind of enables some different stuff. And now the comp's going to completely switch for Sen after point one. They're going to put Yusher on that Star-Lord. Rai's going to run the triple stuff as Crimzo on the Dino. They're just going to play frontline nonstop. Crimzo and Dongmin. It's been working out for them. And then I don't know necessarily what the peel duty is going to be. I guess it's going to be on Rai Mazing now on the Fox into that dive from the Venom on Window.
See if NRG can kind of set this up again on Oasis, who, we know Oasis is one of the best Mantises in the game, and Heretics now coming over to Sentinels, kind of the same thing, though this time, Caster Curse comes out, goes down to Oasis, or to Window, so nice job to follow through. The green's not there from Flamay. Window also getting peeled for the back line, though, at the very least, Dongmin trades him, so we lose Oasis again, you lose one. But they do bring him back with the BRB. Also can't make it to the health pack. Dongmin desperate for those greens on that main side, which Flamay was never there really with. And you also commit that Bane Hammer towards Yusher, so they have to keep falling back, as Yusher also going to require all of those heals due to the fact that those extra damage shots are onto him, but it's slowly pushed back again for Sentinels, who you talked about earlier, Shib, are playing patiently.
Yeah, the question now for Sentinels is talking about patience. Is Yusher going to hold off here until Flamay gets there for the copy up or Oasis? And it looks like they are just going to do that. So let that be played. The Sia is out from Aztec. Stinkers goes off the back of it and finds Crimzo up in numbers once more as NRG. They're not going to commit much more, I don't think, anything else unless they make mistakes. Moderate in that fight on the Vanpool too, using ult. But yeah, right now, I think we are going to see that combo come out from Oasis and Yusher. Will it be enough to walk them through? The entirety of NRG has so much movement and escape. It's going to be tough to find value.
Yeah, they've slowed it down to too much maybe, but Yusher and the Sky pops the ultimate. Window finds Rai early again. I mean, nobody's lit. We're playing triple comp and somebody's getting KO like that, then surely we switch, right? Yusher does find Hoodie, so that removes the BRB potential. Greens also does keep them healthy. Regardless, you at least get that out. Black Cat flies right past his face, it looks like, into the shadows, and then goes down. Get mugged from the shadows, the Stinkers, as he flanks around to the backside, does get the damage boost, and Shore plays it slow, but Dara finds Oasis, so they found him, and slowly but surely, Sentinels are getting picked apart. Chime is far on the flank as that cart is pushing forward. Dongmin, though, able to find Aztec and has to make it now forward. That Glortrox is still here on the backside, actually just rams him like a car crash, but he's the one that gets taken out. Stinkers trades back to Flamay, but Crimzo's peel is too much in the corner, sending the Venom, but we might have enough healing here from the main side of NRG. Aztec falls, Hoodie does too, so never mind. Traded, though, at the very least. Sentinels is losing a few, but they get brought back by BRB.
Yeah, Crimzo with some good value there on the Rampage, finding 3 off the back of some team assist. Been really good on the Dino at this moment. Dongmin trying to take this off angle, get some levels going for the Vanpool, which hasn't really had a ton of early on, literal experience out of the hero, as the switch just comes in a little bit after the fact. It's going to be tough to try to match into an earlier switch of Madara. Crimzo dropping backwards. Out goes the Soul Resurgence now. Team stays healthy. You're going to play aggro, try to force him back into that portal. Look at Oasis's position. Classic Rocket stuff on height. Yusher finds one. Amazing on the Aztec. Yusher again on the window. And Sentinels are walking here. Potential point 2 with 40 seconds on. Can they stop it? It looks like they will be able to get these picks. And they are going to get point 2 here. Sentinels are figuring things out. And this ban phase is working out for them.
Yep, the one-sided Star-Lord that we talked about is just sort of eking out in the full scheme of things. Also, the fact they got Mantis in hindsight definitely is kind of mattering, just because of the fact that, yeah, this team loves to play triple with Amazing on the Mantis. At least that's one of the strongest triple comps to play. And then, you know, couldn't get resets because, like you said, with Oasis's positioning.
And that's the advantage of having a good Penny player, right? We talked about how Penny kind of does some weird stuff in the meta, but now they had to force ban Penny, and that stops things like this Mantis ban at the end, and that is just, it's valuable to have that on your team. So shout out to being able to play Penny and forcing a ban out for one of the first times we've seen in Ignite. Yusher gonna drop Aztec early on and keep them moving forward as Crimzo takes out Chime. Aztec comes back from the res. It doesn't matter, they're still down a number currently. Will they commit ults to hold this? This team's like to typically try to hold up your tight at first and get them back into the spawn door.
Yeah, I mean, this character's just kind of crazy at the current moment. I mean, Yusher gets the damage boost, takes down Stinkers on the flank angle, and now that now that Shoes have only their foot, he's able to play that Star-Lord and get another one with onto window. So this is just full map control, full dominance by Sentinels, and goes back to what you said with that ban phase. They have to run all the way back towards spawn. NRG finally has some ultimates at least here to go, but again, you said Crimson with the Rampage was big. Let's see if it can be this fight as well.
Yeah, and there it is. As you're saying, out goes really the Banhammer right into the Rampage. Oasis gonna launch right now with the Sia. Window tries to find one. Flamme and Dongmin now answer right back. Ryan Mason comes back with the BRB number still in their favor. Sentinels trying to keep this momentum as Yusher and Flamme are going to be on target for a combination in just a moment. Flamme on the Lady Pool there, or excuse me, Lady Loki there. I'd love to see that. It's going to just get a little more height on it now. Window keeps the pressure on, just trying to stall this point.
Yep, stalling it out as long as he possibly can, but is it going to be enough? Ndara does find Dongman at the very least, and goes into the Diamond form, commits that Sonic Seduction as well, and they use greens on the opposite side. Coffee comes out with the Lady Loki that you mentioned. Walking on in now, it's that Soul Resurgence to force Madara back to the spawn doors. Into the sky also is Yusher, has the bubble, the buddy bubble from that Devil Dino. BRB is here at least to bring people back into the fight, but you have only 3 members of your squad to come in touch, even with that res. Hoodie taking shots cross map from Ryan Amazing. But again, the Venom dive comes in, and it's going to be a bit of a splash fest as both the Dino and the Venom above gets thrown out. You're not playing today, Venom. You come back, though. He swings back in and decides actually wants to keep playing. So that's going to keep happening on that card, as though Crimzo takes care of the Devil Dino in window eventually, so he gets chomped on at the very end, and with the Soul Resurgence once more. The ban phase you talked about, enabling the side of Sentinels, as NRG doesn't have any tanks, any Vanguards here, no tankers to help secure the objective. And in overtime, window comes back. Finally, those Vanguards show up, but there's nobody else to help support this sort of stall, as you do have the HP. Aztec does help it out. It does give a whole lot of healing, but you have to keep it on. The Venom touches one last time. Oasis tracks him down. Cart gets solely capped out, and Sentinels will win this round.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of picks there from Oasis on the Rocket, too. Finding both of the dive on Rocket alone, and then also dealing with Dino in those, end game situations. When you're in OT like that, I mean, it's just a lot of finals across the board here. Oasis with 7 on the Rocket is as much as Stinkers has as a duelist on NRG. The comp here from Sentinels on that attack was just absolutely unmatched, as we can see what they're thinking about for their defense.
Yeah, and I know I was kind of like being hard on that Deadpool strategist composition earlier. But like, yeah, it would be very good here, I think, just versus the Devil Dino. We saw how good it was before, and we saw how much damage Crimzo was doing off the Devil Dino, or back onto the Devil Dino. So really unfortunate situation to happen for NRG, especially with the lock phase not really mattering for Madara and the crew. So this is gonna be a hard one to win. Like, just straight up, they go to that Deadpool strategist that we saw out of teams before into like a 2-2-2 style. I mean, Crimso's gonna have just be on an absolute rampage, and even then, you're still against Mantis triple. So this is, you talked about it, Shib, pretty much checkmate in the ban phase unless something crazy happens out of NRG. I mean, Chime could go off, I guess, and yeah, that's the problem, I guess, with the Rocket Raccoon early protect, is that sometimes it may not matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely on the table. NRG has the talent. I do think the ban phase made it difficult for him. Again, forcing out the penny and stuff like that. You know, Cap, they're really getting more targeted where you can focus meta here, and that's what Sen's kind of doing into NRG, making it a lot more difficult for them to find a successful comp. Stinker's obviously disgusting here on the Black Cat, but it's going to be protection now on the back line. When you have that triple comp, you just can kind of play on each other, use those crystals to stay healthy. Chime going to be on the Bucky now. The early tackle goes in on Crimzo, who will pay for it, I believe. Wow, what a jump tackle. Perfect time to make that work on the Dino on the front line.
Yeah, he's got 3 pocket right now. You don't have damage boost, at least at this point. If we were on Deadpool strat, you'd have Jackpot plus damage boost onto him, so he gets grabbed. Crimzo can't get taken out. Now Stinker's on the flank, going for those KOs and can't find it either. Again, lacking the damage, the extra bit of damage to help him on the front line. Has to fall all the way back, give up the off angle, though. Window on the Garud, able to find Crimzo. Maybe this is the change up that they needed, though. Crimzo's brought back by a BRB.
Yeah, both BRBs have been used now, so now it's going to be back into the 6v6 type situation. But ooh, that pick almost came through from Chime, and it looks like Madara goes down as Yusher. A couple bullets into the dome there, looking upwards onto Yusher. You know, we've seen a lot of success with Bucky. I think it's totally a strong pick in this meta, especially against Loki, right? Because you can get those free resets. Oh, Dongman tries to get the grab there, but just clips the edge of the wall. They're still going to be able to find that pick on a Chime. But I'm liking the Emma right now. It's been a while since we've seen Emma get value. Playing on this early first point map consistently here as Sentinels as they're holding them at the door.
Yeah, maybe go like the Moon Knight Groot stuff. I don't know. Now they have ultimates at least, so this is going to be the fight. They have to win, but regardless, this card's not getting anywhere. Into the sky. Yusher's the one to change. Oh, Coffee comes out, by the way, so they throw ball. No, and the Groot out. Oh, no! It's a disaster. Madara does get brought back by BRB, but 3 ultimates just thrown for nothing.
Yeah, it's tough. That's a lot of commitment. That's just, you know, you get in your head a little bit sometimes, right? It can happen. You know, it happens to everyone, right? Just like us is the way I like to word it. In rank, some of that stuff happens to the pros as well, but that's just a huge mistake here. Chime going to have ult shortly, Madara and Stinkers, and it's all about it. Can the duelists just try to pressure through some of these answers that'll be there from Rising and Oasis? Crimzo going to start off here with a Rampage, able to find a Aztec after the fact, adding salt into the wounds as Stinkers looks for a backline play.
Yeah, 2 minutes left to go. At least they still have time, but this cart, I mean, I don't think we've seen such a strong hold without Penny Parker here on this first point. Just feels like such a perfect map pick at the moment for Sentinels as, again, it just feels like I'm just hearing nothing but the dink machine coming out of Yusher, who's just getting headshot after headshot onto the Devil Dino. Obviously, with a head that big, could match the size of a Tetra over EMEA. Not that just like randomly out of nowhere Tetra shade, but regardless, that huge ult by Chime committed. BRB brings back Rising, so at least they're up numbers, but with the damage boost from the See You Later, can they find the follow-up? Yeah, window falls.
Yeah, Rising with 2 here. Oh, no, it just seems like the mental's broken here of NRG. 1 minute and the card is not scooched at all, dude. I mean, Sentinels are just at the door here for 3 consecutive minutes, trying to make it 4 with ults available in just a moment. Yusher will have the damage boost. And, you know, won't have the See Ya from Oasis, so it's at least a little bit of a saving grace here. It's all about can Stinkers make something happen with this calling card. This is a great answer to the calling card. If you can find where Cat is, instead, going to make the whole team run away and now protect your backline. It's great to use Emma for that kind of stuff. Into Star-Lord, into Magic, into DD, and even right there into Cat, just making sure that no one else can play off the Cat play.
Yeah, I think the strat line's been playing so good for the side of Sentinels. The sleep came out, by the way. Madara, though, finds 2. Crimzo going to get brought back by the BRB. Now whips out the shotgun on Chime's side, but gets dove upon by the Dino. Grabbed. Punisher on Dino team-up action as he gets chomped down. But we are brought back. Aztec is. Window trades back Oasis, too. That's the guy with the BRB in the back line that's been brutal to deal with. Stinkers also finds Crimzo, so finally Stinkers is coming online. Double copy available for Aztec. He uses it first, but he should know to not use the See You Later. Now we use it. Stinkers finds Rising as well, and he's going to get brought back by a BRB, but they don't have straddles until Flame A right now.
Yeah, they're looking for the combination right now. Oh, but it said had to use Resurgence. Flame not able to look for Oasis to combine with Yusher. I'm not sure if that was an error or what happened here. Yusher's still going to try to get one, but not able to burn through these crystals. And oh no, it looks like NRG might be able to lock in and make this happen here. Rising now going to start with the Resurgence, and no! Down goes Chime. Yusher with a nice pick there. Now going to head up towards Aztec. Focus on the Loki, who does not have crystals. And that is going to be, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, got to be a pick there. Dogman cleans up window. This might be it, folks. Sentinels might be your second seed on the B group. And OT is ticking down. The stall is there, but it's it. Sentinels take it home and push through into the playoffs.
What a series, what a day for Marvel Rivals as Sentinels get it done and finish off our playoffs in spectacular fashion. as Energy is sent home after a valiant effort in a very difficult group. Sentinels will still be in our playoffs, and we still have the potential head-to-head between Sentinels and 100 Thieves available for us as the drama is set to continue in the playoffs.
It is indeed. What a fantastic way to close it out. Yeah, that's right. We're all the winners. That's what this graphic indicated, because we got to be treated to so much incredible Marvel Rivals action today. Each and every single match went the distance, and each of them really came down to the wire. I mean, Energy tried their very best there at the very end to like push that card finally, as they were held at the spawn doors for 3-4 minutes. So for them to still kind of manage to mount a pushback there is of course great to see. But unfortunately, with that loss, that means not only did they lose the series, they also are not going to be joining us in the NA Stage 1 playoffs. Let's take a look at the highlights and see how Sentinels got it done, because this certainly was not an easy victory. That being said, though, Museum of Contemplation seemed to be the right choice. Yeah, I know what you want to say, but listen, they looked so good here. Also, we talked about Emma Frost not really being picked, and lo and behold, Dongmin has to pull her out. Also, the fact that Dongmin triggered the Penny Parker ban is somewhat hilarious.
Yeah, I think it was potentially game-winning, too. I mean, you forced the Penny ban. Again, you lose the meta ban because of it, and they were able to get the Mantis through, and then they used that to the fullest extent. I mean, Ryman's great on Mantis.
He really is.
Little rocket popping out.
And Sentinels in general, right? They love running this triple strat, that way around. They have been like trying to die on that hill all through the preseason, and we faulted them for it. But in this case, like, that was a game-winning like composition for them.
Yeah, if you have the damage output, I think it's good. That, you know, we talked about, I think, early days of Marvel Rivals esports. I'm thinking all the way back in like Marvel Rivals Championship, season, was it 2 or 3 or whatever? We're talking about how important damage is with Storm and stuff being back in the meta. It's been a long time since we've seen Storm there, but Usher, it's not been a while since we've seen you as the MVP, my good sir. 42 and 2 with nearly 40k damage. Just all the support in the world, and he was just dominating.
Yeah, it's funny, like every time I looked away and the POV switched to Usher, and I wouldn't see it visually, but I would hear the ding, 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 ding. I was like, oh, we're probably on Usher right now, so I didn't even need to see what's going on. That was enough. Of course, Usher in this map, also in the previous map, like, so few KOs to his name, as in like he's not dying a lot, which obviously like opens up a world for Sentinels.
Yeah, I think this team is starting to figure things out. They are stepping up. I mean, you know, going to game 3, obviously not necessarily ideal when your back's against the wall, but they're making it to the 2nd seed. Look at stat line across the board. I mean, on their defense, it was perfect. You can't say anything else. They did everything the way they wanted. Crimzo with 13 finals there, coming back on the Venom at the end, but was Dino the whole time. Dongmin with 12, Yusha with 18. Everybody was providing in that backline. Their whole duty is just stay healthy, and Fumei only went down a single time.
Yeah, I think
that's actually crazy.
Well, the pickup of Oasis before this stage, you know, they were kind of struggling, I think, in the backline department, trying to get some, you know, stabilize, strategists that are like a long term for this team. And they've definitely found them with Oasis and Fumei. I think they've been great. People that have played for this team in Kurova and stuff, I think they were great over the course of their history, but definitely some of the best backlines currently that Sentinels have had in a while.
Absolutely. And for them to now not only win the series and make playoffs, but for Sentinels to come out as the 2nd seed in the group of death is a huge accomplishment for each and every single one of those players.
Yeah, I think, you know, job finished for them, but it's not, you know, job's not finished as we're heading into the playoffs. Things are going to be, exactly. First job finished, but, you know, you're working a double shift. But now you're going to the playoffs. And, you know, I think on the positive side, they're the 2nd seed. So they're going to be, you know, looking at somebody who's lower down on the bracket. Not sure quite yet. We'll look forward to seeing production put that together for us before the stream ends today to see how it's all going to look. But Sentinels have looked better and better, I would argue. I think they're starting to come into their own. They're finding compositions that they were more, you know, I would say nervous to play at first, and now they're looking comfortable on them, and that makes it difficult to ban them out.
Yeah, it's just been such an up and down for so many of our teams. It's really, really almost unfair to like judge them by their results, because each and every single match day, even like the teams were trying to figure out their own identities and what the meta is actually looking like right now, and then some teams seem to have an answer, but then turned out the next day that that was not it. So it's been up and down. I feel like for all of us watching as well, a bit of a journey they all took us on, Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a journey, and I think today was the best day we've had in this group stages. So I'm just excited for the playoffs moving forward. I mean, July 2nd, right, is when we start up, and I mean, I'm going to be glued to the screen for those playoffs because, oh God, I mean, the drama is going to ensue, and we might even have more teams eliminated if they're not in the top 50%.
That's right. That's right. And we do have, in fact, Oasis joining us for a quick chat here after this incredible performance by them and the entire team. Oasis, welcome to the show and congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Thank you. I mean, I feel pretty good. I kind of wish I could have survived a bit more on the Hall of Jolia map, but I'm still pretty happy.
Don't worry about it. You guys redeemed yourselves on that last map here. Museum of Contemplation was all yours. Walk me through the emotions heading into this match, the last few hours. I mean, you and the team went into today knowing that a loss would send you home. And if you get the win, you're now also having the tiebreakers in your favor, so you will end the stage in the second seed. So that's two very opposite sides of the spectrum. How did you and the team process this kind of roller coaster?
I mean, the big issue we had was that we're really good at Brawl, right? But I feel like Brawl is like it's becoming very weak. Like there are some triple support maps, some good triple support situations. But honestly, since I joined, all we've been doing is basically practicing dive, practicing other things. So it's really been, we've gone into this like, if we win, I think we can win it all because we're getting so good at dive and other things like that. But if we lose, it's like, you know, it's like you have to invest for the future, right? Like we invested for the future, and luckily it paid off.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just saying before you joined, your team seemingly getting more comfortable running the stuff that you were more hesitant to run early on. I have so many things I want to ask you, but the main thing, now that we get to talk to you, first off, shout out to joining a team like Sentinels. I would say it's a storied team. Can you walk us through like what it's felt joining the team, maybe what your role feels like on the team, and how it's all worked out for you?
I mean, I really like the team. It's a lot of jolly people, you know. Dongmin's always cracking jokes. Same thing with Flamey. Crimzo, like this guy when it gets like I think second map we were kind of like bad-ish draft, but like when it like 99.9 of the times like this guy does the best drafts ever. And on Brawl, like he will full on IGL. I legit just sit there and I just sit and look pretty. Just if he tells me to ult, I ult. If he tells me to go in, I go in. It's like, it's like reading a script. I don't have to do anything.
Awesome.
Well, on that, I mean, talk about macro a little bit. I mean, you guys obviously played against Swamp Gaming and those guys before. I think Fox, you came over from the EMEA region. He was mentioning how North America is the best region, and he said, I think, what is it? He's like, not even close. You've been in both regions, okay? We need some honesty out of you, Oasis. Which region is better, EMEA or North America?
I mean, I think the difference between EU and NA is that EU, of course, has their top 3 teams, and those top 3 teams are like miles ahead of everyone. It is honestly not even close. Like VP kind of fell off, but I think they're gonna come back. But the difference with NA is that you guys have like 8 to 10 like good teams that are close to each other. There are 2 that are like one step above each other. I think that's mostly because they're good at dive. To be honest, I think it's mostly because they're good at dive, to be honest. But I do think NA is like top tier competition is the same. The mid to low is way higher. It's not even close, mid to low. And that's how I feel. It is very different though, I gotta say, because it's like a lot of things that I expect are very, very different. Like the way people ult in, the way people fight, it's way more proactive, I'd say, rather than like trying to like counterplay. So I had to get like very used to that, honestly.
Is that something your teammates called out? Like, did you bring over some habits from EMEA that your teammates had to be like, yo, we do it different over here?
Oh yeah. Like every time, like there are always like Oasis. You can't just ult defensively. You have to like ult in. You have to like be proactive with your ults and create a fight. Because even if they do have like these like cat ult or Starlord ult, like a lot of the times you can just cage the tanks and like win the fight that way. You can't always just infinitely stall your ults, especially on attack.
Right, now looking ahead, since you guys made the playoffs, is there any particular team that you are excited to play against, or anyone that you have some beef with, you know, like drop some lore for us, any insight?
I mean, I think it would be Fox, but it's only because my team will, like, I find Fox very funny, right? He's a very funny guy. Like, to me, like, he, you know, I wish I could be in call and talk with this guy more, but it would be to beat SG. I think they're very beatable. Like, I think, okay, to be honest, I think they were just ahead on 2-2 in the head-on dive comps. And I think with me on this team, we can actually become better than them on dive, honestly. That's how I feel. It's kind of shaky right now. It didn't look very good for us. But I promise you, in scrims, we're learning a lot. We're learning a lot. It's going to look very good for playoffs.
Right, we're so excited for playoffs. As you said, like the midfield is super competitive in this region, so it really like just comes down to who's showing up on match day. It's been a pleasure watching you and the team in action today. Once again, congratulations for making the playoffs. We can't wait to see you back in action.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. That was some fantastic insight, guys.
Yeah, honestly, like really well spoken too. Great breakdowns. A little bit of not trash talk, but some hype coming up into the playoffs too against Swamp. Feeling confident. I love to see it. Again, I think they are actively becoming more of a diverse team in their what they can run, and I think that is needed for this meta. So well done.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our updated standings, because this was the last match of our group stage here in stage 1, and this is how it shook out. We are seeing in Group A Equinox Gaming and Space Station Gaming, who are eliminated and will not be making playoffs. Team Liquid Citadel, to absolutely no one's surprise, got themselves the first seed, followed by Stick Drift, who played it really close against them as well, so they should be a team to watch out for in the playoffs. Yeah, we lost, and TSM also secured their seats today. TSM, much thanks to we lost victory there. So yeah, you know, like just throw some money and thanks their way is what I'm saying. Group B, Swamp Gaming, a domination across the board. Many teams pointed out they were shaky along the way as well. They do look beatable to some, at least on paper, because no one's actually done it. So there is that. Nightmare and Energy Shock, unfortunately, are out of the equation. Sen just secured the second seed. Hunter Thieves and FlyQuest also stayed in the mix. But as you see, we did have a bit of a three-way tie here. So it came down to the head-to-heads and map differentials, Dogman.
Yeah, I mean, those really mattered. You know, how well you played in the previous weeks. And it's like that, right? It's very difficult in this scene to play. You know, just with the ban phase, everybody wants to go back to global, some people, because of the targeted bans. But as viewers, man, we are feasting, like you guys said. It's just unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to Nightmare and Equinox. We have to requalify again into into Ignite through MRC and all that, because that's going to be exciting, obviously. And then we have those damn playoffs, which we could even see more teams gone. That's going to happen July 2nd, right? So picking back up in next month. It's gonna be sad. I don't know what we're gonna freaking do for this next month as we're down, dude. What are we gonna do?
Just gotta go grind the game, bro. Grind the game. Buy some skins. Buy the team bundles. Save a coach and a player by buying this team bundle. That's how it goes. Yeah, no, honestly, I think I like that there is a break in between. Obviously, there could be some changes to the meta as well in the meantime. So giving the teams just adequate time to really prepare and put their best foot forward in the playoffs is definitely the right thing to do here, Shib.
Yeah, and we got Cyclops potentially coming in. You know, I'm not 100% sure on the patch, but no matter what, I mean, there's a lot of changes coming in, and I think the best teams are teams that can adjust on the fly. And you heard a lot of these teams talking about working on their weaknesses. I think it's a sign that our region is just, you know, it's going to continuously be just incredibly fun to watch. It's just not, I mean, today, 9 matches, as long as it could have gone. It was a great experience, though. It was awesome.
It really was. And with that, we should have our playoffs bracket. So we can potentially now get a first glimpse at the matchups for our playoffs. And we do indeed, let me zoom in on that one. I'm like hard of seeing. low-key geatric over here. But yeah, okay. What do we have? Team Liquid
Giving you
Citadel
sound effects, is it
versus
helping?
FlyQuest. Yeah, we lost. Sentinels, Stick Drift versus 100 Thieves, TSM versus Swamp Gaming. Oh man, there's some good ones there. Oh, I'm especially excited for Stick Drift and 100 Thieves. So which one catches your eye here, Chip?
I think there's a lot of really tight ones. I think, yeah, we lost Sentinels is going to be a fun one to watch. And then, TSM Swamp, that's quite a tough start. After that, I think the lower bracket's going to get pretty crazy. But yeah, I think I got to go with, yeah, we lost Sentinels.
What about you, Dogman?
Oh yeah, true. I didn't even think about the lower bracket because then we could. It's kind of sad to me that we don't get to see Sentinels versus 100 Thieves in the first round. But maybe we get to see them in the finals or the upper bracket finals, right? Imagine they both improve. Oasis is right. Maybe they're the best team in a bit. They have to be. Yeah, we lost. That's going to be a difficult one. Although yeah, we lost. Had to deal with the Penny Parker stuff. So to me, probably yeah, we lost in Sentinels. But these are all freaking bangers.
Yeah, I think we just need to somehow get the TLC versus 100 Thieves match. Like, that needs to happen somewhere in there.
Ooh, yeah.
To close the circle. But yeah, I'm sure those teams will rock up prepared and surprise us with some. I'm always happy if it's a, double elimination bracket for playoffs because it just gives you a better opportunity, even though you might have gotten a tough start with the seeding in that upper bracket first round.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to as well, where we potentially see the overarching final playoffs, right? Imagine the worlds where that's going to be. It's not announced yet. We don't even freaking know. We're waiting desperately because I can't imagine. I hope we have a big outpour of support at that as well because. Like we said, if we get I'm telling you guys, if we surpass the Luna Snow skins with the esport bundles, okay, NetEase is going to have to give us finals at Madison Square Garden or something, okay? So come on, buy the damn bundle.
Is that what is it? If we just speak that into existence,
Yeah. It's okay.
Listen, as someone who's gotten to do an event over there, it's pretty epic, and I would want that for just not humble at all. That was the opposite of that.
Drop them.
Just actual flexing. Because why I get to do that too? Because I'm elder and I have rights.
You could say you mogged us.
Respect your elders.
As you should.
I still don't understand what mogging is, to be honest. At this point, I'm also too scared to ask.
That's okay.
And you guys just laughed, so I don't think you know either. So I think we're all just a bit clueless here. That's okay.
We know what it is. What do you mean?
Okay.
I know what 6-7 is.
Oh man, we got bowing out.
We should have caught the stream right there and then. That's we got. The thanks for watching is popping up. That's our cue. They don't want us to yap anymore. We've done enough yapping today. It's such a pleasure. Last though on Iron Ship, what's your big takeaway from the stage 1 here?
This brings me back to the early stages preseason. These teams and everybody seems to be duking it out with each other, seems to be on a similar playing field. I think our region is incredibly fun to watch, and I'm absolutely biased, but what a day today.
Dogman.
Come back July 2nd. No more memes. It's going to be, it's all serious.
Very serious. It's video games. It's very serious over here. But what an absolute masterpiece of a day here at 3 matches. 3 maps apiece and 9 total maps of pure, unadulterated chaos. A massive thank you to all of you at home for screaming along in the chat. Yeah, we see you. We read you. But an even bigger shout out goes to the absolute tier 1 marathon duo on the desk today. Dogman, Iron Ship. You guys put on a cleaning of the microphone. So really hats off to you. This has been a fantastic broadcast to listen to and be part of. And we're wrapping things up for the day and for the group stage. But of course, the action is far from over. Thank you all for watching. Take care of yourselves. And we'll see you right back here for the NA playoffs very soon.